Good morning and welcome back to Topstep TV. This is the opening call. We got a big one today. Today is Inflation Day, August 12th, 2025. You guys know me. I'm Coach Jay, joined by some friends here. We got JD on the other side and Coach Vince this morning. Coach Vince subbing in for Hoag this morning. Don't worry, Hoag is great. He's just taking some rest. But Coach Vince, JD, how we doing this morning, guys?
Doing great,
Go ahead,
JD.
Vince.
And Jay, how are you?
Doing good, man.
Excellent.
Doing good.
Excellent.
JD, how you feeling?
Very good. Good morning, Jay. Good morning, Vince. Good morning, friends and traders in the chat. Welcome to the opening call. We're likely not going to be taking the opening range trade in gold this morning. Like Coach Jay said, it is Inflation Day. We got the CPI report coming out at the bottom of the hour, 7:30 a.m. Central Time. Likely not a good idea to trade through that number. Could get a little volatile. We will keep our eye on that opening range trade, though. If it's still a valid trade after CPI comes out, maybe we'll throw something on. But we are not anticipating getting into a position before that number comes out.
Good call. I think we did it last week for NFP, and could it work out? It could, but do we want to be the soccer goalie during penalty kicks, trying to guess where the market is going to go? Probably not, right? We talk about it all the time. We let the dust settle, and then we take our trades from there. But what we do know is that inflation data has the potential to cause some volatility in these markets. So there, had to sneeze there. There should be some opportunity. There should be some opportunity after that number comes out.
Yep.
Lata says, I'm a bell-to-bell host. It seems like I'm on here all the time, but promise you there's a team that is working on this show around the clock to bring you guys this tradertainment. So if you haven't done so already, hit that thumbs up button. Show some support for the show if you like what we're doing here. And we'll get into it. JD, since we are not taking this gold opening range trade, maybe we can hit the news a little bit early, or we'll talk about, Coach Vince, you've been in this game for a while. Today's CPI day. How do you normally approach a day like today?
On alert, right? Caution tape is out. But they could be, once the number comes out and we find direction, sometimes CPI days could be a pretty nice day to trade, but then other days it could end up with a big move off of the CPI candle and then be range bound for the rest of the day. So, just be patient and see how the day starts to develop.
Stuff. What about you, JD? What was a CPI day like on the floor, maybe in the pit? Was it a busy day? Was it quiet? Was it quiet before the numbers?
I feel like there's a cycle with some of these economic releases. CPI was a big day, but NFP day was always the biggest that I can remember on the trading floor. And it was a day that everybody was there. Nobody wanted to miss the opportunity. So people piled in early and it got a little nuts for a couple minutes. But again, the dust always settles and you just get right back into the groove. Is it a good idea to trade through it? Screen trading is a little different than what pit trading used to be.
Right.
Not everybody's appetite for risk is the same either. So for the sake of, I don't know, how do you say it? Leading by example, I guess you could say. We're just going to hold off and not trade through this number. We don't want to we don't want to promope any bad trading habits. It's like we said. It's a coin flip.
I will say this: being it's CPI day.
Oh. What's that, Vince?
Go ahead, Vince.
We freeze up.
Nope, you're here. We got you.
Okay.
Are you there?
Yeah. So being a CPI day, I did want to talk about a trade I had taken in the past. So I was in pre-market 2 long gold contracts. This is a while back, probably 2 years ago or maybe. And I was long 2. I had my order in, I had my stop in, my target, everything. I left and I walked away to get ready for the day. I figured, here, this is my trade. Totally forgot it was CPI day. By the time I came back to my screen, I got filled on my stop, 44 ticks below the stop entry on 2. So $880 worth of slippage on those two longs.
Slippage is
88
real.
ticks. I was down $880 and plus of 500 on 2 contracts. Ended with a $1,400 loss because I forgot it was CPI day going into the morning. So be careful, everybody.
That is called
that
slippage,
hurts.
folks.
That hurts a little
be
bit.
careful.
That is called slippage. Fortunes can be made. Fortunes can be made. On the other end of that, fortunes can be lost. Right. This is a zero-sum game. Zero-sum game. Why don't we run that clip on the trade deal, China trade deal? We know we have inflation data coming out, but the tariff headlines have been, the news for pretty much all year, and we may have gotten that deadline pushed back. Let's run that clip.
Yep.
They've been dealing quite nicely. The relationship is very good with President Xi and myself.
The U.S. and China are pushing back today's self-imposed deadline for reaching a trade deal. They say current tariff amounts can remain in place another 90 days as negotiations continue. An executive order President Donald Trump issued last night keeps the U.S. rate for Chinese imports at 30%. That's opposed to letting it rise to 54% as specified in a previous order. China confirms its duties on U.S. imports will stay at 10% instead of climbing to 34%.
With the tariffs going up and down, our prices go up and down.
Many U.S. businesses say tariffs on Chinese goods apply to numerous products they sell to consumers. That's because China is America's second largest source of imports.
At the end of the day, there's only a couple things that can happen. Either the companies make less money or the prices go up for the consumers. And we all know what companies are going to choose.
Meanwhile, Trump says he's allowing the Chinese to buy certain American-made semiconductor chips. He says the U.S. government will get 15% of related revenue.
Taxing a specific company to have the right granted by the government to ship product to a specific country. That, for lack of better words, is a little funky chicken. But at the same time, it's a form of tariffs.
I'm Amy Kiley reporting.
That is a little funky chicken, Mr. Wonderful.
You took the words right out of my mouth. The funky chicken. I wrote it down too. I can't wait to say it again later.
Oh, that's great.
That is a funky chicken.
Mr. Wonderful.
Yeah. You think he's self-named Mr. Wonderful? Did he name himself that, or did someone give him that name? I'm from New York,
sure,
where
actually.
if you get a nickname like on the basketball court or something, you can't give it to yourself. Somebody else has to give it to you. So I wonder if he gave that name to himself. Either way,
it's a good question.
Yeah, that is a good
Tariff.
question.
So we're delaying the deadline, pushing it out 90 days between China and the U.S. to make a trade deal. Have you seen? Has either one of you seen in the past taxes on a specific company, like Mr. Wonderful was talking about? You know, that 15% tax on Nvidia. Any of the chips that are sold to China, the U.S. is taking 15% of that. I've never seen that before.
I think Nvidia might have made that deal with them to buy that license, though, to be able to do that, to get kind of a workaround, I think. Right, JD?
It sounds right. But as far as have I ever seen something like that before? I can't remember ever seeing anything like that.
Me either. I can't remember. I think they're just trying to find creative ways to get around the tariff thing, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, I know somebody recently that I know ordered a pair of glasses online, and I guess they usually would get here within a week or something like that, but they're telling us to take 2 to 3 weeks because it's coming through Canada. So they're routing around the U.S. and coming through a different port. So it's taking them longer to get here, which I found was pretty interesting. Yeah,
definitely.
So they're going to get creative out there. You know, it's going to be creative.
Absolutely. JD, we know we have CPI coming up. That number is in about 3-4 minutes. What else do we have on the economic calendar that we might need to watch out for?
Yes, we've got a couple talking Feds later this morning. We already had the NFIB Small Business Optimism Index out at 5 a.m. Central Time. We'll talk more about that later on. Wasn't terribly market moving, but I have those numbers. We'll discuss it after the crude oil trade later. But CPI, bottom of the hour. We've got a couple talking Feds, Thomas Barkin at 9 Central Time and Jeffrey Schmidt at 9:30 Central Time. Pepper in a couple of Treasury note auctions and announcements throughout the morning, and then a Treasury budget statement at 1 o'clock Central Time. More inflation data coming out later in the week. We've got PPI final demand on Thursday, and the University of Michigan consumer sentiment out on Friday. So it is a week of inflation data all week long. Tomorrow's going to be kind of quiet. We just have a couple of talking Feds and crude inventories. But Thursday and Friday will be some pretty decent news days.
Awesome. Thank you for that, JD. JD, did I hear you mention the WASD report?
When is the WASD report?
Today. So I don't know how many ags traders that we have, but 11 p.m.
That's right.
11 a.m. Eastern today. If you are an ags trader trading soybeans, corn, anything like that, watch out for that number. That is
grain stocks, yes.
Always a big mover.
I skimmed right over that one. The WASD report, yes. If you're a grain trader, 11 o'clock Central Time, be on your toes. Grain stock reports. That's a market mover for the grain markets. Corn, wheat,
That's
soybeans, soybean oil, soybean meal. It's a real thing.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. We got about 2 minutes. We want to run the news for the gold tariffs, and then we'll get into the charts after the number.
Yeah, we can do that. No tariffs on gold, says President Trump. This comes from the Wall Street Journal. The U.S. won't apply tariffs on imports of gold, said President Trump yesterday, following a ruling from Customs and Border Protection that had made the precious metal subject to steep duties. Gold will not be tariffed. He's been posting on social media. No real explanation, but he did clear up some misinformation that was out there, and he has guaranteed no tariffs on gold imports. That created some volatility in the market. When the rumor first came out the other day that we were going to be taxing gold imports, we saw a decent spike,
market spike,
and then
yeah, we did.
And then Friday and yesterday, as those rumors were sort of shut down, gold really started to pair off those gains and broke quite significantly, down just about 1% yesterday. So real decent movement in gold. Overall, we're still really just moving sideways. We're been stuck in this range for a couple of months now. But those intraday movements can get pretty wide.
20 seconds to the CPI number. Just remember that the markets have the potential to be pretty volatile during this. We're going to see the order books clear out. We got 10 seconds here. So if you do want to have a position on,
traders,
manage your risk. Otherwise, click that flatten all button a couple of times. 5 seconds here. 3,
I'm going to see what happens here.
Little spike, knee-jerk reaction to the upside.
Settlement 3404.70. Settlement 3404.70. Let's see if we get it.
It's on your. Take a look at your Topstep daily levels indicator on Topstep X. All those levels are there. If we had taken the 1, 3, or 5 minute opening range breakout trade in gold, we would be on the short side. We'd be short and wrong right now. We would have been stopped out if we tried to trade through CPI.
All right.
Just tested yesterday's value low, rejected it.
Looks like we got the number here. U.S. core CPI year-over-year actual came in at 3.1%. Forecast was 3%. U.S. CPI month-over-month actual came in at 0.2%. Forecast was 0.2. CPI month-over-month actual came in at 0.3. Forecast was 0.3. And CPI year-over-year actual came in at 2.7%. Forecast was 2.8. Previous was 2.7. So that month core CPI month-over-month came in a little bit higher than last month. Last month was 0.2%. Came in at 0.3, in line with forecasts. What do we see the markets do there?
Well, I'm looking at gold right now. Our knee-jerk reaction to the upside, still rallying right now. Looking at a 1 minute chart. We almost hit settlement price, 3404.70. Again, if we had taken those opening range breakout trades, the likelihood of slippage on our stop is high. Who knows where we would have gotten out of that trade. It would have been wrong, though. We would have been on the wrong side of this move.
Good no trade.
Good no trade.
Good no trade.
That's why you hold off. Yep.
Seeing the equities pop here as well. NASDAQ currently trading 23,750. S&P's trading 64.28. Seeing a nice move to the upside here on that initial reaction. Now's the time where the dust settles a little bit, right? We may see the market slow down. We know that the New York session opens up in about an hour, so volume may pair off just a little bit. But we will see how the market now responds to this range of this CPI print through the rest of the day. We do have some more inflation data coming out later in the week. We got PPI on Thursday and a bunch of numbers on Friday. So we will see how the market responds here.
Popped all the way up to nearly high ticked weekly kickoff high in the ES. 64.30 is our weekly kickoff high level. And we just missed it by a couple of ticks. I've got a high of 64.29.5. Missed it by 2 ticks. How was that for a level? Almost right to it.
Nice.
How does Hoag do
nice.
it?
I don't know how he does it. He's good at what he does. Good at what he does.
That's Hoag's witchcraft.
Sorcery. It's pure sorcery.
The sorcery, yeah. The sorcerer. Gonna get him a cloak.
Absolutely.
Let's switch back over to gold.
The wizard.
All right. Again, no trade in gold. We'll take the opening range trade in crude oil at the top of the hour. We'll get a poll ready for you guys in the chat. You guys vote on it, whether we take a 1 minute, 3 minute, or 5 minute opening range breakout trade in crude oil at the top of the hour. But until then,
John's the chicken bones.
Coach Jay, Coach Vince, dazzle us. What's happening in the charts?
Let's take a look at the charts, Vince. I think we have, we can pull my charts up here. All right, here we go. So gold on the daily chart. Coach Vince, Hoag and I have been talking about, it seems like for the last month, this range that we've been in gold. It's been 113 days since we made an all-time high in gold futures. And we've seen this market be extremely range-bound on the daily. Really not much has changed here. We trade up to the upper extreme of this range. We had this trend line up here from the all-time high. We peaked above it on Friday. It looked like we were going to make a run. That was going to be the day that we were going to do it. That was that tariff day. But then we hear, there are no tariffs on gold, and we come right back down into this range. What I'm looking at here, we have the 2 moving averages, the 50 and the 20, pretty much right on top of each other. Really no space in between those two, which is telling me range-bound market. And if that's the case, are we trading down to the lower extreme of this range, down near 33, the 3330s? Right now, I'd say we're pretty much right in the middle, right around that 3,400 level. But gold on a higher time frame has been extremely range-bound, no direction in this market. That being said, it's been presenting a ton of opportunity for us to trade. We had a 90-point range on Friday, 70-point range, $70 range yesterday. What are you looking at? What are you seeing on the daily in gold?
Yes. So if you could draw a box around the candles from August 4th through yesterday, throw a box on there. So we are in a pennant formation, but if you put that on there, open interest is building in gold. So August 4th, August 5th, August 6th, August 7th, and August 8th, we had approximately 11, 23, 27, 28,000 in open interest, coming into the long side, right? You can see the market was rallying. And then yesterday we had a big decrease in volume. So we had 414,000 in volume on the 8th, which was Friday. And then yesterday we had only 262,000 in volume in gold, right? So the auction is slowing down. We lost 15,000 in open interest, and we were down $86 on the day. So you can see money's flowing out of the market. So they were buying. People knew something was going on with these tariffs, right? So they loaded up the boat, for about a week and didn't get what they were looking for. And then I just think they pulled the plug, and you can see that we pretty much, we took out that entire move in one day, right? So we went up, took 4 or 5 days, and we came down all in one day. So, with gold, we're kind of in this pennant formation. So if you can back out of your chart a little bit, and you could draw a line off of, let's see here, go back to like December 18th, and then draw a line coming across the July 29th low. All right, we're in this pennant formation, and if we break down, okay, we're in this little bit of a range, right? Like you said, that 3340-ish level. But if we get below, that 3350 level, I think there might be bombs away to the downside. The 200-day exponential 200-day SMA is sitting at 3144.90. So I can see a potential test to that at some point if we break structure here on the daily.
What is it going to take to break that structure, though, Vince? We've been in this range for more than half of the year. Is this a market that is just looking for new information? What is going on here? Because
Yeah,
I feel like
the tariff thing is a big deal, right? Inflation is a big deal with gold. Gold is a flight to quality, or whatever you want to call it, during stagflation and inflationary times. So, that CPI number came in at what, 0.2? They were looking at 0.3, so it's not as hot. So I don't see reason for this thing to really carry too much to the upside at the moment until something else spooks the market. So we'll see if we can, trade through this pennant. But right now we're consolidating, right? Between 34.75 to 33.85 is 33.80. We're just stuck in that little range, and it's coiling up. So eventually we're going to take a direction.
100%. Let's take a look at the half-hour chart here in gold. We are under this 200 moving average on the 30-minute chart. That's up at 34.40s. I did look to take a long last night in gold. Got stopped out of that trade, so down a little bit right now. But what I'm looking at, and we've been marking this candle out. We had NFP last Friday. That candle's range is still holding. 33.98 is the high of that 30-minute candle from NFP. Hoag and I were talking about this yesterday. If we start to see some price acceptance inside of this candle, maybe then we get the rotation down to at least 50% of it, which is down at 33.75, and then maybe to the other side, 33.50s. Overnight inventory, let's take a look. Pretty much flat. Here is last night's open. And if we attach a VWAP to that 30-minute candle from last night, it is pretty much a flat line. So not, surprising that we have inflation data coming out. We're not going to see much as far as the directional market last night. And we're kind of sitting where we opened up. Vince, anything you're seeing on this 30-minute chart that sticks out to you?
Yeah, so on the 30, overnight inventory was short. Like you said, we just pretty much reconciled it all the way to settlement. We just missed settlement by a little bit, but we did reconcile most of it. So we're going to see how we if we defend value low from yesterday. But gold is kind of a mess, in volume profile view, right? So there is so much unchecked levels. We have above and below this market a lot of unfinished business that we need to clean up. Like it's really a mess if you were to see it. And if we get, we open with a gap, right? Where did we open?
Yep.
What was the price today? We just opened that.
33.95.
Yep. Yeah, 33.95. All right, so 33.95.
Vince, real quick, we are seeing the NASDAQ.
Mm-hmm.
Real quick, Vince, we are seeing the NASDAQ push really hard here. I know we're going through gold, but the NASDAQ is closing in on all-time highs after this CPI print. 23.845. Right. We'll get back to this chart in a second, but we are seeing the NASDAQ just rally pretty strong here.
There you go.
Off that CPI print. 23.813 last trade in the NASDAQ currently. I see the chat calling it out, so we are aware. We're going to go through these charts next, equities charts. Let's get back to gold really quick, Vince, so we can get over there. Yep. So you were saying the opening price, you're talking about the opening 720 central opening price?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. Yeah, 33.92.
Yes, we opened with the gap, right? We opened within the balance. We came back. We almost tagged settlement, but we're getting back into value from yesterday. So we can do a value area play, potentially get this market back up here to 34.12 and complete that special situation. However, if we get some steam to the upside, I could potentially see gold getting up to 34.32 at some point. That would probably be my target to the long side. Downside targets, we still have the overnight low sticking out there. And, there's a big tail that needs to be eaten down there from August 1st, and
Yep, that
downside.
August 1st was that CPI, that NFP day.
Yeah, I mean, if we eat the tail, I mean, that Pac-Man comes to life. It starts to gobble up those pellets there. Who knows? I mean, this thing could come all the way down to 33.60s.
33.60s. All right. Let's get into the equities. I am seeing a headline. U.S. Supercore CPI year over year came in at 3.21%. Prior was 3.02%. U.S. Supercore CPI month over month came in at 0.48%. Prior was 0.21. I don't know that I've seen a Supercore CPI number before, but it looks like that is what is getting the equities to rally. Before we get into the equities charts, JD, let's give us a little update on the stock index overnight.
Yep. So overnight, we did see a rally overnight prior to the CPI number. Stocks were up. Let's see, the Dow Jones up close to 200 points pre-number. NASDAQ and S&P both up about 0.4%, and we continue to rally after the CPI number came out. Again, consumer price index for July rose to 2.7% on an annualized basis, and we are seeing stocks continue to rally right now. Gold is also rallying at the moment. Overnight stocks in Asia close a little higher. Shanghai Composite up 0.5%, Nikkei up 2.15%, and the Hang Seng Index up 0.25%. Stocks in Europe currently trading a little mixed right now. We got the FTSE up 0.01%, the DAX down 0.35%, and the CAC up 0.3%. US dollar index down 0.3% to 98.22. We got the VIX down 6% this morning, 15.25 last print on the VIX. And the yield on the U.S. Treasury down just a little bit, 4.262% on that. All right, let's get into those equity charts.
Awesome stuff. Thank you, JD. Let's take a look at the S&P first. S&P on the daily. Hoag and I were talking about this yesterday. This is a market that looks like it wants to make an all-time high, but it just can't decide whether it's going to do it today, tomorrow, or next week. We did get a nice pullback yesterday. Obviously, we're seeing a reaction to this inflation data, positive reaction from the markets to this inflation data. S&P is currently trading 64.35. This is a market that's in an uptrend. Is it comfortable buying the high a day, especially when we get a day like yesterday? You see these pullbacks in these markets. It is not a runaway market, but for me, Vince, I am looking for opportunities to buy the dip here, especially if we're going to get some good inflation data. We're above the 20 moving average, which is down at 63.74, and less than a full percent off the all-time high in the S&P, just about a 0.5%. I am very conscious about having this long-term bias affect day trades, because we have to close our positions by the end of the day, right? And so if it's not going to, if it doesn't look like it's going to work out in the time frame of closing the position by 3 p.m. Central, then it may be a no trade. But if we get some pullback opportunities, I want to buy these markets. How are you looking at the S&P on the daily?
Yeah, on the daily. So same thing, if you can put a box around August 4th through the 11th, and then we'll cover that there. But we did have a bull flag here too, to catch a long on the daily, right? So if you're a longer time frame investor looking to get into a position, I probably would have gotten long, on this little bull flag there. But if we go back to August 4th, so that day we went up 91, right? So we went up 91 bucks, but we lost open interest. So to me, that was probably some shorts getting out of the market, lifting up the market, right? Then on the 5th, we had a build of open interest of 9,517. We lost a little bit of, we lost 30 bucks that day. But for 4 days straight, we had to build an open interest. And on August 8th, we had to build a 22,000. That's a pretty big number. And we were up 47 bucks on the day. And then yesterday, we had a decrease in volume. And we lost 6,000 in open interest approximately yesterday. So you can see that, a little bit of money flowing out of the market. We ended up with a red day down 1375. But overall, I'm bullish on the market. That inflation number wasn't hot, so that's maybe some fuel for the fire. But we don't know, anything can happen. But there was that bull flag opportunity on the longer time frame to get long, right here on August 5th, 6th area. If you were trying to get into this move, that's probably where I would have entered long side. And we'll see here. The high from July 31st is 64.6850. So it's not too far away. I mean, it's $50 away.
Right.
Right.
Any
Not
levels
even
that you're looking at?
20 some bucks away.
Yeah, just about 30 points away right now. Anything that you're
Yeah,
looking,
not
any
bad.
levels that you're looking at, let's take a look at a half an hour chart. We had overnight inventory pretty much flat. Again, not a surprise with the inflation data coming out. That has now changed. The market is responding pretty well to these numbers. We're up, 30 points from that print, about 40 points from that print.
Mhm.
On a half an hour chart, I'm looking at this 30-minute chart here. We have this white line, the 200 moving average on the 30-minute. We came down, tagged it right before that inflation data came out, and looking pretty bullish. I would almost consider this a satisfied pullback in these markets, and then looking for another opportunity, maybe somewhere within the range of the CPI candle. We still got about 12 minutes on this 30-minute candle to finish printing, but I'd be looking for some opportunity within this. Maybe this previous high or yesterday's high, which is at 64.31, or 50% of this CPI candle right now, which is around 64.22s, for some opportunity. We are seeing the market pull back just a little bit from that high. But this CPI candle for me, Coach Vince, is going to tell the story for the rest of the day. How is the
Mhm.
market responding to this inflation data? Right? We see price go, but is there actual volume behind this move? Are they supporting it? Is there enough? Have we attracted enough buyers to make a run at that all-time high? Or do we get stuck in this range because we still have data
Yep.
coming out later in the week? How are you looking at this 30-minute chart?
Well, we do have the overnight high still sitting up there, 64.42. Overnight low, 63.91 quarter. We're testing value high right now from back on July the 31st. So, and we're not too far away from the overnight high. Now, like we just talked about, potentially making another all-time high here. We're very, very close with that bullish candle off CPI. I could see it potentially, if the buyers could stay here, I could see us testing that, right? But, we do have value high from yesterday sitting at 64.2075. So if we test that level and we can hold it, I'm probably going to look to the long side. All right. That's probably about 50% of your candle there, Coach Jay.
Yeah, you said
so if we hold
64.2075.
Yeah, 64.2075, it just says value high. So if we could defend that level and not let the market fall back into that range, I do like the long side. But if it gives it up, we have a point of control sitting at 64.1450, value low at 64.02 half. And then we have the overnight low still to check, which is 63.91 quarter. Depending on how volatile this might get, we can maybe clear all of it out, and then still have a move, right? So
Right.
It's going to be interesting to see how we open here. So as of right now, if we remain up here, we're going to open with the gap. So it's going to be interesting. But I think for the long side, that 64.21 level is going to be an interesting area to watch, which is probably 50% of that candle, right?
Yep. Yeah, right around there. Everything's a zone,
Yeah.
right? Everything's a zone. So
Right. Everything
good
is
to know that
zone.
we're looking in the right places. I'm gonna go down to a shorter time frame chart really quick on this. I'm gonna look at this 3-minute candle since I trade on 3-minute charts, and I'm
Mhm.
gonna attach a VWAP to that CPI reaction. Right. So here's that 3-minute candle. I'm gonna attach a VWAP here. Uh, this is going to dictate how I trade for the rest of the day. Right? Does this volume leave this range? Are we attracting more buyers up here and heavier buyers? If this VWAP leaves the range, I'm more inclined to buy these markets. But we will see how that responds. That range again, 64.02 up to 64.29 for that 3-minute candle. All right. Anything else you
Yeah.
got
Another
on the
interesting
S&P?
place. Oops, sorry about that. Another interesting place for me to look for a long would be if we come back here and test settlement at 63.9975 at some point, because it's right up against value low area from yesterday, and that's where the buyers
Okay.
really had piled in the market. So even if we get a move back down there, that's an interesting level as well. So the 6421s and then the 6400 levels are going to be areas of interest for me today.
Awesome stuff. 63.99. Coach Vince looking for a
75.
potential long down there. 63.99.75. Remember, anything we say here is for educational purposes only, not considered trading advice. But that's a good spot to look, Coach Vince. Good spot to look. All right. We got a poll in the chat. What time frame would you like to see on the opening range trade in crude oil? Is it the 1 minute, the 3 minute, or the 5 minute opening range? Make sure you get your votes in there. We got 130 votes right now. 23% saying 1 minute, 26% with a 3 minute, and of course, the 5 minute opening range, 53%. Coach Vince, if you voted, or maybe you do vote, which one do you pick? 1, 3, or 5?
Well, Jay, for me, I've been watching the 5 minute since
Okay.
the last over 20 years. So
Gotcha.
I have to go with that one. However, a lot of times that 1 minute has a better trade location, less risk. And, sometimes that 5 minute, it gets too big and you miss the entire move, right? So
Right.
you got to really just check your own stats on them just to see like, hey, did the 1 minute and the 5 minute all work at the same day? Did one work, one didn't? And maybe track it that way. But,
Right.
I do like the less riskier 1 minute open range. So I have been watching that. And,
Gotcha.
but I watch the 5 mainly.
All right. Awesome stuff. Thank you for that. JDU, I think we got some news on crude oil before we get into these charts.
We sure do. So earlier this morning, we saw a little bit of a rebound in crude oil. Look, I was reading an article from oilprice.com, which is an excellent resource on oil and natural gas. Since that article was published, though, we have shed back some of those gains just a bit. Cumulatively, for the year, oil prices are down about 10% since the start of the year. That's a stat coming from Bloomberg. In a quote from ANZ analyst Daniel Hines, he said any peace deal between Russia and Ukraine would end the risk of disruption to Russian oil that has been hovering over the market. Is that a positive? Is that a negative? Yet to be seen, but still looking for headlines over that topic. I don't want to go too deep in the woods on it. But a peace deal between Russia and Ukraine could really have a strong effect on crude oil prices. So we'll be keeping an eye on the news tape for that. Not really expecting anything today, but it's in the back. It's on everybody's mind right now.
Awesome stuff.
If Trump and Putin, another quote from this article, if Trump and Putin fail to agree on a peace deal, the U.S. will likely go ahead with additional sanctions, including secondary ones for countries buying Russian oil. Such a development would have an immediate impact on oil prices, with estimates of the jump varying between $80 and $200 per barrel.
Whoa.
This is a hot topic in the crude oil market. What are the charts telling us,
$200.
though?
The chart's telling me if we start trading $200 crude oil, I think I know the market I'm going to be focused on JD. And I also think we found who skewed the poll. It's all of Coach Vince's students focusing on that 5 minute 5 minute opening range. They're skewing the poll to the 5 minute. But
I'd expect nothing less. The 5 minute.
all right, always the 5 minute. 52% of the vote right now. Make sure you get your votes in there though. We appreciate it. The chat voting there. On the daily in crude oil, we are now using this 200 moving average on the daily, which is at 64.24. Looks like as a resistance, we have it very close to the high of the session over the past couple of days. We hear some of the news in crude oil fundamentally maybe bearish for prices right now if we are getting that peace deal done. But if not, maybe we do see prices, and $200 crude is insane. But on the daily, still not much as far as direction goes. We are still pretty range bound near the lower extreme of the range right now. But we do need to find some buyers if we're going to pop back up into this range. That 200 moving average again acting as a resistance. Coach Vince, what are you seeing in crude oil?
Yeah, so crude oil. Well, going back to $200 crude real quick, Coach Jay. JD, you probably remember, but back in 08, I think it was 07, 08, crude oil hit like $145 a barrel under President Bush Jr. So crude oil was rocking back then. You know, it was crazy. And the funny thing is, gas was at the same price it is now at $145 crude. You know, we're at 60 crude, and we're still at the same price in gas. So that's interesting. But
I
here
do
on the
remember
daily,
when that happened. I do remember when that happened. And do you remember Boone Pickens, the the oil and gas magnate?
Oh, yeah.
D. Boone Pickens. I remember his quote vividly. He came out and said, "We will never see $80 oil again." And then just a few short years later, we were well below 80. But it's one of those memorable quotes. We'll never see $80 oil again. Here we are. We've gone negative since then.
Yeah. Be careful speaking into absolutes in the market. Careful speaking in absolutes. On this daily, what are you seeing, Coach Vince? Vince, you might be muted. Can you guys hear Coach Vince?
I cannot. Something just happened there.
I think I can hear you now, Vince. Nope, we lost him.
Let's check in the back. Do we get muted in the back? Hey, Vince, why don't you reconnect? Yeah, reconnect to vMix. Make sure you got the right mic selected. Jay, why don't you get started on this chart?
Yeah, so let's take a look at the half an hour chart in crude oil. Taking a look at last night's open. Here's the first 30-minute range. I'm always going to mark that out just to kind of get my bearings for the day. We can see we saw that 200 daily moving average be a resistance. It's also and because we're so consolidated, all these moving averages are around the same price. That 200 moving average on the 30-minute chart is up there as well, right? 64.26.
Yep.
You know, this market looks heavy. Again, fundamentally, news is bearish, but I'm also thinking, what kind of ranges are we seeing in crude? It's been, some $2 ranges over the past couple of days, which is nice to trade, decent opportunity. I haven't traded it much, but I'm looking at this as a market that is at the lower extreme of the range. We have this highest volume 30-minute candle, which was from August 8th on the week so far. I believe that was inventories, and we are just right in the middle of that. Hoag and I were talking about this yesterday, but if you attach a VWAP to that candle, it's pretty much a flat line, which is saying fade the extremes of the range. We can see it now. What do you call that exact extreme? Are we hitting the high of this candle? We're not, right? 64.50s, but anywhere up, up above 64s, 64.15 to 64.30 has been a decent opportunity to short. And it looks like 63 area is a decent opportunity to take it a long trade. The way I'm looking at this, these might be all day trades if you're getting into crude oil. So, if I was to trade it, I'd trade it with a pretty wide stop outside of this range. And if this range wants to break, great. Then I'm wrong about this trade. But right now, that looks like our range, 62.75 up to 64.50. And really, we're trading a lot more consolidated in the middle of that. Coach Vince, we got your audio now?
Yep. Think so.
Sounds good. What are you seeing here?
All right. Awesome. Yeah, so like you said earlier, we are below the 200-day. We're flirting with the 200-day, right? We're just below it. But we are, like you said, in an area there might be some support. There's been some support here for earlier in June, the end of June, towards the end of June. But on the 30, excuse me, yesterday we had a neutral center day trading range bound, right? The day prior to that, we had a big push down and then a rally up. So we poked down there around 62.75s and then we rallied, and then we had that range bound day yesterday. But on my chart, on the 30-minute, there was an excellent reversal pattern up around 69.50. So if you scroll out a little bit, that brought the market down here to the 63.50 level. All right, so there was a reversal pattern up there, 69.50 that took place. And I have this trend line coming across from July 30th across August 1st high. So if you draw a line there, and then we take another line and we draw it from August 1st through August 6th high and down. We're in between two potential channels, right? So we're testing the bottom of the channel. There might be a long opportunity here with a target of say 64.90. If we could hold these lows, right? We're up in the support zone. If this gives, right, then we're gonna press downside down probably to the 60, 59, 50 level. But if we hold this area here, I like kind of the long side, using this as kind of an area where we may potentially bounce up against this support. I mean, 62.80, 62.79 is the wick low from August 8th. So that might be enough to hold the market. But we don't know, right? ACH, but there is some excess down there at the low. So there might be an interesting opportunity coming here in crude oil.
Awesome. Thank you for that, Coach Vince. We got the poll closed, 412 votes. It looks like we are going to be taking the 5-minute opening range trade in crude oil. Again, crude is open. We do have that 1-minute opening range. High to low is about, what are we looking at here? 16 ticks. Got 63.55 as the high, 63.39 as the low. Looks like that's going to end up being the 3-minute opening range as well. So about a 16-tick opening range. Not a whole lot of risk on this trade if we were to take it here, but no trigger on the 1-minute opening range yet. Tig, you're right. It's always the 5. 3-minute opening range.
I mean, it's been fun, right? Open range trades.
Yeah.
What was the record, JD? 48 minutes in the 1-minute open range?
Something like that, yeah. We didn't get triggered into the trade until after the opening call segment. So it was during fast markets when we finally got triggered into that trade. But it held that 1-minute opening range for close to an hour. Impressive.
Wow.
Pretty insane. We got about a minute and a half before this 5-minute opening range closes. Pretty tight range, again, 16 ticks. So we would not be taking a whole lot of risk on this. I want to check in on gold really quick to see what gold kind of holding that CPI candle as well.
Mm-hmm.
And we will get to the NASDAQ in just a couple minutes here after this crude oil trade.
Gold did hit settlement, It finally hit it.
It did it. What price was settlement? You said 34.04?
34.0470.
34.0470. Awesome. And where do you have settlement in crude oil, Coach Vince?
Crude, let me see. Hold on. Crude oil, I have it at. There we go. 63.96.
63.
What's funny? August 7th and August 8th. So August 7th, the crude oil settled at 63.88. August 8th, guess where it settled?
Price. Same price.
63.88.
That is a range.
There was not even a
10-cent
move by the end of the 8th by the settlement.
That is what we call balance. Still no trigger here. The 1-minute opening range looks like it may be triggering along here. Somebody's defending that high. There we go. What do you have the range in the micros, JD?
I've got a high 63.56, low 63.38. I'm working a stop to enter above. Let me change my quantity here. I'm gonna switch over to
micro low is 63.38. The micro low.
Yeah, it's usually a little off.
Wow, it's a 7-tick arbitrage on that.
What's the low in the mini?
I have
again?
the micro low.
31 is
39.
We just got triggered into a longs. 63.59. How's it going long? 5 micro crude.
My bad. I was looking at a 30. Yeah, no, you're good. 31 is the low. We're long?
We are long, 63.59. We've got our stop just below the current low. Taking about $150 worth of risk on this trade.
Nice. I like it.
Count is long crude off the 5-minute opening range. So 1 minute, 3 minute, 5 minute, all triggering longs.
We're in the same trade here. Nice. Coach Vince was saying, you did like the long, maybe a move up to settlement, 63.96. We do have an overnight VWAP in crude oil at 63.85. So let's see how this trade plays out. Ideally, these opening range trades are, you just leave them on all day. Leave it for the auto liquidator. Auto liquidator has to do his job. Let's see how this one plays out.
Yeah, I mean,
JD, before we
if we get back to yesterday, we could bring this market all the way back up to 64.30s. I like a move all the way up to 65 to 65.20. To be honest with you, I mean, it might sound crazy, but it's happened before, right? We've gotten a $4 move in one day, so $2 move. There's potential here if we can get this cooking. We need to get back in yesterday's value though.
It only sounds crazy until it works, Vince.
Right.
It only sounds
exactly,
crazy
right?
until it works. Yep. Absolutely. JD, before we get into the NASDAQ chart, I think we got some more news that we want to cover, and then we'll go over the NASDAQ.
Yeah, we actually had another number out earlier this morning, the NFIB Small Business Optimism Index. That's the National Federation of Independent Business. Small business sentiment is up. This is an article from Reuters earlier this morning. Small business sentiment rose in July, though owners are becoming increasingly uncertain about the economic outlook and many worried about the quality of labor available. The Small Business Optimism Index rebounded 1.7 points to 100.3 last month, with some viewing business conditions as better and reporting that it is a good time to expand. So positive numbers for small business owners out there, or potential small business owners. We didn't see much movement off that number, but it's hard to say what numbers are actually going to be moving markets. On a CPI day, everyone's just waiting for that big report, but there were some other reports out. Taking a little bit of heat on this crude oil trade now. Again, the risk is not that wide. It was a pretty tight opening range, and we've got our stop just below the overnight low, which I don't really like.
Above that overnight low, yeah.
Should we go above the overnight low?
Are you above or below the overnight low right now?
We're below. We're a couple ticks below the overnight low. So we are
Gotcha.
liquidity right now on the downside. If we run to take out the overnight low, which I suspect we're going to do.
Yeah, it looks like it. It looks a little heavy here. Crude down 0.77% on the day. 1% down puts us somewhere near 63s. And this trade doesn't look great, but a risk is defined. Risk is defined on this one. You think you're cutting it early, JD, or just going to leave it?
Let it run. Again, we're not taking a whole lot of risk on this trade. $150. It's a paper cut. So we'll let it play out. I won't Lenny it, as Hoag would say. It's not looking.
Let's just look away and be surprised. Be surprised at the results.
Switching over to equities.
Just don't look at it. All right, Coach Vince. Let's take a look at the NASDAQ. Take a look at the NASDAQ really quick. Got about 20 minutes before fast markets on the daily in the NASDAQ. It looked like we were going to push an all-time high there. High the session so far, 23.8, 22.25. Our all-time high, 23.845 in the NASDAQ futures. We did have an all-time high close that was last Friday, but we have not taken out that all-time high by price just yet. What are you seeing here on the daily chart in the NASDAQ, Coach Vince? Lost your audio there again, Vince.
The NASDAQ's been a little bit different than the ES. It's been waffling open interest. So it's been up and down for the last week. So we had 4 out of 6 days. We actually had, let's see, 3 builds and then 4 builds, 2 negatives in open interest in the NASDAQ. Yesterday we sold down $76. Volume has been decreasing the last 2 days. So is the auction starting to wean, right? Is it slowing down? Who knows? But, we have 2 days of decreasing volume. We have a loss of open interest yesterday. We ended up down on the day. We do have a wick high up there on the July 31st candle. Are the sellers defending that zone? That's in my mind. It seems like the sellers, every time we get up to there, they've been defending it for 2 days now. Are they going to defend it today, or are we going to finally blow through it and run the stops? So right now, I am bullish. We did have bull flag attempt where we could have bought this market back on August the 5th with a pretty decent trade. But, we're going to see today. I mean, if we can't take out the high, excuse me, I could see us having a pretty decent pullback.
Good stuff. Let's
So
take a
it's
look
all
at
about
the
if we
30
can
minute.
take out this high.
Take a look at the 30-minute chart here. We are, again, above that 200 moving average on the 30-minute. We saw the S&P tag it, the NASDAQ holding up just a little bit stronger maybe. But we still need to attract new buyers. The way this market made all-time highs through July was very reluctant. Right? We'd make an all-time high and then sell off 150 points. Make an all-time high, sell off 200 points. So it's not the most convincing move up, which is why, I think, you still have to take some caution buying this, right? It's not just a blind buy, because I don't know who's trading the NASDAQ right now for a day trade with a, 250 point stop, right? And we're seeing the market pull back pretty strong on some of these days. On the 30-minute, I do have that CPI candle marked out. On the 30-minute, the low is 23,661.75. The high is 23,822.25, high of the session so far. We're right back at 50% of it right now. Again, I'm going to attach a VWAP to that and see how the market responds. If this VWAP stays flat throughout the session, for me, the trade is fade the extremes until we get a breakout. If we start to see volume move in any direction, got the sneezes today. If we start to see the volume move in any direction, then I'll follow that volume. But again, more inflation data, more data to come out later in the week. Is this the knee-jerk reaction? And then we see the market settle until we get more information. So, if we break out above that CPI high, why not go test the all-time high at that point? It's another 20 points. What's 20 points in the NASDAQ? But again, we need to attract those buyers for that move to sustain. Anything else you're seeing on the 30-minute, Coach Vince?
Yeah, so yesterday, we ended the day with a late spike to the downside, and we've rejected the late spike so far. Even though we're not in regular trading hours yet. So the late spike is sitting at the base 23,650.75. All right, so that is the base of the late spike. Right now, we're above the base of the late spike, so I'm probably going to be, hunting for longs, depending on, how we open. If we get below the base of the late spike and we have acceptance down there, then maybe I'm going to flip and look for short opportunities. But the low of the base of the late spike is let's see, spike low 23,587.50. So we're going to be careful in that area, right? So there's rejection right now down there, so that would become support. So we're going to have to see how this market trades. But right now we're rejecting that, so I am long biased at the moment, until something changes. We do have excess at the low here from back on August the 8th. Running all the way down here to 23,537.50. So the market could get all the way down there into that 580s and still be kind of bullish for me. So that's what I'm looking at today. But we have value high. We have an overnight high that's still in place, right? We didn't take it out in regular trading hours yet. 23,822 quarter. So I could see us potentially maybe trying to gun for that. The U.S. markets are they don't like to leave overnight highs and lows.
Yeah, we hear
I don't know
Hoag
if
say that all the time.
or what. Or we're like, we're going to be the ones to put in the high for the day, not you.
I set the price, not you. That all-time high that we have was set in the overnight session, right? That was set in the London session. We still have not taken it out yet, but it is looking like a target up there. It also kind of feels like whenever we make a run at that high, we're talking about 24,000s in the NASDAQ. So I think we have to make sure, buyers got to make sure right now whether or not they want to be trading 24,000s. Maybe they're building inventory for that run up, but we will see what the markets bring. Anything else you got on the NASDAQ, Coach Vince?
No, just the base of that light spike is really what's intriguing to me. So that, like I said, keep an eye on that 23,650.75 level, and see where we're trading around that. Sometimes we'll chop up and down around it and it doesn't go anywhere, right? But, that is going to be my point of interest today.
I like that. Thank you, Coach Vince. JD, I think we got time for some fun news.
We do. Here's a little fluff piece for the day. Are you feeling retro? Because you know what today is? It's National Vinyl Record Day. If you're not in the habit of listening to LPs, you can go find your old turntable. Go find your old turntable in the attic or basement, hook it up, and spin some tunes. While vinyl records left the music industry mainstream decades ago, they've made a comeback among audiophiles. Some top artists have been releasing their albums on vinyl in recent years. Another way to celebrate, visit your local record store. You can post photos to social media, hashtag Vinyl Record Day.
Good stuff. You guys got any vinyls? I just showed one here. I got a Richard Pryor vinyl. Shout out to my grandma who gave me a collection of my grandfather's vinyls after I had to cover the name on that one.
There you go.
But gave me a collection of vinyls that my grandfather had. Here's a Curtis Mayfield Superfly. Keep these on the shelf behind
That's
me.
awesome.
I'll play them every once in a while. But
there you go.
Yeah. Shout out to Vinyl Records.
Cool.
Shout out to my grandfather. He would literally
man.
come home with a new record every day. Right after work, he would just go to a record store, and every day he had them. So I have like a bunch of like 33s here. There's probably 600 records just sitting here, and there's a ton more at their house still that I was just like, I don't have the storage for all of these. So yeah, shout out to Vinyl Records.
Awesome.
Very nice.
All right. Anything else we got? I think we went through all the markets. JD, who's on the calendar for the day? Who's on our schedule?
We got a good day. It's going to be a great day of tradertainment here at Topstep. Coming up next in Fast Markets, we've got Braden C. and Jesse A. joining Andre Jack, and might even get a visit from the Trader-in-Chief, MP. We'll see. Possibly. They'll possibly be dipping in. Later on this morning, welcome back to the Thunderdome. Coach Jay is going to be here with Fatima and Carlos P. Morning recap. Me and Jack will be in here recapping our morning trades. We're still in this crude oil trade right now, by the way. Later, after that, Lunchbox Trading. We got Coach Jay coming back with one of his lunatics. Topstep VIP. Jason E. is going to be joining us for that. Then, back to the futures. Coach Jay, Michael M., and myself will be hamming it up and trading it up for Back to the Futures. Closing out the day in Power Hour with Andre, John London, and our man Jack. So make sure you are sticking around. Stay tuned in. We've got a great day of tradertainment coming your way.
Awesome stuff. Thank you for that, JD.
Awesome.
This is normally where Hoag is going to go through that checklist. I don't have it queued up, but I would be doing Hoag a disservice if I did not mention the checklist. So I'm going to find the link to it. I'll put it in the chat. But you should already have it because we share it every day. Make sure you go through that checklist. Make sure you're prepared for the day. Just mentally kind of in the right space. Maybe physically in the right space if you got a workout in before your trading day. Maybe while you wait for a trade, you do some push-ups at your desk. I know Jack and I were talking about doing push-ups for losing trades last week. Whatever it is to kind of get ready for the markets. We just went through 45 minutes of levels, identifying levels, setting a game plan for the day. And I think while it's important to have a game plan, it's also important to be loose with that game plan because the market is going to provide new information as the day goes on. So be willing to kind of adjust your plan on the fly if the market does change, right? If we stick to our plan and have a bias and say, hey, the market has to do this. I don't know about you guys, but anytime I've felt that the market had to do something, it did the exact opposite. So if I think it has the potential to do something, then we can manage a trade from there. But if I say the market has to do this, the market reminds me that I do not control it. So have a game plan, be willing to change, be willing to execute when your game plan does line up with what the market thinks. Coach Vince, how do you prep for your day? I know you use that emotional trade journal with your VIPs a lot.
Yep. Yeah. So I always do my trade journal entries to see how I am doing emotionally, right? But every day I check all my levels: volume, open interest, highs and lows of previous sessions, value areas. I go through a lot of prep work. I spend more time probably prepping for markets than I do trading. It's you got to get a game plan, right? You go into any type of athletic, sport, and you come into the game with a plan, right? You know your opponent, and then you study their film, and then you try to, try to do the best you can to defeat your opponent. Same thing I do here with trading. I'm looking to see where traders might be, stuck, right? Like if overnight inventory is extended, what happens to them if they don't get what they're looking for, right? So there's things like that. So you need to know your opponent, know both sides of the market. If you're a trend trader, spend time learning range trade. You don't have to be a range bound trader, but learn both sides of the market so you can gauge kind of what the other guy is thinking, right? And try to get in their head, because when the range trader is stuck, right, they're puking their trades too. And when the trend trader is winning, the vice versa, whatever. So just know your opponent and do the homework. You got to come into every day with a plan, and sometimes you need to deviate from the plan because it changes. The cards get changed. They deal a new hand. Like right now in this crude trade, it's not working out too well, but we're going to see what happens here going forward. But come in with a plan.
Absolutely.
And check your emotions before you start trading.
Check yourself, Vince. Check yourself. Come in with
check yourself before you wreck yourself. Remember that
song? Absolutely. JD, you got anything you want to say before we're going to be on air a little bit later, JD, together? But anything you want to say before we go into fast markets?
Well, I'll continue to monitor this crude oil trade. It's not looking too good right now. I think we're toast on this one. We're nearly to our exit price. Again, we got our stop just below the overnight low. CYA down at 63.29. We're about 10 ticks away from there right now. Again, we're trading micros. Opening range wasn't very wide in crude, so we're not taking a whole lot of risk on this trade, just about 150 bucks. But I've got that feeling we're going for that overnight low before we turn around possibly.
Mm-hmm.
But I'll be jumping in during fast markets to update you all on this trade.
Awesome. Thank you for that, JD. This is normally where Hoag would send us into fast markets. Everyone's asking how Hoag's doing. He's okay. He's doing fine. He's just taking some rest this week. He may be back on Friday, but we'll see. We got a cast of coaches coming in for opening call. Tomorrow we'll have Coach Paul. Coach Vince will be back on Thursday. And then maybe we get Hoag back on Friday, but Hoag is doing well. Thanks for asking, everyone. JD, you want to play rock, paper, scissors for who sends us into fast markets, or you want me to take it?
Just take it. Just do it.
Just take it. I got it. All right. We have fast markets coming up with Andre, Jack, Braden, Jesse, and maybe MP. This has been TopStep TV. Thank you all for joining us this morning. Hit that thumbs up button, like, and subscribe if you haven't done so already. We got fast markets coming to you in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
Yes, sir. Good morning, everybody. Yes, the sound I love to hear. Get your imputed CPI numbers into the gate. Andre, take it away.
Imputed, you say? I got to look that up in the dictionary. Anyways, welcome everybody to TopStep TV. This is Fast Markets. Who we got in the house? We got number 156 in the house. We got Braden in the house, and we got Jesse, number 99. Let's 175. 15, I should say. Sorry about that. Let's get right into it. Braden C back in the house. How's it going? Thoughts coming into this Tuesday trade?
Yeah, just right underneath the all-time highs again. I want to see the opening bell kind of push back up to the highs, and then hopefully we can just really follow the trend and make it a pretty painless day just to play this thing long to the upside on NQ.
I like it. Very good. Jesse, welcome aboard. Welcome to Fast Markets. Thoughts coming into this Tuesday?
What's going on, guys? Good morning. Happy to be back. Yeah, I'm actually looking for pullbacks into support zones to possibly get long and see if we can get a little push back up, test those highs. It's just looking like we're going to continue that trend and maybe float our way higher throughout the rest of the week. We got CPI came in and, a little knee-jerk reaction, but nothing crazy happening really.
Very good. Talk about that imputed CPI. Jack, thoughts on that CPI? We got close to all-time highs in the NASDAQ. Came within 20 points there. Came within, about 20 points in the ES all-time highs. Imputed CPI, Jack. Please explain to me. I'm asking for a friend.
Well,
what does that mean?
We'll talk more about the 35% of the CPI that is imputed now. But before we get to the bell, I do want to show one thing. We're going to take JP Morgan to task. We're going to test them today.
Oh, we are.
Andrea, if we have that one news story, let's see how
here we
they
go,
do.
right
So this was JP Morgan's game plan this morning based on the monthly change in core CPI. Where we fell was 0.32. They say a 35% odds that CPI comes in that range. That might lead the S&P 500 to end the day little changed or gain as much as 0.75%. Well, so far, so good for them. We are right now up 0.36% in the ES. So let's see if JP Morgan is right.
Oh, JP Morgan, we are putting you to task, taking you to task today. All right, let's take a look at these prices. That last trade, the NASDAQ, 23,735. Again, all-time highs, 23,784. We got within 24 points or so off that CPI print. Let's take a look at the ES, 64.23. Last trade there, all-time highs, 64.68. Look at crude oil, $63.51. And gold beneath 3,400 bucks, trading 33.96. 33.96. Braden, Jesse, do you guys have a P&L coming into the day? Braden, I saw you put up a big number yesterday. You want to talk to me about that?
Yesterday was kind of I took some trades in the overnight session. Once again, sometimes whenever you have just some long trades in NQ in the overnight session, sometimes I have trouble remembering exactly. I take a good amount of trades, and the goal for me really was to make $500 here, $500 there, and eventually I did get to like a $1,500, $2,000 P&L. And then at that point, I have that stacked on top of my daily loss limit, which I wasn't really ready to risk the daily loss limit, plus give all the profits back. But at the same time, to have big days like that, you kind of got to get aggressive. So
I like it. Well, you put up around $7,000 yesterday, I want to say, give or take. I believe it was 7. Oh, did I lose? I believe Braden put up around $7,000 yesterday.
Not bad.
So the markets were slow. Markets weren't giving us anything, but yes, there is opportunity. There is opportunity. Again, we had that CPI print about an hour or go. Jesse, any prices you are looking for? Price interest. I don't know that I've been on fast markets with you. Are you NASDAQ trader, ES trader? What is your market of choice, Jesse?
So NASDAQ is what I like to trade the most. Right now, I'm looking for on the, looking at trading micros and just looking for that 23,690 area, see if that level can hold support on pullbacks. If it does, I might look for a long setup there off of that. Yesterday was a pretty good day for me, made about $1,000. And today I haven't taken any trades. So just sitting on my hands and watching, trying to be patient and wait for, a solid setup to try to nail a good trade on it.
What was that price again, Jesse? One more time. I'm sorry.
Looking at 23,690 zone. So at 23,700, especially with the NASDAQ, you got to give it a zone.
Yeah, yes, you do have to give it a zone. Indeed. All right, 5 seconds till the opening bell. House account is long. House account is long. 5 micro crude from $63.59, about 10 cents in the heat right now. But here we are open. Here we go. Hey. Little bit of buying in the ES right out of the gates. Again, about 15 or 20, 16 points.
Lasted 1 second. We had 1 second of selling on the open, and then we're pumping a little bit. Okay, beautiful. Yeah.
Jack, throw to 64.26 last trade in the ES. If we get down those 6400s, those have been defended quite a bit. Any prices you got your eye on in the ES, Jack?
Right here, right now is about 6,400 in the SPX. So that's a big fat round number that a lot of people will be looking at. For the dip, between 60 in the ES, between like 6,410 6,400. We need to retrace pretty much all of the CPI candle. That's maybe where I'm looking to buy.
You got CPI candle started right around 64.02 or so. We got gold buyers coming in here right now, still beneath 3,400 bucks, 33.98, so $2 beneath 3,400. Tilt 50.54 now. Brady, any prices you got your eyes on in the NQ?
Really, I'm just looking for this the CPI candle to kind of hold and not get retraced too much by the opening candle, to be honest with you. If this starts to retrace too deep, it's going to maybe start testing support as of the close of yesterday. We do have VWAP down there at 689, so maybe I'll be looking at that. But more or less, yeah, now or never. I'm kind of looking for buyers to hold this level so that we can try to rotate back up to the highs. And right now it's getting sold through the 20s, but maybe VWAP at this point.
You got VWAP around what, 689 you said?
Yeah, 690.
690 is very good. Okay. A little pop here in the Dow. Nothing really jumping off the page yesterday. Here comes a little bit of selling here. 23,710 in the NASDAQ. And overnight right around 690s in overnight VWAP. ES 6420. I got overnight VWAP in the ES at 6415. We just jumped on the ladder there. Let's see that. It's a couple of 400 lots getting posted in the NASDAQ yesterday. We'll see if those orders do come in. Make sure everyone is locked in right now. ES downside, nothing really jumping off the page just yet. Yeah, we had that huge CPI print. Hey, well, go ahead, Braden.
It's important, yeah. For me, sometimes when you have data come out in a lower volume environment, in this case, it was an hour or two before the open. Right now is the opening bell, right? We're trying to gauge the sentiment of this market. Yes, it's kind of near all-time high, so we, in my opinion, want to be trading it long. But at the same time, got to be patient because you'll see sometimes these data candles or the CPI candles or whatever it is. Once you have true sentiment and actual volume behind some of these orders, things can really change quickly. So I kind of want to see more or less buyers hold some sort of structure. In this case, I kind of want to see the 700s level hold. If they can hold that for 15, 20 minutes, then I'll be looking for the next move higher.
What if we get beneath 700s, Braden? We get down to those 690s, notice 680s. I got overnight lows 608. Do you change the sentiment? Obviously, you're looking for longs. That makes sense. Getting close to all-time highs. Maybe some people may question that. Why are you looking at long at all-time highs? Well, you're not fighting the trend there. But if we get beneath those 700s, beneath 690s, do you change the sentiment, or do you want to see how we get to those prices beneath 700?
Yeah, it's supposed to be how we approach those levels, but no, I'm really only trying to take this market long. And the thing is, I was streaming it yesterday, and I was trading the sell off right there into the close, and I had y'all pulled up, and I was watching the stream, and I was doing my own stream, and it was like, man, I really only want to be trading this market long, but I'm watching how we're coming down and testing these lows, and it's coming down in a very strong selling move. And so I'm not just going to jump into it because it's approaching support. There's a lot of selling volume on this. I'm going to wait. And so just because I didn't take longs on the sell-off, I at least avoided taking some losses on it.
Well done. $7,000 yesterday. The markets were slow. There's no opportunity. This market stinks. Look, there is opportunity. It's got to grind it out. Dar, we got some more buying coming in here in the ES, up about 15 points or so since that bell rang, trading 64.33, closing in on overnight highs. About 9 points to go there. Of 64.42. Jesse, are you looking for the long side, short side? No, you're looking around 690, just like Braden was. What if we don't get there? How do you adapt? How do you change up your approach?
Yeah, we got down there to 710, and I wanted a little bit deeper to jump in there, get long, and we didn't get there. And look at that, bro. It's showing that a lot of buyers are still in play here. They're just it's slingshot. It was like a trampoline. It got really close by, and then bang. So I show some strength there. I'll watch and see. Maybe we do get back down there and it shows some strength again. Maybe get long there. Just hold that stop underneath that 90 zone. The only way I would adjust really is if we get back up here to the highs, maybe make like a fake out, and then maybe I'll actually switch my bias short for a scalp, not to hold for a short trend or anything like that. Just sell what, get short where I would be selling, taking some profits off. I don't think I'd look to get short if we get under 700 because I think we'll just get a little bit choppy unless somehow it has a lot of volume to the downside. I won't be interested in participating in anything down there because it'll just be in like that middle consolidation zone, and I tend to not trade very well in those zones. I like the clean upside or the clean downside.
That makes sense. Well, look at this. We got more heavy long tilts in the NASDAQ. We saw this yesterday. 77% long in the NASDAQ, 75% long in the ES. Average price of those longs in the NASDAQ, 23,760. They are in the money there. Look at the average price of those longs in the ES, 64.28 in the money as well. Heavy long tilts right out of the gate. Jack, I took a look at 10-year. Not a whole lot of change there. FedWatch looks like we're in the 90% probability for a rate cut in September. What does this do in terms of just your outlook? CPI, everything under control, Jack? Or
Yeah,
what are we
we're
thinking?
back to that happening. Interestingly enough, though, the 10-year and the bonds both retraced. They both moved pretty decently lower in the yields right off the CPI number, and then they've completely retraced it. So we're trading around 4.3% yield in the 10-year right now. 30-year, we're looking at a 4.88. So basically, bonds completely rebounded from the number. Stocks are still a good deal higher. We're holding above that 6,400 SPX, trading 6,410 right now SPX. So bonds have retraced, stocks have not.
Funny how that works. Stocks never retrace, really, Jack, do they? It's just up and to the right. No, I'm kidding. We do have a speaker. We got Barkin at the top of the hour. Then we got Schmidt after that. So we got some Fed speakers coming at you in the next hour or so. We'll keep you posted on that throughout the day here on Topstep TV. Let's get into the formalities. Upper left-hand corner, you got the hashtag Fast Markets, hashtag Power Hour. Hit us up at Topstep TV on the X. We saw some awesome Trader Station setups yesterday. What was that? About 5 or 6 screens, monitors. I'll talk to Braden and Jesse, see what their setup is like. But hit us up at Topstep TV on the X. Hashtag Power, hashtag Fast Markets. We'll turn that around to everyone during Power Hour. While you're at it, please click subscribe. We're closing on 177,000 subscribers. Which means we're closing in on 200,000 subscribers. We've got some things in the works for you, but that's down the road. Click on that thumbs up. Click on that bell, upper right-hand corner of the YouTube. We greatly appreciate it. Also, pinned to the top of the chat, Topstep daily levels. Those we got 500 lot upside, 6438, 1,000 lot, 6438 offered 1,000 times in the ES. 1,000 lot to 1,100 lot now. 6438 offered 1,100 times.
That's JP Morgan trying to protect this from going above 0.75.
Yes, they are. Look at this. 1,000 lot. There we go. In there. 6438. Filled. Those Topstep daily levels pinned to the top of the chat. Those are updated, refreshed before every New York Open. Clicking on that, have a little real estate on the screen. If you don't, do you one better, click on that indicators tab, top of Topstep X. Type in Topstep daily levels. Boom, have them slap overlaid right there on your charts as the ES Bulls keep pushing this thing higher, about 4 points away from overnight high, 64.38 half. NASDAQ trading 23,788. Heard Jesse talking about those 710s, Jesse. Those would have been nice, but we didn't get the pullback as deep as we may have wanted, so you didn't go chasing. How do you reassess from here, Jesse?
Right now, I'm just keeping an eye, looking at the SPY. I think we just made a new all-time high, or at least we're testing the all-time high. If we start to reject that level, I might see if the NQ is slowing down and take a little scalp short. Not looking to hold on for a big dump. I don't think we're going to get a huge dump. As a matter of fact, I think we're just going to push on through all this level, but at least a little scalp, put something on the board, give a little cushion, and maybe we get a little setup later. If we get a pullback, maybe into 750, I'll see how it acts there. It might get long in front of 750. Earlier, it was a level of resistance here, just a slight little level of resistance. We couldn't get through it. We finally broke through it. Big increase in volume. We had a brief pullback into that little level here, 56, and then look at us right back to the 90s, about to tap 800. So
look at that.
We could play this either way. I would prefer that pullback down here, maybe get long. Sorry, guys, sore throat. Maybe get long and see if we can get, a really nice U-shaped pattern back up through the highs there. Maybe we can break out over 825.
Yeah. For those asking, was that a buy or a sell? Jack, how that 1,000 lot was on the offer. Was that a buy or a sell? It was a sell. The 1,000 lot they were trying to offer, they're trying to sell, but it did get bought.
It means I'll do a better job buying it too, but
yeah. Oh, how about this? 80% long in the NASDAQ now on the tilt. We can get up to the highs. Can we get up to the highs? Get all-time highs in
buy order. I've got a buy order for NQ at 23,777 as we kind of pull back. I'm looking for this to run back up to 800s, possibly break it, then go take the pre-market highs. If I even get filled. It looks strong. Looks really strong.
I want to take that pull. How many times, Braden, do you look to get long?
How many times
trying
do I
to-
look to get long?
Yeah, well, what's the size on the bid? Or with 3 lot, 4 lot, 2 lot? My bad.
Oh, sorry. 10 micros.
10 micros. Thank you. I
10
need
micros,
that.
yeah.
Listen, my apologies there. Speaking like a caveman here, Braden. Come on. I gotta do better than
I thought
that.
you meant like how many times I try to play it or something. I was like,
No, how many times you trying to buy that level of 23,777? Yeah, we got Barkin speaking at the top of the hour. Top of the hour. We got the 80% long tilt in the NASDAQ right now, up around the highs. 23,797, call it. That 1,000 lot did jump in there, Jack. Just something to take note of. Again, that was 648. 648. So 748. Oh, sorry. That was in 64.38. Come on, Andre. In the ES. Oh, 1,000 times there. Keep an eye on this tilt. Oh, they're there. Okay. Nothing on the ladder just yet. Yeah, Jack.
So I wanted to talk more about the Nvidia stuff at some point. Some news
Oh,
from a little bit earlier. China orders companies to halt Nvidia chip orders. Order applies to ByteDance, Alibaba, others. So that is why right now Nvidia is just basically flat right now, not doing its usual melt up with this.
Jack, regarding that news about regarding that news about giving 15% of revenue from AMD and Nvidia for a Chinese chip sold to the government, what's your take on that? What do you make of that?
Well, I got a
just
better
think- I don't
take.
know
I
what my-
actually got a call last night. I was already in bed, and I got a call from my friend who works for an unnamed chip company, and he's a trade lawyer. He's had a very busy few months, and he just wanted to talk about how crazy he thought this deal was. So basically, they sent a letter. There's export controls on certain types of chips for Nvidia, so they make a China chip, which this is, which is supposed to be like just under whatever the maximum amount of power regulations, whatever like that is. So they made it, and then they got a letter from the government a few months ago that says actually you can't send this. So all that stuff's been in limbo, and then they negotiate and come up with this deal. Like we couldn't really think of a comparable thing where it's just like, okay, actually you can sell it, but we got to get a taste. We got to get 15%. Very unusual
okay.
deal.
It is. Okay,
Especially because
so-
presumably when you send that letter, the reasoning is for like national security concerns, right?
Yes.
That's why you say they can't sell it. But now you're like, well, for 15%, you can sell it. It's really
Is that
friggin'
what
weird.
it is? Is that what all it is? All right, guys, you can sell the powerful chip as long as we get our take. Oh boy.
Now it's still not the
Okay.
most powerful. It's still the like chip they made to export to China. But like,
Okay.
is it a
Company.
national security problem or is it not? It's a little like extortive. Anyway, that's my thoughts.
Oh, incredible. Absolutely incredible. All right, little bit of pullback here in the ES, now 64.28. This 5-minute candle down about 10 points or so. Did we get in there, Braden?
Yeah, in and out. 400. Wow.
Ooh.
Big dump now.
Same.
Yeah, I stopped out at 60, so 10-point stop, 10 micro, 10-point stop.
Okay.
I caught that one. I did 2 trades on it. The first one I was red on. I got stopped out. Second one I nailed it. Positive P&L on the day.
Gold cooking here.
It
Gold
was
absolutely
in,
cooking on the upside.
separate-
Gold up sorry about that. Gold up $15 here. Gold absolutely just cruising higher here. Gold up $15 on this candle here. Made new highs 34.07. Gold absolutely just shot out of a cannon there. And we are seeing markets moving here. I am not seeing any headlines, but gold was the big mover there. We did see a reaction in the NQ and the ES to the downside, but huge pop in gold, $15 pop. We did see equities sell off there. What do we got?
So right at the end of the 15-minute candle, so that NQ 15-minute candle now looks very ugly with a massive wick out above 800.
This is about Bullard, perhaps. This might be coming out of Bullard. Looks like the Fed chair job. I can't keep an eye on the headlines. Let me know what you guys see on the headlines because the markets did pop, or the gold popped huge there. 64.24 last trade in the ES, 23,739 last trade in the NASDAQ. Gold is retracing now. Gold is retracing $7. Man, what was that? Gold absolutely took off. Tilt flat.
It doesn't have to be anything. It's just CPI morning. things pump until they don't.
Well, it was something,
Get knocked
Jack. We
back
popped
down.
15 bucks on gold. Something happened there. I don't know what in terms of catalyst. Yeah, it's not always a headline. You are correct. And we did see some offers coming in on the ES, and they were hit.
I think Andre disappeared into the ether there. He will return soon. Right now. Okay, so everybody flat at the moment.
Yeah, I'm flat. I'm
Seems
going to give
so.
this a couple minutes to see what the sentiment really looks like, because that was, yeah, quick flash.
You got me there? Hello? Yes, I got the headline
Yeah.
here. I am considering allowing a major lawsuit against Powell. This saga does not go away. It's the headline we saw there. Big pop in gold, perhaps off of that. Wow.
Full disclosure, the internet has been a little bit janky today. I don't know if this is a Comcast thing in Chicago, but yes. What is he suing Powell for?
Not quite sure. Not quite sure. More coming out here. Jerome, too late. Powell must now lower the rate. This is coming out on True Social. Again, considering allowing a major lawsuit against Powell. Gold retracing now back to 3,400s. Back to 3,400s. I did not have this one on the calendar. Construction of Fed buildings, Jack. Construction of Fed buildings is what we'd be suing for. There you go.
Okay. Well, anybody can sue anybody for anything.
So only in America.
America.
Yep, that's right. That crude trade that the house was in did get stopped out. Last trade in crude, $63.41. Here we go. I am considering allowing a major lawsuit against Powell to proceed because of the horrible and grossly incompetent job he has done in managing the construction of the Fed building. That's their angle.
I will say it's kind of weird. It's weird in general that they have like the head of the Federal Reserve actually like doing work on the building. I feel like there should be someone with a different skill set who's in charge of that in the government. But
Like
anyway,
general contractor. Yeah, GC perhaps.
yeah.
Yeah, but he is the boss. All right, we got some selling coming in here in the NASDAQ back to 23,705. Braden, Jesse, you like any prices down here? Markets are moving right now. 15 minutes into this open. Where do we go from here? Man, oh man.
Yeah, right now I'm not looking
700s.
for anything long. That was a pretty strong, double top looking type of effect. I'm actually short right now. Again,
You are short. What price? What price you short from?
730.
Okay. What is your downside target, Jesse?
Oh, right around 700 to maybe like that 775 zone. We're already here at 700. Might take it off here right around here at 790. Boom. Quick little $80 here on this live account.
Nice trade. Nice trade.
Earlier I took
what
the short as well off the
Yeah.
top on another account. That was a really nice one as well.
2 shorts, 1 long, 2 winners, 1 loser. Managing the downside risk. I like it. Keep an eye out for these headlines. Anything else coming out?
Markets are rocking right now.
Yeah, they are. If anything happened to the 10-year, I don't have the 10-year up. I should probably. I got the
We're at
Dow up here.
4.3 on the dot. So yeah, we retraced and went a little bit higher than we were before.
I might see some more selling in the ES. Again, ES in the last 10, 15 minutes down about 20, 22 points. Trading 64.15, 5 points beneath overnight VWAP. NASDAQ beneath 23,700. Now trading 690s. I know the fellows were looking at that level. Braden, we're getting into the 680s. Now 677s are trading. Got sellers coming in here. Where are we going from here? How do we approach this, Braden?
Well, really, for me, it's just going to be seeing how aggressive this move is. And right now, it's very aggressive. If it starts to weaken, maybe there's a long opportunity. But the lower we start to push into the overnight lows, and we did have like a triple bottom down there on the 15-minute. So that could kind of be a vulnerable low to maybe get taken out. And yeah, there's a lot of selling volume for sure. So maybe just be a bystander for a second and let these markets cool off and let buyers show that they want to step back into it.
I like that. That tilt did change. We are now 75% short in the tilt on the NASDAQ, 74% short on the tilt in the ES. We did see 80% long So we got some big swings going in the tilt in the NASDAQ and the ES. 64.13. Let's trade the ES.
Yep.
That
I
person
mean, if we're
sell.
looking at the data candle, we just tested pretty much that low where we saw all of the buying come in from that CPI release, and so it's pretty much been reversed. So if you have to give, you got to kind of give it to the sellers at the moment. They've completely reversed the move, so it's in selling control. So I'm just being patient.
Sure is in selling control. Martin says largest volume candle was the down candle. Yes, it was. Yes, it was. In the ES. In the ES, indeed.
Well, as
Crude pushing
mentioned,
higher.
the Fed watch is above 90% that they're going to cut rates in September. So
I know. Where'd this one come from?
The lawsuit.
It's going to happen. It's going to happen. But it's too late, though. Too late. Is perhaps the point of contention there, Jack. So, but yes, again, September 17th. September 17th is that next FOMC policy decision meeting. Jay's
also
saying that 1,000
here.
Mm-hmm. Damn, look at that bounce.
In case
I might
people
buy
are
a
wondering,
retracement at 80s here and for a pop through 700, like quick scalp.
On the six. Go ahead, Jack.
so Trump did select the new person that he wants to lead the BLS, releasing the numbers. That is something that needs to be Senate confirmed. So we're not, in case people are wondering, like, it's still the kind of old way of doing things for now.
Mm-hmm. You got a new bean counter, huh?
We do. First, Senate confirmation.
That's right. 63.55 last trade in crude. We never got those 680s, Bray. Never got those 680s.
I was watching it. I didn't get filled on it. It turned though, 7. Yeah, it's starting to look better.
Buyer's gonna step in. It's just where do we buy it? Where do we buy it? Got nothing on the ladder. Got a 500 lot up there in the ES at 64.42. Those would be highs. We go from here. It's very, very whippy. It's very thin right now on the ladder in the NASDAQ. Thin on the ladder in the ES as well. Yeah, we got Barkin speaking at top of the hour. Top of the hour, we got Barkin speaking. Let's see what Barkin has to say. Man. Gold popped that much on a headline.
40 zone.
Yeah, I know.
Gold's pretty much back down.
It is. Is that a flight to safety there? Is that what that place safe haven when we see headlines like that, Jack? Algos just go, all right, we're going to gold.
Well, it's more than that. On any Powell thing, the idea is that presumably whoever replaces him, or like if they were to get rid of him right now, whoever's coming in is going to cut rates aggressively, which would send gold much higher.
Mm-hmm. 50-50 on the tilt. $23,711. 711 last trade in the NASDAQ. 23,700. 700 seems to be like the line in the sand. Obviously, overnight we were trading around 608. The ladder is thin right now. We'll see what Barkin has to say here in a couple minutes. Then, of course, after that, we do have. Oh, who do we got there? Schmid coming out. Jack, can we figure out how to pronounce the new Fed member's name? I know there's a little confusion as to how to pronounce. Help me out, Myran.
Stephen Myran is
Stephen
what I'm
Myran,
getting
very
when I
good.
look at Google.
Do we know if Myran is is hawkish or dovish? I assume probably dovish if they're getting brought in under this administration. I guess we'll find out. Yeah. 10-year selling off. Yields going up. That makes sense. 50-50 on the tilts. As we come into the top of the hour, see what Barkin has to say after this. Again, a couple headlines coming out from the president, perhaps considering to allow a major lawsuit against Powell to proceed because of the horrible and grossly incompetent job he has done managing the construction of the Fed buildings. This is coming out on True Social. We just see the markets react. House account flat. Jesse flat. Braden flat.
Yep, I'm flat now again. I had tried to mention earlier 740 zone. If that didn't break out, watching for another, leg to the downside. We're starting to look like we're going to get it.
Yes, we are.
Get some divergence now with the yields going higher in the 10-year. Stock's still positive, but selling off a little here.
Tell you what, it's very hard to get a piece of trading these indices to the all-time highs. I think as we've been pushing the all-time highs these past couple of weeks, I've only had one trade into the all-time highs. Seems like we're either taking it out in the overnight session at the all-time highs right at the opening bell, then we sell away from it. It's very hard to actually take that trade. I haven't really had many.
So seeing some commentary in the chats about cutting rates, send gold lower. Gold's really a proxy like for inflation at the end of the day. And just because you cut rates on the short end doesn't mean that the long-term rates, like the ones people actually look at for inflations, aren't going to go higher, which would be most likely.
Okay. Thank you, Jack. Very good. Still selling off here in the NASDAQ. Still selling off. Looks like we might want to stay beneath the 700s, 23,673. VWAP, slope of VWAP has flattened out. What was that pop? Anything else more we got to come? Anything more to come here? From the president, we got Barkin speaking. What else do we have? White House press briefing at high noon, 9 noon Central Time. Let's see if we can pipe that in. But right now, we are continuing to sell off in the NASDAQ. Are we looking for longs or shorts now? Jesse, we got beneath those 700s. Are we looking for perhaps a push to the downside and just ride the wave, or let this consolidate and find some basing here? How do we approach this, Jesse?
Yeah, I mean, right now we're reaching that final target of mine, which was that 675 zone. I actually played it in another account as well. when we popped back up into that VWAP zone, I got short in front of that 725 area, wrote it down some. It was a really nice trade. So right now I'm good. Like right now I'm going to sit on my hands. I'm going to let this thing play itself out a little bit. I think we have a little bit more downside, maybe 625 area. After that, I mean, if we have more downside after that, then damn, it's going to be a bloody one today. And I'll be excited if we get some clean setups, because I'm a better bear than I am bull anyways.
Is that true? How's that working out for you, Jesse, being a bear? Why are you a better bear?
Well, I don't know why I'm a better bear than bull. Yesterday, I made my money to the long side. Today, I've actually came in with the long side mentality, but I've made most of my money short today. I'm a better bear than bull, but I go with whatever I can. So like, for example, now we're in a bullish environment. So when I'm short, I tend to take my trades off quicker. And then when I'm long, I try to hold on to them longer. So I'm not absent-minded to the fact that we are in a bullish environment. So when I do take a bear setup, I'm quicker on the exits. I book that profit, get out of the way. I don't want to get ran over by the bulls.
Running on the bulls, Pamplona. Shout out to Pamplona. Shout out to everyone watching all across the globe. Where's everyone watching now?
Roll them tomatoes.
Please, please let us know. All right, Bargain, we got one more selling coming in.
Yeah, this is going under overnight lows. It looks like.
That 400 lot. Where's that 400 lot? I didn't see it, Jay. Where was it? 679 offered 400 times, and not convincing one way or another. We were closing on lows there in the ES about 30 points ago. More selling coming here in the NASDAQ. But 20 points to go. 23,006.
Real quick, Andre. I can show
take it away for
what I'm talking about. That take a look at this. So this is the hourly. This is the 210s yield, and what you can see is with this talk, like the Powell stuff or like aggressively cutting rates, you do see yields going lower. You see this 2-year futures up, and the 10-year and the 30-year future are down. And so you see this spread going up. And this is what I would expect to happen if we aggressively cut rates, is that you would see the short end come down, you would see the long end go up. And that would be good for gold.
Yes, it would. Thank you, Jack. Some bulls holding it down here. Bulls trying to hold it in the NASDAQ. NASDAQ continues to see some selling. What do we got down here? Something's down here. 60 lot to the downside.
Yeah. I mean, we're at the overnight lows as support, but at the same time, you got to kind of look at the context. The way I'm looking at this, you have to look at the context of how we arrived here. And it came off the back end of a failed break through 800s. Sellers took immediate control at the highs and just so much selling momentum. It's hard for me to want to buy this above 600. I think I just wait for the overnight lows to get taken here.
Okay.
Hello, Tallahassee.
What's up, Tallahassee? 64.13 last trade in the ES. Buyers coming back. Look at this. Buyers in a tug of war right now.
Yeah.
Well, 64.10 is kind of an area of interest.
64.10s? Okay.
Yeah, it looks like they're holding it for now. We are back below 6,400 in the SPX.
50-50 on the tilt. Here we go. Barkin. Barkin's starting to hit the wires now. Barkin. Man, oh man. Come on, juice. Here we go. Barkin. Spending is solid, but consumers tiring of higher prices. The fog lifting as tax bill pass and tariff deals being done. Balance of jobs and inflation. Risk still unclear. If consumer draws the line, unemployment could take a hit. Consumer draws the line. Has the consumer ever drawn the line in this country?
Well, whenever they do, we find ways to finance burritos.
Yeah, I mean, there's no drawing the line. The pullback must be more serious to cause the economy to falter. The consumer doesn't draw the line in this country. Let's keep swiping. $63.49 last trade in crude. Buyers, man. Buyers step back in.
Nvidia taking a little bit of a hit. As well, they should. I mean, it's good to see that the laws of supply and demand apply. They just announced they're not going to. China doesn't want those chips, so deserving of a little pullback.
Everyone's flat. Jesse flat. Brain flat.
Yep.
Yeah, flat. Like I said, I really don't want to sell this market. If I did, it would certainly be with less size. So, I mean, I'm open to the idea, at least for a sell through 600, but it's definitely going to be with a lot less size than 10, 15 micros.
Right.
But I mean, that's the only thing I'm seeing right now. It's just, you had the CPI news, and there was some buying there. But once the real volume came into the market out of the opening bell, it's just been selling. It's been selling the entire session so far. So I'm just waiting.
Yes,
Since New York Open, it's been selling.
Yes, he has. I think we do have some new. We'll see if this market does want to settle down, but right now we may have some news. Buying come back in here. We got Barkin speaking right now. Barkin speaking. We got Myron speaking now, Jack. Myron, I'm very happy to see inflation is well behaved. Does this say Myron? We got a lot going on here. I'm trying to figure out new cast of characters.
I know, it's flying.
Yeah,
everybody's getting their CPI takes out.
There's no evidence of tariff-induced inflation. I know who hired you. Here we go. There's no evidence of tariff-induced inflation. Seeing some buying here in the NASDAQ, 23,665. Gold right back to where it started, 33.93. 33.93 last trade there. I'm going to be consolidating here. 64.19. Again, we got to close in the highs right before that headline came out. 64.42 last high session in the ES. Thought we were going to make a run for all-time highs in the NASDAQ. Came within 23 points or so. Couldn't quite get there. Here comes the buyers. 400 lot upside. 400 lot in the NASDAQ. Filled. 23,679 filled. 400 times on the offer. Wow, that was filled instantly.
Yeah, this is tricky right now.
Yeah, it is.
Yes, it is. I'd be very surprised if 600s hold in the next 30 minutes, to be honest.
If it holds,
I
are
don't
you
think
looking for
this low
move to
will
the
hold
downside? Yeah.
I don't think this low is going to hold at all. At all.
Mm-hmm.
There's too much selling pressure here. I mean, there's so much. Buyers have to pretty much reclaim all of that range that we sold, and that's a tough task, really. Right? Really bearish hourly close. Now it's in this tight range. We're testing the highs of the overnight range at 680s.
What's the Dow
Yeah,
doing?
VWAP above head. It's just a lot to ask for buyers to start to make this look good. They can, but in my opinion, it's unlikely.
Dow is definitely on the run. Dow just making highs there in the Dow, 44,463. Shout out to chat, always watching out for each other. I got another 400 lot upside, 23,689. 689 offered 400 times in the NASDAQ. About 11 points to go, closing in on it. See these 400 lots gobbled up in the NASDAQ. Can we get another one? Traded 23,682.
And with the Dow, the top 6 components of the Dow are all up, including Goldman Sachs is up 2.7%, and that's 10% of the Dow right there.
Can we get to the 700s? Can we get to the 700s? Do I stop talking after the market closes, Beth? Yes, I do. I cease to communicate altogether is not good for the personal life. I can assure you that. Yes.
Oh, yeah,
I start speaking when the bell rings. I start speaking when the bell rings, and I stop speaking when the bell rings. And everything after that, I am silent. I am silent on that. Well, if we do want to hit some news, Dow's still not done getting bought up here. Let's hit some news then. James, we can bring in that clip of we got the tariff, things like that. Let's get some news in here. Jack, go ahead. Go to the one with Jack.
Yes. Do better luck. Hey, guys, that's me. Still buying up. We'll go back to the markets if something crazy happens here. But just want to show a few things. First, hedge funds have now built the largest short position small cap stock futures in history. You notice the previous peak there was right towards the end of 2020. But yes, they are quite short. And as we have talked about the struggles with the Russell, if you've been short in anything over the last 5 years, 6 years, the Russell has been the place to look. Now, let's enjoy a few CPI memes.
Oh, really excellent.
Here you go. I love this quote here. We'll see if it comes up.
What do we got? Yeah.
When it changes, there we are. Remember, folks, if you torture the data long enough, it will confess to anything. So be careful about reading into any data beyond it. It's always good to keep aware of the news, but data is a flexible thing. I like this next one. Yesterday during the sell-off, the CPI leaked. The CPI is made up. Or at least 35% of it is. As I discussed, and we'd get to more than ever, about 35%. We got on the next slide here. 35% of the consumer price index is now based on estimates rather than observed prices. So it's always a fun moment waiting for that. So they impute a lot of things. For instance, they impute the equivalent rent for people that own houses that don't actually pay rent. But more and more, we have a data collection problem in this company. Not this company. Sorry, I just called our country a company. But I guess we're taking 15% taste of Nvidia, so we're all a corporation together. Those are CPI memes for now. I don't know if we have it loaded yet, but I do have one more thing I'd like to show. There we are. In case you're wondering, here's what's up and down this month. Or is a 3-month annualized percent change. Coffee up 26%. Eggs down 43%.
Ooh.
But I didn't know cookies had their own category, but beef and veal, cookies, peanut butter, canned vegetables are all leading the way as far as CPI selected items in their 3-month annual change. Milk is thankfully unchanged, but take a look in here, find your favorite food, and buy accordingly.
I like that. What about ribeyes, they say?
Yeah. Ribeyes, I think, involve the beef and veal, which is weird. Like, how much a percent could veal be of the whole beef market? Not much, I would imagine.
It's a good question. Are we looking for that base, Braden? We're not. You were looking for a push to the downside here. I Are we gonna get it? What do we do
Yeah,
from here? Again, we got
it gave a nice bounce. It definitely gave a nice bounce. But it's also got a nice wick at 720s, and yeah, there it goes. So we'll see. I mean, it's just a lot of selling pressure here. It's hard. It's hard to buy this market right now.
Jesse. Where do we go from here? Jesse, you might be on mute, my friend.
Whoops, there we go. Earlier I had mentioned that 625 zone on NASDAQ as like a final short target for me if I would have stayed in a runner a little bit longer. We got down there into that zone. We got a nice bounce off of it. I played that bounce a little bit, got a few points. Now we're just really in the middle of that consolidation zone. So, I mean, unless we hold, let me see here, like for the long side, unless we hold like 660, if we hold 660, we break that VWAP, we might see it. We've seen it before. We might see a run up to the highs. And it'll catch everybody off guard. I mean, I'm tired of seeing it happen. If we do hold that 660 zone, break over VWAP, get some strong volume. It'll need to do it with some strong volume. We could see this damn thing back at 23,800 in the blink of an eye. I mean, it could happen. I'm like, again, I said, I like the bearish action more. I'd prefer to see a big reject here, suck in the bulls and then open a trap door and get this market back down and cool itself. But we'll see what happens. Right now, I'm like, what is it? 3 for 4 on the day. I think I might be actually done trading on the day.
All day? You're done. Oh, I can hear myself.
Beautiful thing.
All right, 33.87 last trade in gold beneath those 3,400s.
Yeah, and we're consolidating under VWAP, which I mean that could be a bullish look on consolidating just under VWAP at where's VWAP? 99, 699, or 687 maybe.
I got 707s. I got 707s. That's overnight, but yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Overnight.
I've got the
Dow's still cooking here, cooking in the upside. All right, 23,685 last trade in the NASDAQ. Saw a couple 400 lots getting filled. Those 400 lots were on the offer. And they were bought. Those offers were lifted. Take a look at the ES last trade, 64.23. 64.23 last trade there. Dow, very, very strong. 50-50 on the tilt all around. We got gold selling off about $2 off the lows there. We saw a huge pop in gold.
Okay.
$20 swing in the last few minutes or so. Okay, we were talking about the president has gone to the True Social. We got Myron speaking right now. Oh, this is on CNBC. We got a lot going on right here. We need to get caught up with the news because the news is paramount and most important here. You go to some Topstep TV for the news. With that being said, I'll run this clip with President Trump talking about trade agreements. Go ahead, bring that in, and I'll be right back.
They've been dealing quite nicely. The relationship is very good with President Xi and myself.
The U.S. and China are pushing back today's self-imposed deadline for reaching a trade deal. They say current tariff amounts can remain in place another 90 days as negotiations continue. An executive order President Donald Trump issued last night keeps the U.S. rate for Chinese imports at 30%. That's opposed to letting it rise to 54% as specified in a previous order. China confirms its duties on U.S. imports will stay at 10% instead of climbing to 34%.
With the tariffs going up and down, our prices go up and down.
Many U.S. businesses say tariffs on Chinese goods apply to numerous products they sell to consumers. That's because China is America's second largest source of imports.
At the end of the day, there's only a couple things that can happen. Either the companies make less money or the prices go up for the consumers. And we all know what companies are going to choose.
Meanwhile, Trump says he's allowing the Chinese to buy certain American-made semiconductor chips. He says the U.S. government will get 15% of related revenue.
Taxing a specific company to have the right granted by the government to ship product to a specific country. That, for lack of better words, is a little funky chicken. But at the same time, it's a form of tariffs.
I'm Amy Kiley reporting.
Well, there we go. Don't always agree with Kevin O'Leary, but yeah, it's a little bit funky chicken. I agree. Trading 64.32 right now in the ES. You guys still flat? Nothing during the news there?
Yeah, my bias is definitely bullish now. Definitely. I'll look for a long setup on a pullback. I would have liked to see the overnight lows get taken and maybe some long traders get taken out. But I guess at the same time, with that CPI news, you had a lot of long traders chasing the market. Probably plenty of stop outs happen on the way down. So yeah, that 620 is acting as a strong demand zone. So I'm going to keep looking for long opportunities now that buyers have proven that they want to participate.
All right. Well, Myran has ended the remarks on CNBC. Coming up at 9:30, we got Schmidt talking. Rest of the day, we get the White House briefing at noon, which could be a banger between this Nvidia stuff, the Powell lawsuit. I'm looking forward to that. Nothing for the rest of the day besides that, unless we get some hot tweets off the wire. What else we got going on? As mentioned, Nvidia is just off about 0.5% right now. I looked it up over the break. About 13% of Nvidia's revenue comes from China. I don't know how much of that is this chip that they're threatening to halt, but something to keep an eye on. I know a lot of y'all's, including me, own some Nvidia. All right, maybe we're cooling down a little bit here. Braden, I just want to make sure, is your audio in real time?
I think I keep seeing a delay whenever I look to my right. I mean, the audio is real time. I can end the call and try to join back.
Oh, it's totally fine too. I just want to make sure that when I'm talking to you, it's in real time. Otherwise,
yeah, I can hear you.
Video doesn't bother me so much. All right, excellent. All right, Jesse, anything you're looking at here?
So we broke through VWAP. The volume on the break is okay. It's not what I would have wanted to give me confidence that, we have a high likelihood of getting back to 800. But, it's worth a watch. If we get back into 700 zone, hold support there, maybe expect a little violation of that VWAP zone. But if we start to hold that level, it could be.
All right, seem to have lost Jesse for a moment there. We'll see if we get him back. Little bit of retracement here. This is still a little bit too choppy for me to get involved with. I really would have liked to see us get that 6,400 or something around there. You were talking, Braden, about going through the overnight lows. I don't know if we'll be that lucky, but still a lot of time left.
I mean, this is trade. This is higher now, and it's about 50% retracement off the sell-off. So as long as there is buying activity, I will try to take an opportunity to get long. I'm kind of watching this pullback. If 720, 715s hold, maybe I'll get long there to try to take it back up to 800, to be honest. I'd be aiming for a nice take profit at 23,800.
So remind me, you're just looking at the NQ?
Yeah, just NQ.
Okay. I'll keep my eyes peeled on the ES. We're within about 10 points of the highs of the day off that CPI candle. Retraced a good deal and came back. Things look to be calming down a little bit now, so maybe we'll look for some trades. Coach Jay says the gold is getting smacked. Let me go and take a look at that real quick. Yeah, gold trading 33.80 right now. Pumping a little bit higher here.
This is where it can get tricky to trade long because, I mean, really you kind of need to anticipate that this is going to continue getting momentum to the upside and not just chop. What you don't want to see is this chop right now. And it's had pretty wild swings from the highs to the lows. And right now we're kind of in the middle of it all. So if we don't continue pushing, it could be pretty choppy here, but nothing's told us that volume is drying up at the moment. So I'm going to assume that we can continue to get pushed to the upside, and we are 750.
Now, Braden, are you trading more mean reversion, or are you usually looking for the momentum to take you along?
Momentum, more or less momentum here. I really just trade the candles, kind of the structure of the market, but also mainly the candles.
Tell me a little bit about that. What duration candles are you using here?
I've got the hourly up. If we're in a tighter range and you know we don't have as wild price swings, and I have a pretty good eye on kind of where the market is on a higher time frame, then I'll usually maybe use the 15-minute. But it's usually the hourly 15-minute, and then on the right I use a tick chart. I use a 500 tick chart for my entries.
Okay. Okay, we're coming to test these highs right now in the ES. Got a 550 lot sitting at 64.42, which is the top tick of the day so far. Only 69 contracts have traded there so far. Jesse, you still hands on butt?
Yep, I haven't touched anything. Again, I would have preferred a little bit deeper pullback there into 700, maybe give me more than 3 minutes of pullback that could just got bought right back up instantly. These are 3-minute candles on my chart. And, we're right back over 760. If it would have came on down here, maybe spent, at least a couple, 2 or 3 candles down here, kind of U-shaped it, probably would have gotten long in front of that level. See, we got that push into 800. I would have taken profits along the way, though. I rarely ever hold an entire position all the way to the final target.
How do you scale out of it? So what's your usual size?
It just depends. The size varies on a trade by trade basis, depending where my stop loss zone is. So, I could be in 2 minis, in 2 micros, or I could be in 3 minis. It just depends where my stop zone is. But what I tend to do is have at least 3 targets to scale out. My first take profit is just meant to protect me in case the trade turns around against me, and stops me out. Well, at least the loss won't be as heavy, or it might even be break even. And then my second target would be the one that pays me. Final target would be the bonus money. So in this case, I would have tried to take something off here in front of 75 just because I don't like the volume. The volume's been decreasing as we start to push higher. That's not convincing me very much. Just to protect myself in case we do turn around, get stopped out. Next target would have been 800. Then I would have held on to a runner, see if we're going to break out, and then just let that one run, and then I'll trail the stop on that one as we push. So I tend to try to have 3 targets when I exit.
Nice. I like that idea of trading with 3 units at least.
Yeah. I
puts the
try
odds
to
a little
always have
better.
at least 3. Yeah. You got a little something off on the first take. You can always move the stop to break even or leave it where it's at. And if you get stopped out, it's not a big deal. Take a little haircut. But it lets you trade and hold on to the winners longer.
All right, 64.33 right now. ES. Taking a look around. 10 years still hanging out above 4.3%. As far as the big stocks go, Meta's having the best day in the Mag 7, up 2.6%. Tesla down 1.6%. Nvidia down almost 1%. Nothing much doing in the others. United Healthcare up 4%. We're alive. Great. That has United Healthcare has had a rough an all-time rough run this year, I would say.
I got long there 5 MNQ. See if we can get that push back to 23,800, and I'll stop it out at 23,724. So if we start breaking the recent lows, I'll be out. Yeah, 23,748 is the entry.
23,748 long 5 MNQ for Braden. We'll get that up there on the board. I'm torn right now. I'm waiting. I would much prefer to get long as well, but I'm just waiting for a bigger pullback. I hope that doesn't happen, Braden.
No, that's okay. No, that's totally. Once again, we're pretty deep off the move, off the lows, so that's why it's only 5 micros for me. This market could pull back. If it's going to pull back, it'll be about here, kind of right above the middle of the range. But that's an understanding, right? That's why it's 5 micros.
I see. We did pull our grind our way back. All right, sounds good. What's Braden's position?
Long
5
5
micro long.
Okay.
Yeah, 23,748. And yeah, it's just 5 micros. This isn't my usual position size, but at the same time, this looks strong. It's a little bit of a higher entry. So I'm not going to risk as much. I'm not going to put 15 micros on here when we're, 130 points off the highs, off the lows. We haven't really seen a pullback, but I do want to get involved, and so I'm going to put on 5 micros, and that's something that I use often. Like if it's given the context of the situation, it's not really a great pullback, so I'm not going to put on 15 micros of risk. Plus, I'm down on the day. I'd like to fight back slowly.
I like that. Were you trading on micros yesterday, making $7,000? Is that how you did it?
Yeah, I cut out earlier. I was trying to explain. Yeah, it was 15 micros, kind of trading long side in the overnight session, building kind of a buffer, a profit cushion, and then once I get $1,000, $2,000 in profit, okay, let me use 2 minis, 3 minis. I'd never traded more than 3 minis. I have a contract limit on NQ at 3 minis. So 3 minis was the max, and then I caught the push from somewhere in the 700s to that 805 push we had somewhere in the afternoon of yesterday's session. I caught that, and that was a nice $3,000 trade.
Nice job.
But yeah, it's really, I'm using the 15 micros if I feel good. If I don't think, if I think there's opportunity in the market, okay, let me put my foot on the gas. I've got some profit behind me. Worst case, in the day break even. Let me put my foot on the gas and try to go for it. Sometimes you got to do that, in my opinion. That doesn't mean get a profit cushion and then go 10 minis deep. But, if you get profit behind you, especially in these live accounts where you have limited drawdown, yeah, I'm getting profits behind me and I'm just trying to go for it a little bit sometimes.
I like that. I like that. Coming to the bottom of the hour. Wow, Chat keeps saying, Jesse on Topstep TV. Is this the same Jesse on Topstep TV? Jesse, why is it unbelievable that you're on Topstep TV? I'm trying to connect the dots here.
Do you really want to know?
Well, it sounds like the chat really wants to know. I keep seeing this coming back up. Jesse, same Jesse. Yeah, what do we got here? I'm trying to put the pieces
People get
together.
emotional about their trading tools. People get emotional about their trading tools, brother. And as many good things I've said about Topstep, I've also been critical of certain things about Topstep, just like other firms as well.
Okay.
And that's it. That's why.
Yeah. I think that's
critical. Critical. Okay. Well, they seem to be just to throw shade at Topstep. I'm surprised he's on. What's your criticism? The biggest criticizer in the chat saying, what catch me up to speed here.
No.
Sorry, I'm trying to.
Yeah. No, definitely not the biggest. Never. Well, the last thing was with Topstep X freezing and stuff. People were talking about it all over X last week. So we talked about it on my channel.
Oh, okay. You want to tell me, okay, what's going on? Critical Topstep X in regards to what? The freezing? So I'm assuming that's what you're talking about.
Freezing, yeah.
Go ahead. Yeah, did freeze. Let's see. Okay, cannot believe that is on there. Brought it back live. People are salty today. I'm trying to think what. Okay, let's get into it then. You're on here. The chat seems to be on to this.
No, it was about the freezing. It was about the freezing, and then the doing away with all the other platforms, and just people trying to figure out what's going to happen with their Tradeovate, if they had a balance in it or not, and they can't access it anymore, whether or not that would convert into a Topstep X account with their original balance from the Tradeovate, stuff like that. So yeah, we've discussed stuff like that on the channel.
And I do believe did Topstep make it right?
No, I don't know. That's what I've been asking, whether or not those specific cases, is that what happened? Like Tradeovate like for example, let's say I have Tradeovate with Topstep. I don't. I had Topstep X always, including my live account. But let's say you had Tradeovate, right? And then Tradeovate's no longer being offered. You can't use it. So now do you get moved to Topstep X? If you have an XFA with like, let's say $5,000 in balance, is that what would happen?
Grandfather, come to August, but okay. But did an XFA? I'm asking, did they make it right? Did we make it right with that? With the freeze, it did freeze. We definitely owned up to that, but we do make it right. So I'm trying to see where the criticism is. Yeah, changing platforms is not always the easiest. It was a decision though that the firm made. I could try to say how what was being said, and the chat seems very, very amused that you're on, and try to get to the bottom of it. Trying to get bottom of what happened here, because we got trading going on. All good, all good. We'll get into it. Are you on Topstep X right now?
Yeah, that's the one that I was trading on earlier, right here.
Okay. Oh, very good. Well, this chat seems thoroughly amused about that.
Of course.
It's
yeah, it's all amusing.
Absolutely. Yes, I think they did make it right. So I'm calling us out. I get it, but it is funny. Is this awkward that you're on with us right now? You had to have expected that the chat would catch up to this? No, the chat did know that you're going to. The chat found it quite amusing. Okay, well,
yeah,
I'll go take a look at that. It is criticism. It was indeed frozen. Topstep does make it right. We stand by the platform. Technology is always going to be issues, but we do continue to always make it better. So yeah, I don't know what to tell you, Jesse. But if you don't want to be here, I mean, you don't have to. It's up to you, my man. I don't want to make this uncomfortable for you or uncomfortable for your viewers as well. So you let me know.
No,
But,
I never brought anything up, and I never said I was uncomfortable. I came voluntarily.
Yeah, yes, you did. I appreciate that. I guess we can take a look at what it is. I appreciate it, Jesse. Let's get back to the trading. We'll figure out how we want to go. Keep doing how we want to keep moving forward here. 23,760 last trade in the NASDAQ. Take a look at the ES 64.33 last trade there. And look at the Dow pulling off the highs. And crude pushing higher here as well. Gold also 33.87. Braden, you still in this trade?
Yeah, I'm still in the trade. I'm just waiting for the 60s to break out here.
Okay. 64.31 last trade. Can we keep pushing here? We had Barkin speaking. And now we got Schmidt speaking. Tariffs limited effect on inflation is a reason to keep policy on hold, not an opportunity to cut rate. Not an opportunity to cut rates. There you go. Saying it's making it weird. Saying it's making it weird, Jesse. I don't find this to be weird. Just think full transparency is probably the best. So I guess it's interesting. Okay, let's get back into it.
We're not immune from criticism, Dre.
No, we're
happens.
No, we're not.
Let's go bag some winners.
I like that. Let's make some trades here. Okay, what do we got, Jesse? Any trades you got your eye
on? Watching to see if we're gonna get that pullback into that 705, 700 zone, and then if that level holds support, maybe it could be a good long. That's the level we talked about earlier. Definitely watching the volume. I want to see if it does pull back into that zone. I want to see it be a light volume pullback, showing some passive selling versus, some panic.
Okay. So got this trade on in the NASDAQ. Bottom of the hour came and gone. Top of the hour in about 25 minutes. Then what else do we have on the channel? Or what else do we have? We got the wheat stocks, soybean stocks, 11 a.m. Still got some time for that. But Schmidt speaking. We did have Barkin speaking. Again, the problem is we're waiting for Trump. Trump came out talking about the lawsuit with Powell. And we saw gold sell off. Gold is rebounding back right now. Jesse, Braden, any levels you guys got your eyes on? Braden, how are you doing in this trade?
Considering we're, once again, like 130 points off the lows, and this is on buyers trying to retrace that aggressive selling momentum, I think it's holding really, really well right here. 740s is holding, and it looks like we want to break 760s right now. price action slowing down a little bit, but this to me looks like strong bullish consolidation. Orders are just getting bought, and I would expect to break out towards the all-time highs, or at least towards the 800s, the next key level.
All-time highs. Okay, all-time highs, 23,845. 845. Jack, any trades, anything we're looking at here in the ES?
Nothing right here right now. I'm waiting for a pullback to buy. I'm not looking to get short. There's another one of our mysterious 500 lots, 471 actually, but I'll round up at 64.34. I'm in kind of a no-go zone right now, but we're going to get more movement today, that's for sure.
Okay, I agree. Hopefully, we got that 400 lot. 64.34 offer 500 times. We got another 500 lot up at 64.42. Got 500 lots stacked up and down the ladder there. We push this thing higher. Closing in on the 400 lot, 64.34. Closing in about 2.5 points to go. Let that offer. Anything on the NASDAQ? Not seeing much there. We do have Thunderdome coming up after this. Very much looking forward to that. But I want to see if this 400 line does get filled. Cannot get there. Can we hear from Braden, please? Braden, they want to hear from you. How's this trade? We looking for more room to the upside? No, it's 5 lot, or how do we keep pushing this thing?
It still looks great. Whenever price action slows like this, it doesn't necessarily mean bearish. Markets are just consolidating for a push higher, in my opinion. But man, every time I look at us in a range like this, I see it, push up to 764 and then back down to 745, 5 times in a row. I'm like, man, I could have taken 50. In a perfect world, I could have taken it off at the highs, added back, because we aren't breaking out yet, but it's gone 15 points to the upside and then retraces back down, and then another 15 points. You take 3 or 4 trades right there in the range. Once again, you have to know it's a range. Kind of have to have the early eye on it being a range. But it's easier said than done.
Indeed. Cook this thing with that 500 lot there. It is easier said than done. Let's take a look at some of these P&Ls. Jesse down. Well, you're up about $80. Not bad. Braden is long. How's gone down a couple hundred as well. That was a nice trade yesterday, Jack, in the sell-off in the ES. What kind of level? What do we do from here? Are we in this range right now, Jack? It looks like we've kind of found our sweet spot. Probably about 25.
It looks like we finally settled, like the bars are shrinking a little bit. We had just a lot of back and forth movement since CPI, but I guess the question is if we're going to blow the top off it or not. A couple of 500 lots there. We got the one at 435 quarter, still got one sitting there at the top tick this trade today. We're still 69 contracts, and only 69 contracts have traded. 64.42. Thank
you.
Turns out that 64.10 level was pretty good, but it just barely kissed it.
Yes, it did. Nothing on the tilt. These speakers are done. Schmidt is not. I see no possibility that the impact of tariffs on prices will be known over the next few months. It seems to be the general sentiment. The impact of tariffs not impactful as perhaps they once thought it would be. Got Dow pulling off about 100 points off the highs there. 44,432. 432. How do we get into this? What do we do? What do we take?
What a nice range right now, from 740 to 767. I mean, that's a nice range to trade.
You trade the ranges?
The thing is, I would love to trade the range. Well, I'm kicking myself for not trading the range. It really is the issue with that is kind of anticipating when we're actually going to get a range and when we're actually going to break out. You know what I mean? That's the issue with that. I can look for some advice from Dolby, I guess.
Dolby time with the range share. Yes, he'll break it down. He goes the 4 hour, the 1 hour, the 30 minute, the 15 minute, 5 minutes. I mean, perhaps look for entries. Go ahead.
It makes sense right now. It's 140 point bounce off the lows. It makes sense that we could enter like a little channel at least, right? 20-point channel makes sense. So maybe be able to anticipate that. But yeah, I mean, I could have realistically gotten in and out of this and off the lows, in the lows, off the highs a couple times.
Shockingly, we got the Russell's up 1.4% right now, which, especially with the rates ticking up a little bit, would not expect that. As I mentioned earlier, the hedge funds are the most short they've been ever. in the small caps. So maybe a little pain for them right now.
Anything on the NASDAQ ladder? Not seeing much. Got a 50 lot to the upside. 23,766. 766. 50 on the tilt. Pull back here. We are in this range. I do see that range we're in. Jesse, you guys, we got 3 winners, 2 losers today.
Yeah, I got 3 winners. I got 3 winners, 1 loser. The very first trade was a loser. It was based off of that double top we had talked about earlier in the morning, looking for that 800 zone reject. I got in a little bit too early, got stopped out, re-entered, and nailed it for the short.
Okay. You go back to the well one more time on this trade, this type of trade.
What's that?
Or you sit on your hands. Do you go back? You sit on your hands for this type of moving forward? I guess the markets have found a consolidation for now. And
ever since we tapped 625 area, I took 1 small scalp down there in another account, and I've been sitting on my hands since. I've been waiting to see if we get a nice, cool pullback to 700. We haven't gotten it. We've just been trading sideways here for a little while.
We have a little bit of a bid here in the ES 6433. You're in this range right now. What's that to the downside? I'm not seeing much on the ladder. Question for both Jesse and Braden. Do either of these two, do you guys use time stops at all for your trading?
We use time stops?
Time stops. Time stop. Basically, if the market, if you're in a trade 3-4 minutes, it's not going your way, will you cut the trade? Or will you let it play out too? Okay.
Yeah, I trade the patterns and the setups. So, I'll have, before I click the button, I already know where my entry zone is, my stop, and my targets are. So you just put them on there and let the trade do its thing. It could take 5 minutes, could be 60 seconds, could take 6 hours.
What's your typical risk reward, Jesse, on your trade? What's your math? What's your dashboard? What do your analytics say about your trading? What are you typically risking? What are you trying to make?
I try to do the 1 for 3. Generally, I'm in like that 1 for 1.6, 1.8, almost 2. So roughly there with like about a 60% accuracy, sometimes 55. So that's my general average.
Okay.
Here we go.
Dow caught a bit here.
500 lot. Bank stocks are rocking today.
We have for earnings. I haven't taken a look at the earnings yet today.
We got kind of an earnings gap until Nvidia, which especially with this China news will be interesting. As I mentioned earlier, about 13% of their revenue comes from China. China announcing they're going to halt shipments of those chips in question. We'll see how that works out.
A little bit of pullback here in the NQ. 23,750. 750 last trade. All right, VWAP 23,712. And everything's kind of found a holding pattern. Again, we saw a huge pop in gold. Huge pop in gold. On that Powell headline. Again, the saga continues with...
I thought we were done with that.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to go away. Does not seem to go away.
We got till May 2026, I guess, pending the lawsuit, which I'm looking forward to seeing the lawsuit.
Yeah, on the construction. Yes. Construction of the building. Remember that field trip? Indeed. We got gold. Still beneath 3,400. I know an opening call. Yeah.
Hold that 500 lot, I think.
Can we get that thing filled? Still up there. 500 lot up is 64.42. About 7 points to go from that. Got another 300 lot above that, 64.45. Dow right up there. Nice. Dow right up there against the highs. Jack, let me know if you're seeing anything. Maybe we take I don't know, 64.42. Did see some selling there both times while we got up to that range. It was filled for. Thank you, Boomer Brian. Appreciate that. Top of the hour in about 15 minutes. 15 minutes. All right. It is Tuesday. For those paying attention, you know what we come out with every week here at Topstep TV. The tip of the week. What's the tip of the week this week? Jesse, this one's for you. Stick to it, Jesse. Lock in profits if momentum's fades, size down, and stick to your stops. And Jesse, you said it earlier. You said you don't trade in the middle of consolidation. Don't diddle in the middle, Jesse, and let the market come to you. No chasing, Jesse. Of those four, which one do you like the best? The tip of the week.
So just one of the, because man, don't fiddle in the middle is amazing. That's what I'm applying right now. But you know, all of them were great. Don't fiddle in the middle is great. I'll pick that one. You just don't want to get chopped up. When you fiddle in the middle, at least me personally, I get chopped up. And I'll die by 1,000 paper cuts. And that's the worst because that's the one that sends me on tilt.
What does it look like when Jesse's on tilt?
Horrible. But, you know, I've been doing this now for about 8 years. So I'm able to see the signs before they happen usually and catch myself and walk away, apply one of my rule sets, which is just get away from the computer. In this case here, I'm not back at my other house. I'm in the Keys. I'm at my Keys house. So I'll go downstairs, go to the dock, jump on the boat, you know, do something on the boat. You know, I'll do something to just get away from these screens because it'll get nasty. You know, we'll start revenge trading and it'll just be really horrible. I'm liable to lose a week or 2 weeks worth of profits in the blink of an eye.
Just gonna say, in one trading day, you'll piss away what? Yes, it happens. We were talking about this yesterday. You know, Monday through Friday, they got the whole trading week, right? And Mondays, you don't want to put yourself in the hole where those profits you're making Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday is just simply you digging yourself out of that hole for that following week. So yeah, 2 weeks. 2 weeks. Have you broken a monitor or keyboard before, Jesse? You're in the Keys. It's pretty chill out there, but trading still gets the passion, gets the blood, the juice flowing there.
Well, when I'm here, I'm chill mode, right? So I'll take a couple trades in the morning and I'm done. When I'm back at the other house, you know, for the fall and the winter time, that's when I'm really in here working. I've broken a mouse, and it's been years, but I've broken a mouse and a headset. Just took off the headset, launched it across the room. The keyboard I've never broken. I purposely bought a very expensive keyboard back there so that I wouldn't break it.
Yeah, I've been there, man. I've been there. Expensive lessons indeed. We do have the Dow continue to grind higher here. Will the ES follow suit? It looks like the ES will. NASDAQ will not go. Braden, are you watching?
Yeah, I updated. So we just look. We're in a channel here. There's bullish consolidation in my eyes. We come down, put in a quick wick, and the buyers immediately react to that. And now we're reclaiming the channel. So I added 10 micros there, 740. So now new average 15 micros, 23,745 MNQ. And
Awesome.
I tighten the risk up as well as we prove that there's buyers off 735, whether it holds or not. But I did move the stop up. So risk is relatively the same, even though I tripled the position size.
Very good. It's okay. Long 15 MNQ, 23,745. 745. I see my guy JD back there. You saw him on opening call as well. Talking P&Ls and talking payouts. JD, come on in if you're ready to do it. See some of these numbers. What's up, JD?
What is up, guys? Yeah, we've got some impressive numbers to display for everybody today. Here are yesterday's best top 5 live funded P&Ls. More big numbers coming from our live funded traders. Up at the top, KJ Futures, $10,179 trading the NASDAQ. Everybody loves that guy for sure. Look who's in second place right there. It's Braden. $7,888 trading the NASDAQ, the micro NASDAQ, and the micro S&P. Nice job, Braden. He's trading here live on Fast Markets right now, guys. Trader J, number 2 on the big board, $7,126 trading the NASDAQ. Srilatha, number 12 on the big board, $6,157, also trading the NQ. And Huang, number 21 on the big board, $5,475 trading the NASDAQ. Impressive stuff from these Pro Bowl traders. All right, we've also got some payouts to share. Here are yesterday's best top 5 live funded P&Ls. Payouts. Up at the top, Deshaun, he's a frequent guest here on Topstep TV now. Took a $15,500 payout yesterday. Miguel A, $10,700. Ashley M, $9,573. Xavier, $5,573. And Baron P, our guy Baron, $5,416. That also closed out his live account. So those are your top 5 live payouts from yesterday. We'll be back in a little bit with the big board and some performance bonuses too, guys. Catch up with you in a bit.
Braden, when you see your name on there, does it make you feel something, or is it just another day at the office?
I've been up there a couple times, but it's definitely nice to
Yeah.
get the shout. I definitely like it. Yeah, I want to get back to the top rankings on the leaderboard, so we're working on that next.
Is that a goal of yours?
Yeah, I mean, why not? Why not? It's as long as I'm not putting extra pressure on myself. Why not? It's a cool thing to be on the leaderboard, you know.
Uh-huh.
As long as it's not affecting your trading,
I
you know what I
was gonna
mean. It's
Yeah.
yeah. This looks
Yeah,
good, guys. We're pushing the top of the channel.
Sweet.
Taking
Oh,
out
that
that
500
lot.
was. Yup.
Another one,
And
43. Yeah, you're looking solid right now, my man.
I'm gonna scale out of some as we push into the 70s here. We got some volume. We left a nice little wick. So consolidation, we leave a wick. Sellers attempt to push it lower. Buyers step in aggressively, then reclaim that channel. This looks good. I'll scale out of 5, and then I'll go stop break even at this point.
trade.
But I'm gonna look
Nice
for
trade.
above 75 to start. Yeah, thank you.
All right, tapping on the highs here in the ES. New highs in the ES. Got another 500 left to the upside. 64.43 offer 500 times. About 1.5 points from that. NASDAQ lagging. Dow making new highs. ES making new highs. Gold chopping around the lows. Right now, ES and Dow are cooking right now. Here goes the NASDAQ. Nice trade, Braden. All right, shaved off 5 long 10 micros right now. See if that 500
Yep,
gets
and I'll
filled.
take another
600 left.
Take another
Filled,
5 in the
filled.
80s. Then I'm looking for session highs on this bad boy. I'm looking for session highs.
My
All
man.
right.
800s.
What price? 822. Can we get to
just
all-time highs?
800s of it. Yes, sir. Let's go. Let's get to all-time highs.
Let's go. Love it. Can we get to
I haven't
all-time-
had, yeah, like I
fellas,
said, I haven't had like an all-time high trade in this market, which is so frustrating because it should be not easy per se, but it's just been very hard to catch an all-time high trade. Like I said earlier, I don't know if I cut out, but it seems like either in the overnight session we're hitting it, or it's right at the bell we're there, then we get a big pullback. But I'm going to trust that this market can find the move. I mean, we're retraced all the way back to the session highs, so let's keep going.
I like it. Oh, let's go to all-time highs. Let's get to all-time highs in the NASDAQ. 23,845. Jesse, what do we do now? Are you on the bull? Are you on the bull with Braden right now? Or are we just going to sit and just remain patient as looks like the ES is going to be moving here. Dow, but NASDAQ lagging a little. Jesse, where do we go from here? Do you have any upside targets?
Yeah, my upside target was that 800 zone to start. Remember, I said 75, then 800. But we didn't get the pullback that I wanted into the 700 area. We just traded sideways, so no entry for me. But yeah, 75, 800, and then I would hold on to a runner to see if we're going to break out over that 825.
Okay.
10-year dropping back below 4.3.
Yes, it
All
is.
bullish.
It is. Anything on the... Do we have anything on the wire? Nothing on the wire. Nope, nothing yet. Nothing yet. Barkin and Schmidt out of the way. We did have Myron coming in out of left field. Didn't see that one coming. Again, Fed speakers are in full force. We got another 500 lot. 500 lots seem to be the standard order in the ES, that is. A bit of a retracement there, about 10, 12 points, 23,770 last trade.
All right. We reached above the CPI candle. We went back below it. This is important here.
What do we do with it?
Wow.
Well, cheap short if you want it.
Wow. I'm stopped
I know.
out.
Yeah.
No
really?
continuation.
Damn.
I mean, yeah, there it goes. Break even on the day.
Damn, look at that. We saw about 30-point sell right there in the NASDAQ. We were just trading 780s. We're saying, let's go. Let's sell the session highs. And we're right back to 23,750. 750 last trade in the NASDAQ. 68% long on the tilt in Q. Now, look at that. Who's got long? I mean, all the longs just got stopped out. And right back into that range, that wick. You, Braid, what do you use on the? Use a 5 minute. What time frames are you looking at on the charts?
I'll rotate between the hourly, the 15, and the 5, and then on the right is always a 500 tick chart for the entries.
Okay. Jesse, what are you looking at in terms of time frames on your charts? Because that 5 minute, we just saw big wicks upside and downside. So what do you use to help maybe see the market and filter out the noise, Jesse?
I like to put my trades on the 3 minute chart, but I always toggle and get my ideas from the 15, the hourly, and the 4 hour chart. Always take a look at the daily chart, of course. But I'm a big time like levels trader. Give me some levels so that I can put some patterns on them if they're there. In this case here, man, if we continue holding above that 725 area, we got a good shot at a grind higher. But yeah, I like the larger time frames for the trade idea themselves to map out my levels, and then I put them on in my 3 minute chart, which is what you're seeing there on the screen.
Okay, cool. 725, 23,725. Last trade, 23,757. Top of the hour in 3 minutes. 3 minutes. Gold beneath 3,400. Last trade, 33.84. I know a lot of people like longs above 3,400. Right now, we're about $15 beneath that. Braden, do we go? What do we do from here, Braden?
Yeah,
you had a nice trade on there. You got wicked out in the NASDAQ.
It's frustrating, right? When you can't get what looks to be a good trade, and then this thing, just whipsaws back down, takes me out. Now it's trying to bounce. He's kind of, it's just, timing is such a huge thing in trading. Timing is such a huge thing in trading. And so, in hindsight, lock in profits right there, I guess. But it looked great to me, and it still doesn't look bad. It just, quick 30-point retracement takes me out, then goes higher.
Look at that. Oh.
It is what it is.
What was the net result of that trade, Braden?
So I fought back from a $400 loss. I was up unrealized about 800, I think, at the highest. So in hindsight, could have locked in profit, but I'm just happy to be back break even. And I might try to reposition myself. But I like to go break even, take some profit off the table, try to go break even, and then just let it go. But the market had other plans.
Yeah, look at that. Right back up to 23,773. What was the size, Jack? Do we see what was the size on that wick down on the 5 minute if you got it there? Because I stopped out just to see it go higher. That's the beauty of the NASDAQ, Braden. Jesse, the NASDAQ's always the tricky one. And that's exactly why. I commend you.
Yeah.
You do keep you. Go ahead, Jack. What was the size of that order?
We had a good volume pump there, about a minute, traded something like, 7,500 contracts. It wasn't like one of those big block trades we've seen when, I go down to the second chart or something.
That's unreal.
Nothing huge.
Hey guys, does my video is my sync with the audio now? Move my hands around.
Yeah, it does. Glorious.
I should have just we're at the beginning, but okay, we're good.
Okay. Yes. They did make recent new highs about 10 minutes ago, 64.43 back to 64.39. 64.39.
Back right at the top of the initial balance. Half an hour till our friends in Europe call it a day on this Tuesday.
We need the volume. We need the volume to keep grinding this thing higher. New 5 minute candle. Top of the hour. Yep, like Jack said, we got 30 minutes till the Euro close. After this, we do have the Thunderdome. So it's Jay. Jay will be in there refereeing the madness. Oh, grind this thing higher. That was
equal
brutal.
high at 23,780 on NQ now.
Yeah, what's this?
Still looks good. Still looks good.
Oh, yeah. I'm not seeing that, Evans. Not seeing that headline from Schmidt. Nope. Still look good. I don't know if we're going to get those
715. That is quite low.
Yeah, the ES is going to be grinding this thing higher. Look at this. Low volume. And just a bid. Natural bid. Bids keep getting hit. Offers are getting lifted. I wonder what Delta is. Okay, here we go. Point away from highs in the ES. What a resilient ass market. Incredible. We got a point.
Resilient ass for sure.
Jack, what are we seeing up here at these levels, making new highs? Any opportunities? Anything we see? Any pullbacks, perhaps? Oh, you got 400.
Yeah, still looking for pullbacks. I mean,
Build.
the highs,
Not
like
filled. New highs.
64, 68. It's not that far.
New highs, yes. 64.44. You know, man, Braden, what a stop down on that. Whoop.
Yeah,
We're in
it's a little
danger
tricky for sure.
of right now. The ES is up 0.68% on the session. SPX is up 0.73. Let's use that. JP Morgan told us on this core CPI we would be between flat and up 0.75%. So they are riding the lightning right here. Somebody from JP Morgan has to jump into the next few points on the ES and put an end to this.
I think this 4 hard lot up at 799. You seen that, Braden? 23,799 offered 400 times. Closing in on that. Watch this. You gotta look at this.
I'm in 5 micros, 23,788 for just a scalp through 800s. Just getting involved, light size.
Like it.
Stop will go out under 775.
Okay. 775 is the
23,775.
Okay. Stop. Very good.
Christian, the house account was up yesterday. Jesus.
You know, it was. If we get this thing to go, Jesse, if we get up to the highs, if we get up to 23,800, that any significance? Just a big fat round number? Or do you want to see us get to 23,822? What do we do? How do you approach this? As we get closer, we keep grinding higher and higher and higher. What are you looking for to perhaps take another trade? Or do you want to see how we get there and the volume behind it as we continue to grind this thing? Oh, did I lose him?
I had to refresh the page there. It froze on me. But yeah, like now we're getting there to that 800 zone, which is that level.
We got issues. We got fucking issues. Shit.
But here I'd sit on my hands for now. If we get up towards like maybe the 810 zone, I might look for a scalp on a short, but a really quick scalp, looking for 5-10 points, something quick, now done. Because I have to imagine if we get back up towards 825, we're going to start to squeeze out. Even if we get up there, tap and pull back a little bit, I think shorts are going to be on the wrong side of this and they're going to get squeezed out.
Yeah, we've seen that before, indeed. Short squeeze. Yep. Calling the tops here. See if that 400 lot does get filled to the upside again. Are you working an offer there, Braden? You are long from 780. Are you actively working an offer to the upside? Or do you want to see how we get through this?
Yeah, we could stall just under that key level whenever we see key levels like 23,800. We could maybe chop just a little bit and before we get that next leg. So I'm just kind of watching it. I want to see breakout here sooner than later.
We're going through it today. We're fucking going through it today.
Got the 0 date options levels, SPX. Maybe around 64.25. So that's about 5 points above here. Then 25 points above that, the big fat half round number, 64.50. But that would be up around the all-time highs.
Here comes that 400 lot and the NQ. Partial. Got partials there. And filled 400 times. New 23,800. 23,800 last trade. And we're grinding here.
Yeah, I'm just watching how buyers react to this. I want to see high 90s hold. If this is a quick scalp, I want to see high 90s hold other than a push through 800 here.
Nice, Braden. Nice. Braden went back to the trade. The conviction. He got stopped out, got right back into it. ES new highs. 64.46. 500 lot up at 64.50, 64.50. You can start to see all-time highs. You can start to see it. All-time highs in the
Well, we
ES,
do have a lot of
64.68.
we have a lot of participants flopping down 0-date options on the all-time highs.
SPY new all-time highs.
Is it? Look at this.
Yep.
Yes, sir. NASDAQ about 40 points to go. Braden on this thing. We got 24 minutes till Euro close, and the buyers are stepping in and taking the ball and running. Jesse, you said you're a better bear. I get it. You make your money on the downside. You just got to wait this thing out, I guess. Or you take trades to the upside as well. I guess we're all like to be bears because elevator down, escalator up. Let's see if we get up to these 810s, Jesse. Let's see what happens if we get up to these 810s. Again, all-time highs getting closer and closer in the NASDAQ. About 40 points to go. 40 points to go. All-time highs in NASDAQ. SPY, all-time highs. Jesse just said new highs in the ES.
Very close.
Buyers, let's go.
SPX all-time high. I'm seeing as 64.27. We're at 64.24 right now. So just 3 points away. So for, the horns they blow on CNBC, we're about 3 points away in the ES right now.
20 points to go in the ES. Let's see. Okay, we did 1, 2, 3 times. We have seen some selling come up here in the NASDAQ. This was right around the high of that CPI print. That took us up to 23,822. And right now, trading 807s. 807s. Keep lifting this. Keep lifting these offers. 700 lots filled. Yep. Thank you, troops. Nice catch there. You move your stop. You trail the stop, Braden?
No, I already jumped out of that. That was a quick scalp for me. I don't really trail the stops too much.
That's right. You don't, do you?
No, I don't really ever trail. I do like going break even, but I mean that kicked me. I would be up 60 points on this trade.
Man,
it came down to my entry exactly, then went.
All right, up to these 810s, Jesse. What do we do? 20,008.
Nothing for me yet. I want to see what we do when we get into those 820s.
All right, 820s, 10 points to go. Buyers, look at this thing. All right, everyone flat. Get some more news. Who's hammering on that keyboard? Who's going ham on that keyboard?
James Harden?
It's James going hard.
Thanks for that,
20,000, 810. 10 points from the highs there.
I'll keep scalping long entries, 790, 780s. I'll definitely look to get back in, depending on how fast this comes down.
Okay. $12 turnaround here in gold. Gold trading 33.91. We did bottom out at 33.79. Gold's seeing some buying here. Crude seeing some buying. $63.77 a barrel for that Texas tea. See if we get to these highs. 23,000 again. 845. Less than 40 points to go from all-time highs. There's got to be some stops up here. Jack, what are we thinking here? Up at 64.47.
Yeah, I'm thinking right now if we go just about 3-4 points higher, that'll be the high. All-time high in the spot market for the S&P 500. So we could see some action there. It's the first place I could be tempted if it goes through it and comes back through to take a short, but I'm not just going to put my order in there at the highs.
5-minute count. 20 minutes till Euro close. 20 minutes till the Euro close. We might be making a run. Let's see. James, we're on standby. Let's see what happens here if we get through these 822s. Closing on high day. 23,816. Dow seeing buyers. NASDAQ seeing buyers. NASDAQ is on the move. ES is on the move right now. And look at that. New highs. 20 points to go. 22 points to go from all-time highs in the NASDAQ. Can we get there right here, right now on Topstep TV? We get to all-time highs. Let's click like. Let's click subscribe. Let's click bell. We got Jesse in the house. We got Braden in the house. Look at this thing. That stop out, Braden. That's so brutal. That's so brutal, man.
All right, here we go.
Yeah, it's 100 points now.
Yo. Yeah, get your air horns ready. Closing in. Here we go. All-time highs. Can you see it? Can you see it?
We're 1 point
10
away.
points to go. Yep. 500 lot here in the ES 6450 offered 500 times. Seller's going to step in here. What's the tilt? Tilt 60% long. Incredible. Absolutely incredible.
We got within 1 point of the SPX all-time high there.
We got SPY, SPX. Jesse said SPY all-time highs as well.
Yep, new highs on SPY. It just keeps printing them, and there we go. We broke over those 20s and well into the 30s now on NQ. I'm not standing in front of that train. Just gonna let it do its thing.
Oh.
I'm looking at that 500 lot that's at 6450. We're gonna call that. If it hits that, that's gonna be the all-time spot market high.
5-0.
Yeah, let's just call it that. It's a little bit of a subjective thing with the difference between the spot and the futures.
There we go. History. Can we get to history? Mike Trade says target 6468. 6468. That is a 2 ticks beneath all-time highs right there. All-time. I got 6468 half. 6468. What's a couple ticks amongst friends? Euro close in 18 minutes. 18 minutes till the bottom of the hour in the Euro close. Take a look at the calendar here. Fed speakers, nothing on there. The White House press briefing at high noon central. We got the Thunderdome on after this. Let's see if we can get there. I think we're going to do it here. Yeah, we were trading 608s. NASDAQ was trading 23,006.
Andre's been sucked into the Borg just before all-time highs, leaving it away. All right. Hit the like, hit the subscribe. We're about to hit all-time highs in the SPX. This only happens, well, like 12 times a year now, but sometimes it goes a long time without doing it. It took the NASDAQ 15 years to regain all-time highs following, was it March of 2000? Whatever the high was, took 15 years. So don't take these ever for granted.
Can we get there? Can we get there? I want to go to this. Look at this thing go. Keep pushing here.
Here we are.
Gold. Another popping gold there. Last 20 minutes or so, gold is up about $15. $15. Not that spike. Not like the spike we saw on that Powell headline. But gold is grinding higher here. Let's watch this NASDAQ. 12 points away from all-time highs.
For 17 years, I believe it. Like Warren Zevon said, enjoy every sandwich. Enjoy every all-time high. Yeah. You should.
All right, they're going to try to jump in here and sell it.
Oh, they can't do that to us.
Just buy them, yeah, BTFD. Let's see if we can buy this thing. Thank you, Jay. I got a Delta update. Plus 7K in the ES. Interesting. So that is congruent with market direction. Plus 2,500 in the NASDAQ. So these buyers do have conviction. Again, they are going to market lifting offers. Lifting offers, aggressive buyers coming in here. Plus 7,000 in the ES. Plus 2,500 here in the NASDAQ. And they are not done yet. Damn.
I've been on this dip for the all-time high push.
You're in?
Yes, sir. 23,828, 10 MNQ long.
828's nice. I guess, Jesse, when we see this grind higher, you can stay out of the way, right? You get somebody in the dip.
I stay out of the way.
Yeah.
No, I stay out of the way for now. For me to buy a dip, I'd have to be looking for a dip into that 23,800. So I'd like to see it extend a little bit more, maybe get itself into the 50 zone before we get, a 50-point pullback, and then maybe.
834. Okay, 834. 834. Let's get Brady get with the trend.
Yeah, I mean, for me, when we have these markets pushing all-time highs, you get a chance or two, and in my eyes, if you don't take it, it doesn't typically give you a second chance. So I'm just trading with the trend, buying pullbacks. My entries could be better. I've waited maybe. Sometimes it's a little hard to wait for confirmation whenever you have an idea. I'd much prefer to anticipate it. But yeah, managing risk, sizing in on the dips, and scaling out on the pops. But I'm looking for this one to go through all-time highs, and I want to keep the position open for 850s and above.
We might get there. Got 8 points. 8 points for all-time highs.
Why not? Why not?
Yeah, man. Hey, you can sell the all-time highs. Get up there and work on one line and say, hey, I sold the all-time highs. But no, you managed to trade how you normally would. Here. Nope.
Yeah, we can't stop it.
Wow.
Okay, here we go.
All right, get your air horns. Here we go.
There we go.
All-time highs.
There we are.
All-time highs. 23,850. 850. All-time highs in the NQ. Pew, pew, pew. There we go. 64.50. Half.
Simultaneously. New all-time highs SPX.
Unbelievable. So
Well, we
maybe
made
all-time highs you're asking in the ES 64.68. So got about 20 points to go or so for there, but we just made new all-time highs. Braden is long right now. Braden is long and riding the bull to the upside as we continue to grind higher here. We got Euro close in 12 minutes. 12 minutes.
So just a reminder, the reason I tend to look at the SPX for all-time highs is because it's always the spot market. In futures, yeah, we still got, 18 points or whatever to get to the all-time high in this contract. But remember, these contracts have a premium built in, right? Because we're trading the September contract, right? And if you go further and further back in time, there's a bigger divergence between the spot market and those because stocks go up. So if I were able to pull up, say, I don't know, the December contract or the, contract a year out, it's going to have a huge premium, and that evaporates as we get closer to the expiration.
That's the dirty little secret. Dirty little secret there, Jack, how we continue to make all-time highs when we roll into the next contract. Look at this.
There's no better feeling than getting in on the pullback, as we're pushing all-time highs and getting to stop break even and just letting it go.
Oh, man.
I feel very comfortable.
Good for you.
Very comfortable.
Man, I would have been chucking my keyboard getting stopped out like that, but Braden, nice job. And new highs, ES. The ES make new all-time highs. 18 points to go. Buyers are not done. Look at this thing go. New highs, 23,858. What's that delta, Jay, if you got that for me? Again, that delta, I'm assuming, is growing to the positive side, but here we go. 64.51 quarter. Braden, nice trade getting on this move. 50-50 on the tilt.
860s breaking out. Looking for another 14 points. I want to see 870s. But if we start to reject, I might cover 5.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm going to cover 5. And then I'm going to let the rest of this go. I've locked in 300 realized, 300 unrealized. Mm-hmm. And hopefully we can actually get some upside continuation without, pulling back and taking me out of this trade again. But we'll see.
I got you. I like it. Euro close in 10 minutes.
I like that peeling some off there. Especially if we just burst through the all-time highs and, like we did it.
Yeah, and I feel like this market has trouble breaking the all-time highs, then really, running a bit. We break it by 10, 20 points, and then we get some deeper pullback sometimes. I would love to see this market pop 850s, run 860s, 870s, 880s, 900s. But that's just how it plays out in my mind.
I love it. Like an auctioneer. Again, about call it 80 minutes ago. NQ was trading 23,617. We are now up 230 points from there. A lot of green candles. Looking at that 5-minute. ES made a low of 64.09 about an hour and 20 minutes ago. We are up 40 points from there. Buyers very strong. In the chat, who got long? Who's been catching this trend and moved to the upside? Some W's in there. Click like, click subscribe, closing at 177,000 subscribers. All right, we're going to take a bit of, market might be taking a bit of a breather here. Let the guys manage their trades. Look for the next opportunity. With that being said, we got some news. We got the hard-hitting news with James. James, you're ready. We made some all-time highs. We'll take a breather here. We got Euro close in 9 minutes. Come on in.
Hello, everybody. How are we doing today? I haven't been watching the show. Everything chill? Everyone having a good time?
Oh, yeah. All-time highs, baby.
Oh, good. We're all
good for the 401k.
All-time highs. It's like the best band in the world. All-time low. Just kidding. The band's not good. Anyway, here are the news you need to know. Do what you love and you'll never work a day in your life. A man has been repeatedly standing and blocking traffic for decades, and when arrested, he says nothing. He doesn't speak to his lawyers. He doesn't speak to the judge. He doesn't speak to the police. He just stands in traffic and gets arrested. This is called my retirement plan. I never knew what I wanted to do in my old age. Now I know there are options for me out there. You can stand in traffic. You can never say a word. It's glorious when you think about it. If you're thinking, well, put this man in jail. They've done that. Guess what he does when he gets out? He goes and stands in traffic.
Respect. Conviction.
As goals.
Yeah.
Yep.
He doesn't
Right
say
to
a
remain
word.
silent.
He doesn't say a word about it. It's the greatest job in the world. I hope to apply for it someday. I once saw a guy in Chicago do it outside my apartment for 5 hours, although he was yelling. It was a little bit different.
It reminds me of that woman in Chicago a few years back who wouldn't stop sneaking through airport security. You guys remember this?
Her.
Yes.
Yeah, O'Hare.
Yes.
I loved her.
Unbelievable.
There's no
dedication to the craft.
No real benefit from doing it, but everybody has to have a dream, right? We should all have something we wake up for every morning, whether that's fighting your way through TSA, standing in traffic, or,
This is in Wales? Perfect.
This story, I don't know where this story is taking place at. Probably the greatest place in the world. Yeah, looks like Wales. Anyway, moving on, our next story is one a little bit closer to home for everybody. A doctor's office is charging patients more money if you ask questions. You better make sure you know exactly what you're going in for. If you want them to ask, you want them to check out that growth on your back, make sure they know about it beforehand. For me, there's no better sound in the world than asking your doctor a question and getting the response as they click the pen and slowly turn around.
Costume.
That's the kind of doctor I love. But yeah, this is a legitimate concern for a lot of people. What happens if you don't want to be completely honest, or you're withholding some information because you're afraid that your bill might be a little bit larger? Hospital costs are already out of control in America. So I see their concern. And also, I don't know, if I was this doctor's office, I would worry about losing patients, because I feel like this is just you're going to see this and turn away and find a different provider. But yeah, Jack, you come from a medical family, right?
I guess you could call it that, yes.
Your dad's a doctor.
I mean, people do ask, this is probably to curb the fact that now every pharmaceutical commercial on the TV tells you to ask your doctor about that medication. So I assume there's a lot of people asking a lot of questions. Is Ozempic right?
A lot of really fun jingles. The Ozempic curse.
Whatever else it is. Also, I always hold back like a little bit of something on the lifestyle portion from the doctor, because I feel like it's their job to figure it out, right? And it's cheating, right? I mean,
do your job.
Always cut a few drinks off that weekly thing. Like, you tell me if something's wrong with me.
Yeah, I know what's wrong with me. Can you tell me what's wrong with me? It's a game.
Exactly.
Figure it out.
Exactly.
And finally, my last story here before we hit Euro close. We talked about it this morning in opening call. Today is National Vinyl Record Day. And don't let vinyl records confuse you. They're still just as popular today as they were in the past. For instance, did you know you can buy such quality media as Imagine Dragons on vinyl? What would ever make me do this? I don't know. I have a horrible vinyl collection. Let's see
Look
some
at
more.
that.
Okay, I lied. Most of these are pretty good. That's probably the
Look at
worst
this.
thing I own. But like, look at this. We got Demon Days, Gorillas. Okay, listen to this on vinyl. You're gonna have a good time. I got Gambino on vinyl. All right. Oh, that one blends right in. Green screen. Camp. We got Blink-182, best album in the world. Come at me. Fun.
Yeah.
Some nights. This is only a half of my collection. I'm not stopping. We got Taking Back Sunday, Where You Want to Be, and Death Cab for Cutie. I've been emo since I was born. Happy National Vinyl Day, everybody. What are some of your favorite records?
How'd you get that Imagine Dragons one? Like one of those is like way different than the others.
I don't know. I don't know why I have this. Truth be told, I think it's a curse. It's one of those things you wake up one day and you're never really quite sure how you got it. And all of a sudden, the lead singer of Imagine Dragons shows up in your night at the foot of your bed.
Yeah, screaming radioactive or whatever they do.
Uh-huh. Use vinyl, yes.
Very nice.
The Happy National Vinyl Day.
Yeah.
That's the
The
truth.
news.
Keep collecting. Stop buying trash music. I love Sugar Ray.
The news that matters. Thank you. How about that, fellas? Come on, Topstep TV, get the hard-hitting news here, Jesse. Where else do you get this type of stuff, man?
That was funny. I like that.
My brother has a vinyl collection. I do not. And I used to just, every time we were over there, it would end with me being like, we're playing all of David Bowie Station to Station and just sitting here listening to it. And it was awesome.
Respect. We got 2 minutes till the Euro close. 2 minutes to Euro close. Brady, still in this thing?
No, I did something maybe a little bit stupid. Well, I didn't lose any money. That's the good news.
Okay.
No,
good.
I had the 5 remaining contracts, and I think the average was, I forget, maybe 820, 830. I guess y'all have it up there. Yeah, 834. So as this was coming back down, it was consolidating nicely. So on this 47 candle, I added 10 more micros. That brought the average to about 42. And I didn't want to go red on it, that's for sure. I just wanted to see this continue running. So I added into it, got stopped at break even, and I wanted to see the 40 sold. So
Look at this. Gold not done. Gold now above 3,400. Gold was trading. Gold up about $20. Gold up about $20 in the last half hour or so. Not with the spike, but it's just a grind higher. Gold trading 34.02 with the highs 34.07. 34.07. Euro close in 90 seconds. Jack, what do we do with the Euro close in terms of what we've seen? All right, gold not done. Gold is really pumping now. Gold's closing in on 34.05. Jack, I know we always keep an eye on Euro close. What do you want to look for as we hit the bottom of the hour here?
I mean, sometimes you can get a little reversal, but that's usually when you see something kind of squeezing into it.
Man, gold is cooking.
Right?
Gold is absolutely smoking.
I don't expect too much movement there.
I'm in a long scalp on gold as we push these equal highs on the 5-minute. I want to see it above 410. 5 micros
gold
long at 3408.9.
Here we go. The new EJ and Tony, I love that name, suggests suspending monthly jobs report altogether.
To what end?
Heads up. 3410's new highs in gold. Gold absolutely pumping on this headline here. We might see some push to the downside in the ES, in the NASDAQ. Again, the headline just coming out. EJ and Tony suggest suspending monthly jobs report.
Well, that's a hot take.
Yeah. That's could definitely be behind this gold. As you see, we see these uncertain headlines coming out, right? Suing Powell, and also things like this. You see the pop in gold, right? Flight to safety, flight to quality, uncertainty goes up. We do see people traders jump into the gold. We'll see if it just cycles through. It's just a suggestion, perhaps, on Fox Business.
Yeah, so EJ and Tony, just for those looking at this for the first time, is Trump's nominee to take over the BLS. Once again, I think he has to be Senate confirmed. He's previously the chief economist for the Heritage Foundation. That is a hot thing coming into a new job to be like, well, what if we just didn't? I'm gonna start trying that too. What if we just didn't do the big thing I'm supposed to do?
All right,
It's
you're
unclear what he
close.
means by suspending.
I think that's part of the uncertainty. We'll see that move in gold. We'll see that some uncertainty. We made all-time highs in the NASDAQ. 22,861 quarter. Jesse, how do we do this? Is this the pullback, or are we going to unwind a lot of this move higher here?
And we're due for a bit of a little pullback here. I'd like to see it, pull back at least down to the 800s. Maybe it could set up there for a little bit of a bounce play.
Okay.
Maybe we set a higher day today. That's it. Maybe it's over. And now we're just going to bounce around and grind. We're going to have to wait and see. The volume is still pretty damn strong, to be honest, for late in the morning. I'm well past my according to my analytics, I'm well past my time frame where I trade the best. So I probably won't be looking to take any trades. If I do, they'll be tiny.
What I would talk to me about these analytics. What time frames do you see the most profits?
Oh, my green screen froze there. I'm not sure if I came out.
No, you're talking about time of day where you see most profits. What do your analytics tell you in terms of profitable time frames for when Jesse trades?
9:45 to about 10:30, 11 a.m. max.
Eastern time, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay.
Well, the Russell is up nearly 2% right now. According to the Wall Street Journal, Perplexity is making a $34 billion offer for Chrome.
Who's Perplexity? Never heard of them. Should I know who they are?
It's one of the AI thingamajigs.
Gotcha. All right, we got gold coming back. Gold is pulling back. Gold is really moving today. Gold topped out at 35. Braden, did you take the scalp? Are you still in this?
No, we never really broke through 410. I had it played with very tight risk, 2 points. I think my stops were at like 406. I got stopped out twice trying to trade it up, but it's just no momentum, no follow through really.
Oh, yes, yes, 64.48. Bit of a pullback there. Pulled back to 64.43. Go from here. Really go from here.
Try and get some more information on that. I wonder if they mean like suspending monthly job reports until they figure out a new methodology or something.
Oh yeah, it's let's just strictly highlight out. We'll stay locked in. We'll stay locked in on the markets. It's just a headline. You know how this goes with the administration. Throw things out there, trial balloon it, if you will. See how the markets react, and go from there. But right now, so I'm going to buy this dip here in the ES because we did see that that pop in the gold. Saw a little bit of a sell-off in the equities, and it looks like everything's going to kind of unwind itself. Well, yeah, Jack, with the submission, yeah, they do the trial balloons, see how market reacts, and let it cycle through and kind of get back on course. Is that going to be the case here? Find out. Right now, headlines coming at you here. We got White House press briefing at noon Central. We got Thunderdome after this.
Could be lit.
What do we have? We got Fatima Carlos. Then we got Lunchbox trading with JD, Jason E, Coach J. Back to the Futures with Michael M. Coach. A lot of Coach J today. Good stuff. Then we got Power Hour, myself, Jack, and John London. It's been a minute since John London's been here. Great to catch up with him at the Power Hour later on today. The NQ still, they're still buying it up. Yes, they are. Wow.
All right, right back up to near the all-time highs. We got here up 0.78 now, so we're outside the JP Morgan range in the ES.
Oh, yeah.
I'll be writing them a stern note if I go short here and get blown up.
We took you to task, JP. Wow.
Get off of TV, Jamie Dimon. Start working on those numbers.
All right, we got some seen a bull flag here. Where do we go from here?
Nvidia has flipped around. They're in the positive now, despite the news out of China.
Crude, $63.57. Man, oh man, oh man. Low day in crude. We got about $1 range in crude. Low day 63.19. High day 64.34. Last trade 63.56.
A coin flip and the tilt on the ES. Yeah, I am patiently waiting for something to drop or pop here. Need a drop or pop.
I'm long him in Q again at 23,842, 10 micros.
One more time, 842.
842.
Okay. On 10 micro, gotcha. Hey, you stick to that trend. You do not. You're Brady, essentially you're okay losing money being long. Essentially, what you're saying here, and that's obviously working. It's you're taking all trades to the long side, and you'll continue to go to that as you continue to push higher here. Respect that.
Oh yeah.
Brayden, do you ever short? Because there
not
are
in this
that,
environment.
Like, never short
not in this environment.
In their ES trades or NQ
not
trades.
In this environment. If we're a reasonable amount away from all-time highs, and it's not, I don't know, within striking distance per se, then maybe I'll be short.
All right, I'm back.
Jesse, your patience. Watching these markets move. You sit there and you just gotta watch it. I respect the patience. It's not your optimal time window to trade. What do you do?
It's making it easier for me. Yeah, it's making it easier for me to be patient because we're not really in my optimal time frame. So that's making it a little bit easier to not jump in there and try to grab another trade or two. But right now we're all the way up here. It's just really grindy. I mean, it's good for some scalps. Maybe
optimal time frame. I always push back a little bit when we see the stats about time of day, time frame. What is it about 9:45 to 10:30 that is optimal? Do you think? Would you attribute it to?
I think Jesse froze for a second there, but
I think so.
I think for a lot of people, it's just that it gives time for your initial balance to develop or things to shake out at the beginning, but there's still volume in the market.
Yeah, those I think it's pretty arbitrary. Jesse, I want to ask you about your optimal time frame to trade. You said something. It sounds like it's about a 45-minute window from 9:30 to 10:45. Or
9:45 to 9:45 Eastern time, so 9:45 to about 11 o'clock the latest. That's usually my optimal time. Afternoon, I can get a few trades here and there, but yeah, like at 9:45 to 11 o'clock is
ideal.
Ideal. I think to finish, that was a cliffhanger there. Ideal, I believe, is what he said. We got Braden back in this thing long from 842 pushing higher. Here, we just made all-time highs, 23,861 all-time highs just made here on Topstep TV. Braden continue to get long.
Yeah, we could consolidate here for maybe a reasonable amount of time. So I'll try to get in on dips and maybe sell as we come up and test these 50s and try to get in again. Just keep scalping it.
So what's your realized P&L right now, Jesse?
Over on my Topstep live account, $80 on the day. A couple of other accounts I have on the side here. One's about $1,300. The other one's around $1,100. So pretty good day.
Excellent.
Well done.
Nice. And then Braden, you're still in a trade, but you're making a comeback here, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm green on the day by about $30. I was more green earlier. I was about $200-$300 up. Gave some back on that gold scalp, and gave some back on pretty much the gold scalp.
In gold,
really, what I'm trying to do is build a cushion right now. I know it's a little later in the day, but I'm still trying to build a cushion. That's my objective. Objective number one is for me to build a profit cushion, trade no more than 15 micros in the beginning of typically the session, which I haven't had a lot of success doing. I'm just trying to build a profit cushion, and then if I can get aggressive, I will. But right now, we need a profit cushion, which we don't have.
You definitely had one coming into the day. $7,000 yesterday. Very, very well done. Trading very, very disciplined approach. What's up, Jack?
Never thought I'd say this, but I have the RTY up right now. Been peculiar to see a day where it's killing everything. RTY right now is up over 2%. So I just kind of pulled up that chart to see if there's any levels of interest to look at here. Let me know in the chat if anyone's an RTY trader. I have never placed a futures trade in the RTY.
Yeah, it's up on Crude. Crude continues to sell off a little bit here. 63.33, about 14 cents off the lows there. Something really moving. All right, looks like, oh man, I almost jinxed it there.
Wouldn't it be nice to see the elevator up one time?
Hey,
instead of the staircase. It would be so nice.
When's that going to happen? How come it never happens?
I'm waiting.
Oh, it did.
We get the all-time highs. Yeah. Well, yeah.
But I feel you.
I want it through a level where there's no resistance above head. I want it through the all-time high. I want the elevator up.
Let's get there. 2008.6 1 quarter. 4 points to go. 3 points to go from air horn time. Air horn time.
May give this a whirl.
Any levels up here, Jack, in the ES? In the ES, we might have a little bit of stall out here, or
so in the ES, we're very much kind of stalling out just around that all-time high in the SPX. Right now, we are trading pretty much exactly at that, and we've been kind of bouncing around him for a bit now, so people are taking a breather at that all-time high.
Crude still
I feel like there's a short to take. It's in the RTY.
Who's in the RT? Anyone trading the RTY? Ooh. Question for Jesse. How did you learn to control your emotions and FOMO, Jesse? Jesse.
There we go. My green screen had frozen again. What's up?
Question in the chat here. Jesse, how do you learn to control your emotions and FOMO? I think Jesse's in the chat. Jesse is in the chat. I see very, very much in the chat.
Yeah, the way that I learned to control my emotions, I actually had seen that question. I was gonna type it out. Thank you for bringing it up. It was a lot to type. The way I learned to control my emotions was simple. It was suffering through all the freaking red days where I went on tilt. And, you know, enough pain eventually made it so that, hey, Jesse, you gotta work on this. And it just takes time. Anybody can learn technical analysis. You know, it's textbook stuff. But learning to control your emotions, that takes time. And it took me probably a solid couple of years to start to learn to pinpoint my emotional triggers within trading. And then from there on, work on it. And I'd say over the last 8 years, probably the last 2 or 3 years have been some of my better emotional controlled years, where I've been able to, you know, stack on some good gains.
I like that. Well done. All right, we got about 10 minutes left here in Fast Markets. And Thunderdome up after this. Lunchbox trading as well. Hey, look out. Crude just making some new lows there. 63.20, 63.19 is the low. 63.21 last trade there. Get JD in here because we got live performance bonuses. We got big board. Can't wait to see this. Who's in the zone, JD? Let me know when you are good to go. Love this. What's up, JD?
What's up, guys? Let's do it. Let's take a look at those live performance bonuses. We had 2 traders unlock these bonuses yesterday. First, Francisco Yu had a nice $24,000 winning day on Friday. Unlocked that bonus yesterday. Got himself $1,000. Number 6 on the big board with a total live profit of $17,901. And then we've got Ewing also, number 9 on the big board, locking in $1,000 profit. Ewing goes on excellent streaks. Friday, $6,300. Last Thursday, $5,600. A couple days of DLL, $1,000 DLL days, but then on Monday, another $7,300. So pretty consistent trader, keeping those winners big and the losers small. That's the way to do it. but Ewing unlocking another $1,000. Those are your live performance bonuses for today. All right. Give me the drum roll.
Bada 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 boom. Bada boom. Bada boom.
Thank you. All right, there they are. The big board, top 25 live funded traders here at Topstep. These are the top 10. No change in the top 4. Guan C, Trader J, Yassine, and Alyssa all held ranks from yesterday. A couple of these guys were on our P&L board just a little while ago. Trader J, number 2 on the big board, took home a tidy profit of $7,126 yesterday. Made it onto yesterday's best live funded P&L board. Guan C, $106,594 in profits over the last 30 days. Guan is having an excellent month. All right, let's take a look at the second half of the list. Traders 11 through 15. A few traders to note. Srilatha down there in 12th place took home $6,157 yesterday. And Huang down there in 21st place took home $5,475 trading the NASDAQ yesterday. Those are a couple traders to note. All right, let's put up the top 10 one more time. Get your cameras ready. Take your screenshots. Make sure you tag Topstep when you post to social. You know the drill.
Thank you, JD.
Thank you, JD.
Got it, guys. Catch you later.
Yep, Juan's been putting up big numbers, big numbers. Let's go here first. Right. ES might be catching. ES 3 ticks. So again, all-time highs ES. We're about 18 points. Now 17 points away from all-time highs. Jack, took me forever. I had to reword. Remember we used to call it handles? Does anyone know what handles are? 18 handles away.
I know handles.
Yeah. I call it points now. Just still, I want to say handles, but points is easier to explain.
If you're trading bonds, we still call it handles because you have ticks, you have points, and you have handles in them. Because bonds are weird like that. They trade in the 32 points per handle, and then there's ticks beyond that for some of the products, but not all. Fun stuff.
Yeah, too much jargon. Are we still in this thing? Damn it. Braden.
No, I just got stopped out of a long. Entry was a little too high. I'm going to keep trying to build a position, though.
Okay.
You're gunning.
How many trades you take today, Braden? Very active.
Probably like 15 at this point.
Is that normal? Is that average? Is that consistent? Or
in a perfect world, we hold that dip buy that we had at 734 and don't get stopped out of it, and I don't have to. You know what I mean? It's really just. Yeah, I mean, that's really what it is. But no, there's long scalp opportunities. I feel like there was one good pullback, maybe two if you bought it off overnight lows. But there hasn't been a lot of great pullbacks. I'm just trying to buy the pullbacks and sell them up. But no, it's definitely more. Yeah, usually more trades than I take.
Well, you're into momentum, and there's been a lot of momentum. The upside makes sense.
Oh, they say Braden needs to go on the Thunderdome. Braden, would you ever do the Thunderdome? Is that would you enter the arena, the Coliseum?
Yeah, I did the first segment of Thunderdome actually, but I think there was like a rework in it. Now what? They trade the entire week, and then whoever comes out on top by the end of it.
Yes.
Yeah, that'd be awesome. Heck yeah.
Jesse, would you enter the Thunderdome, Jesse?
Hey man, why not? It sounds fun.
Do you know what the Thunderdome is, Jesse?
Fun. Yeah, it seems like it's like a week-long challenge. Whoever P&L is the highest by the end of the week was the winner.
You got it. Yes, absolutely. We got Carlos joining the Thunderdome next segment in about 8 or 9 minutes. Right now, we're going to see if we can make another push higher here in the ES. About 2 points to go for session highs there. All-time highs made here on Topstep TV. George says, let's go. I'm with you.
Okay, I got 65 long, 847, 15 MNQ, 23, 847 long.
15 MNQ, 23, 847, 847. What do you see about the setup here, Braden?
Just continue. I mean, it's just consolidating really nicely. I just want to continue to push the all-time highs. We're putting in some consolidation just under these session equal highs, and it's all-time highs. We haven't seen a significant pullback. We haven't seen sellers step in any significant way. So buyers are still in control of this market, and I don't really see why this can't continue pushing the all-time highs.
I like it.
Still hanging out right around there in the ES. Kind of got to the all-time highs and has died for now. Trading currently 64.27, let's call it the SPX, which is exactly the previous high.
Yep.
Which was hit on, I believe, like July 31st. You might hear some babbling in the background. My son, parents out there will know the pain of this. He's completely fine, but he threw up at daycare yesterday, and so now he can't go back today. So enjoy that.
Sandstorm says cheap short
Man,
here.
I hope he gets better, man.
Oh, yeah, he's great.
My kid just got over a 3-day fever. It's the worst. As parents, seeing them, be down a little bit. Nah, I'm not about that.
Oh.
I hate it.
No, that's tough.
Okay. From 847 again, all time. We get another push here. Gold found its spot right around 3,400, 3,403 last trade. Dow's still staying strong. Come on, ES. What do we got here? Something up here. We got that 100 lot to 23,860. That's on the offer to the upside. To the upside.
So to clarify some of those comments made earlier from the new BLS nominee is that he wants to see it go to quarterly, at least while they fix things out. So that would be a big old number that we get quarterly.
Wow, interesting. That would change everything. So non-farm would non-farm quarterly. Wow, that'd be wild. What the projections do there?
Yes.
Yep. Come on, Brain. We gotta get this push here. Get this damn thing going.
Yeah, we want to end this on a high note.
I do, man. He's 64.48, man. This damn ES got new all-time highs. Can we get there? Can we get there? Today we made new all-time highs in the NASDAQ. Got this Thunderdome. Carlos in the house
until the White House press conference. It'll be our next little event today.
See if we can bring that in.
Poke it with a stick, guys. Let's do this.
Yeah, just 10 points under. Consolidating, just waiting for the break.
Yeah. Gotta get the juice. Gotta get the juice here.
Got a nice little bull flag.
It does look like a bull flag. I'm trying to think when is it going to push. This bull flag, like it's consolidating right around the highs here. About 10 points off, right? In the NASDAQ. It's when is it going to pop again? When will it pop again? Hey, stay tuned, Braden. We're going to see you in the chat. Jesse, as always, thanks for coming on. We do have Thunderdome coming up next. We got Braden in the house trading this thing up. Braden, please keep us posted in the chat how this thing goes. I want to say thank you to everyone joining us. Let's get right into it. Braden, keep us posted. We'll see you later. Thunderdome coming out next. Carlos P in the house. Topstep TV. Let's go. Let's make another winner. All-time highs. Pew, pew, pew. Let's go.
First reason why Topstep makes you a better trader is we have a support system and community here. You got to have that or it is a lonely journey by yourself. Two, because we are helping you improve, building things for you within the trading platform itself that helps you become a better trader. Three, simplicity of payout policies, simplicity of the program. Four would be the resources we have, the funding we have, and all that just makes greatest things here at TopStep.
right. Welcome back to Topstep TV and welcome back to the Thunderdome. As you can see, again, it's me and Carlos here. So we're going to change the rules up just a little bit this week with some scheduling changes and things like that. We're going to make some changes to the Thunderdome. So I'll fill the chat in really quick on that. But first, Carlos, how you doing today?
Doing good. Trading pretty well. Passed another combine today, so I have a second XFA. And just overall, I feel like I'm seeing the market well.
Nice. Good stuff, man. Let's see if we can continue to see it well. We're changing up the challenge a little bit for the Thunderdome this week. Carlos is going to be competing against the markets, which all of our traders do. The goal that we set for Carlos this week is going to be $1,000 P&L by the end of the week. So Carlos has 4 days. He's going to split them up. We're challenging Carlos to not have a windfall day, so no days over 50%. But if he's trading well, reading it well, the goal at the end of the day is to make some money. So we're going to challenge Carlos to see if he can hit $1,000 P&L by the end of the week. Carlos said he's reading the market pretty well right now. We do have markets making all-time highs. The NASDAQ currently trading 23,856. Carlos, talk to me a little bit. What are you seeing in the markets right now? Is there any opportunities that you see to get in pretty early?
Yeah, so as far as when I was trading earlier in the day, and I made most of my money on this short down here around 9:55. That big red candle, pretty much the big red move of the day, and kind of the only red move of the day. And since then we've been climbing up, right? And right now we're kind of in that position where it's just slowly starting to climb up. You have small pullbacks, but you're just being bought up. So just have to be careful here if you're going to try to go for shorts, and even if you're longing, we're at all-time highs. So I mean, at this point, anything can happen. I can see this market tanking, but I can also see us slowly climbing up. So just gonna play it slow here, trying to see what we can do and get a solid trade in.
Awesome stuff. And I see it in the chat already. Where can we vote? Where are the resets from last week? Guys, be patient here. We're actually not going to vote this week, right? We want to make sure that we get everything squared away. The team is still tallying up and making sure we can provide free resets to everyone at the right time for who voted last week. The last thing we want to do is, say, oh yeah, we're sending out resets. We get it to 70% of the people, and then there's another 30% that says, hey, we didn't get it. This is a scam. So we're making sure that we can, just like a restaurant tries to bring everyone's food out at the same time. We're going to do that with the resets. We'll make sure you get them. We know who's on the list. Just be patient with us. But if you voted for Chad last week, you will get it. But we want to make sure everyone eats at the same time. For this week, we are not going to be voting just to make sure we get everything squared away with that other one. So we're just going to be watching Carlos here. Let's support Carlos in his trading. See if we can get to a grand on the week.
And listen,
just chopping around.
For anyone who would have voted for the markets against me, I'll come find you.
Carlos versus the chat. Let's see what we got here. We're just chopping around a little bit. Did the S&P make a new all-time high? I haven't really been paying attention to the ES too much today because the NASDAQ has actually the S&P hasn't. We are still 16 points off the all-time high in the S&Ps. No tilt to really talk about here. 60% short in the NASDAQ. And Carlos, if you do jump in a trade, let me know. I like that you said you made most of your money to the downside because I actually did take a short as well. We looked up towards the high of that CPI candle around those 822s and, could not find any buying. That was a pretty nice quick short there.
Yeah, I actually had initially lost money on that short. I shorted a little bit too early. So I was a little frustrated about that, but then got it back on the second move. So that's why it's important, to keep your risk management tight, and know what you're trying to get into. You can lose on one move, right? But you can catch the next one, and it can, make up your losses and some, right? So very important not to just throw it all on one trade.
That's such a great point, Carlos. We were on yesterday, and the chat's like, hey, we need Jay versus Carlos. I took that trade. I took a losing trade. When we ended that segment, I was down about $500. I think at one point yesterday, I was down about $900 on that account. I was able to end the day profitable. I posted about this on X, but exactly what you just said, you're going to lose on any given trade, right? There's no guarantees in this market, but if you can keep some room in your account, some buffer in your account to take another setup, you can either get back to green or reduce the loss or whatever it is. So
Definitely.
Just waiting for opportunities. So yeah, it's a long day, long week, long month, long life of trading. As long as we don't try to get to payouts yesterday.
Yeah, I've lost more money pursuing payouts in like the 5-day period rather than just taking it day by day and reaching it, let's say in 10 or 8, whatever it may be. And even like I so this is something I tell my dad because he even falls into it too, and I would imagine a lot of other traders do as well, where there's a possibility of being able to pass a combine in 2 days. So you try to trade it like you can pass it in 2 days, and I tell him like you've wasted more money on resets, you've wasted more money on new accounts doing it that way rather than taking it slow and passing in 5 days, passing in 10 days. You would have saved yourself
Right.
so much money and so much stress had you actually taken it slow. So trying to have the
Time
same
passes
attitude
either
in
way.
the next phase. Yeah, exactly. Trying to take the same attitude next phase where it's like, yes, it's possible to pay out in 5 days, but if I can get that same payout in 10, it's still a payout, still money in my pocket, and that's what we're aiming for.
I hear you. So, Carlos, for this challenge, are you gonna be trading micros, minis, mixing it up a little bit?
I'm just gonna be doing minis. I'm gonna stick to what I know, stick to what works for me, and just look for that good entry to see to get my scalp in. Um,
Nice.
the market right now is chopping in a pretty tight range. We're holding the highs, and we haven't been able to break below around, I would say, like 844, 844. So looking to see what we do here. It's very choppy, very a lot of candles overlapping. So not necessarily an area I want to get into right now, but we'll wait and see and wait for a better entry.
I know we didn't make all-time highs yesterday, but how similar is today's price action to what we saw yesterday coming into this segment, right?
Yeah.
If you look at it, it's almost the same exact thing, right? We have, we had a little bit of a pullback, a push up to the high of the day, and now we're kind of just hanging out here. Yesterday we saw it, a pretty nice sell-off into the close. Not saying that we'll get that here, but we're a little extended here
I
on
wouldn't
this
be
daily.
against that.
Right. Yeah, I mean, this is where I was buying yesterday. I actually did take a short right before we got on here. I took a short at 848. Took it for 10 points because we just didn't get any follow through.
Yeah.
But it looks like a very similar setup. Now, you got to take each day as its own. But yeah, this is an interesting spot here.
Yeah, well, I mean, we'll
Interesting.
see. Like you said, there is that similarity. I mean, yesterday I think we were 40 points off the all-time high before we actually got that fake out right to the downside. So this day we actually hit it. Are they going to have the same reaction? Are sellers going to try to get in here and bring it back down, or are we going to slowly just zombie rally and continue to make new all-time highs? Point and control actually just flipped on the NQ up here. So to me, I mean, being that we're on all-time highs, you would want to say that this means that sellers are trying to come in heavier, but I mean, we're not making really any progress in either direction. So it's hard to say what this could mean. So I'm gonna have to wait for a little bit
Yeah.
more information before determining what to do. But point of control flipping up here is definitely interesting. I would say because we're so far extended into all-time highs that I would lean on the shorts coming in here, but this can definitely also be buyers trying to hold it up, right, and drive it up higher.
Right. Uh, Real quick on Delta, we have a positive Delta, so congruent with direction in the in the Nasdaq, positive 2,700, a positive Delta in the S&P as well, positive 7,300. It has kind of slowed down. We were seeing some negative Delta early on in the session, and since 10 a.m. Central Time, Delta has been positive 7,500. So we see price going higher, but maybe not attracting as many aggressive market order buyers. Some of those buyers were probably buyers that needed to buy because they were short and had to get out of that position. So let's see if we're actually attracting new business up here for buyers that want to continue these highs. We do know that bad sellers are great, great fodder for all-time highs, right? Right. If I'm a bad seller,
Yeah,
I'm going to keep buying and I'll make the high.
exactly. Point of control keeps flipping around here. If quickly flip down to the lows where we, like how I called up before, around 40, 44, 46. And now it's flipped back up to the middle of this tight range we've been in. So it's definitely there. Buyers and sellers are fighting here, trying to push this in either direction, but neither side is really winning at this point. So right now, it's point of control is not somewhere what I want to enter right now. But maybe if we show some weakness at 860, that could be a pretty good short if it wants to stay in this range. And just keep the risk tight, right? If we break out of that, then just get out because we could see new highs.
See exactly what you're looking at. I got a zone marked out here on my charts, 860 up to 868. If we kind of poke into the middle of that zone with no real buying, I may take a short. Pretty tight risk. Be about less than 10 points, honestly, before a
Yeah,
new all-time
yeah,
high.
same.
Um, but I can see what you're looking at there. Trade Jab says, be a sniper, not a machine gun. Good strategy.
Very true.
Good strategy. I mean, honestly, if you look at, had a pretty decent day today, but if you look at my trade executions, there are, you'll see one or two trade ideas, but multiple executions of that trade idea, right? You guys can see I'm scaling in and out of trades all the time. So it looks kind of messy, but I look at this as one trade, right? I'm looking at this as one trade, well, one short and then another long here, but I'm scaling in and out of the position on the way. And as long as, to me, if I can measure with a one lot how much the market moved, and I took a percentage of that, I look at that as a winning day. And you can see that short I took up here, just a quick scalp. But is that a machine gun approach? Maybe. Sure, my broker likes the commissions, but as long as what you made covers the commissions, you're doing all right.
Yeah, you're good.
Squiz has a question for you in the chat. Carlos, how do you find point of control?
Yeah, so this indicator, I use the volume profile fixed range. And the point of control is this red line here. You may need to enable it on the chart settings. So if you actually click on the indicator, you have the chart settings here, and you'll have to actually enable point of control. It's on under style, point of control. You can change, whatever color you want. Once you enable it, it just shows you where the most volume is traded on the day. So a lot of times how I like to use volume profile and the point of control is, when you see those flips, right, to the high of the range or low in the range, many times, depending on how the day is looking, it's obviously, it depends on a lot of other factors, but this could mean that, you can get a reversal, right, in the trend, right, being that, up here, you wouldn't expect new buyers to be up here, right? You would expect that, okay, if a lot of volume's coming up here, it's probably people trying to push the market down. But there are situations where it actually could be new buyers coming in, right? Especially when you chop like this, where we can chop, new buyers end up coming in because sellers weren't able to pull it down, and we go further up. So it depends on the situation, right? Definitely on the day. Point of control just then auto populates, right? And now this is actually, I guess, a special request I can put in with the TopStep X team. It would be nice, right? This indicator works great, but it would be nice if we can actually set the fixed range for like a time frame, and it just kind of updates automatically instead of having to drag it over for each new candle. Just like a quality of life. Yeah, quality of life improvement, I think, just to, because there are times where if you're so focused on the action, you may forget to move it over, or you don't move it over quick enough. And, there's been times where the point of control has flipped or something like that, and, you end up missing it, right? So, just, it's a little quality of life update would be nice, right? Just set it for a time frame so that if you want it only for, because I only use volume profile for the open, right? So from 9:30 on.
Gotcha.
So it'd be cool to be able to start from there and then have it just auto update.
Do you use the visible range at all?
It's like the other one, right? The one that's
the indicator one. Yeah.
I personally didn't like it because I don't like if I, let's say, move to look at levels in the back that it shifts.
Starts
point of control.
moving, right?
Yeah, so I'm not a fan of that, but I do like how it looks better where the volume you can put on the right side here and it's off the candles. That's also a little bit of quality of life update that I would like, is to be able to put this volume profile here, just be able to put it over here so that it's off my candles, off the chart. So for that indicator, I know you can do that, but for this one, since it's a fixed range, I guess, it has to stay within the box, so you can't. But yeah, I like this one more just because I've since I started using volume profile, I've always just used the range from the open. So
makes sense.
That's what
makes sense. All right, we're getting a little bit of a pop here. 23,863 in the NASDAQ, 64.52 last trade, 64.52 half last trade in the S&P. Crude oil trading 63.26, and gold still selling a little bit here. Gold chopping around that 3,400 level, which is to be expected, right? Super psychological level. Anyone who's trading gold knows that we're trading at some of these whole number levels. Gold currently trading 33.97. All right, here we go. This is the level we were talking about. I am going to take make sure we're on a one lot. I'm in a one lot short here.
Okay.
Risking new high a day, 23,860 half. I'm short. We had some absorption of buying up at these highs, very similar to yesterday. So I am in a one lot short. I'm going to target New York session VWAP, which is down at 23,762. But if we make a new high on the day, new all time high, I'm okay being out there. Why am I taking this trade? Momentum kind of slowed down. Could it just be a quick scalp trade potentially? But I'll manage it as we see fit.
Yeah.
If we start to make some moves above the 70s, then I'll just be out of the trade.
Yeah,
Anything you see?
for me personally, I don't like that we broke above the range that it was kind of chopping in. So it's a little scary to get in short. I see what you're going for. And it definitely can work out. The ES is looking weaker than the NQ. But I think I'm personally going to wait a little bit, see if we can get a new high of day. And if I see any retracement off that new high of day, then take the short up there. Because we also looking at the volume profile, the point of control did flip right under this candle, so we did just bounce right off of it. So it's looking a little strong here.
Andre's asking, are we seeing a bull flag forming here in the NASDAQ? That's what it looks like. That is what it looks like for sure. We made that kind of rounding bottom pattern at those 50s. Really no selling below there. Let's see. I may just get stopped out of this. As soon as I got in, they started moving it. Market makers watching.
Definitely,
that's all right.
Yeah, they're watching us. They're definitely watching us. They don't want me to complete the challenge. That's what it is.
Hey, man. Did you take this breakout long?
We're just in a tough spot, man. I mean, look at that. If we took that breakout long, you'd already be down a little,
Right.
almost 10 points, right? This is what I kind of don't like about trading all-time highs, and just when the market slows down like this is sometimes you'll make a call like that, like, oh, you know what, let me just trade the breakout. It looks like it's about to break new highs. We're only a few points away, and then it's just sell off. And it's like, all right, well, I only wanted to risk $100, $200, and now here I am, immediately stopped out, right? So to me, when it's this slow, or when it's this, I guess it can go either way. I really got to be confident in my entry. So it has to check off a few things on my list, right?
For sure. All right, so I am short right now, 23,860 half, just a one lot. Carlos is flat right now. Let's throw it over to Gabe real quick for some on this day, and then we'll come back to see how these trades are doing.
All right, what's up, guys? Good morning, and we are taking a trip back to August 12th of 1981. Don Estridge unveils the company's first computer, the IBM personal computer, at New York's Waldorf Astoria Hotel. It was originally priced at $1,500 with 16 kilobytes of RAM. How far we've come is crazy. Helping bring computing to the masses. The IBM PC released, it was a big success. It sold well and created a new market for computer parts and software. Estridge's work at IBM earned him quick promotions. By 1984, he was a vice president at the company. And during this time, Steve Jobs actually offered Estridge a job as president of Apple Computers, but Estridge ended up turning it down. But that is August 12th, 1981, taking a trip back to IBM's release of the first personal computer. Back to you guys.
Awesome stuff. Thank you for that, Gabe. It's funny. I was just talking to my grandfather actually yesterday. He was talking about a personal computer that he had, and he said it came in like a briefcase, and it had a modem, it had its own printer, and all this other stuff, which is pretty insane to think about. Just walking around with a computer and a printer. How far we've come. We got people making hundreds of thousands of dollars trading on their phone.
Yeah. It's also crazy, man. I feel like $1,500 would have been very expensive back then, right? I mean,
oh yeah, for sure.
Definitely pretty expensive. So
for sure.
They get a new technology at the time, but
see, chat knows. Chat saying it was a compact. I gotta ask him what brand it was. It was probably a compact. Chat, you guys know everything. Let's see. I am about to get stopped out of this trade. New all-time highs in the NASDAQ here, 23,874. So I just took a little bit of a loss there. I think that puts me at 140 points on the day in the NASDAQ. So still a pretty good day. That trade didn't work out, and some of them are not going to. 23,874.50 new all-time highs in the NASDAQ.
We need the air
Let's just
horns.
go
Air
hit 20
horns.
pew, pew, pew. Let's just go hit 24,000s at this point. So we peaked above that high, Carlos. See if we get some follow through.
Yeah. Waiting to see what happens here. It's still fresh in the new candle. Considering a short, as risky as it may be, I'm considering a short up here. If buyers continue to struggle to keep it up, ES is already, it's still kind of like a doji pretty much. Just looking to see if buyers can continue this up, or if we can get us a little bit of a pullback. Again, I'm not even looking for much. If I can get 10 points on this trade, then I'm happy with that. So definitely not something I'm looking to hold for a long period of time.
10 points would be good on that goal to 1,000 for the week. That'd be a good start.
Yep.
A good start. Still taking new all-time highs here. I don't think the tilt got very heavy in that. We're actually still seeing the tilt short in the NASDAQ. Not a heavy tilt, 54% short right now, 53% long in the S&P. If sellers are going to keep, just like me, right? I had to buy it. Sellers are going to keep trying to push this lower with positive delta. Delta is still growing positive, positive 3,400 right now. So we are still seeing some buying coming in here. That delta number, remember, is market order, tracking market orders. So if it's positive 3,400, that means there's 3,400 more contracts market order bought than sold, which means we have some buyers coming in. Part of that's going to be stops. Part of that is just going to be traders saying equities only go up, so buy them. We are grinding up here.
And this is exactly how this played out is why I say you need to be careful with volume profile and put control. It doesn't always mean that there's going to be a reversal, right? You see here we chopped around, we couldn't get break below, and buyers ended up bouncing around the buyer putting control and then launching it up further, right? So this is what I mean. It's not always just a straight signal of a reversal. It could also be continuation, right? If sellers couldn't get it down and buyers are holding it up, they can then, new buyers coming in here to drive the price up higher.
Shout out to Dre with that bull flag call. Here's the bull flag breakout. Do we just run 23,900s here? Not a lot sitting on the order books. It's pretty empty. Not really seeing much in the S&P either. S&P is taking a new high of the day, 64.55. This looks pretty strong here. Yeah, any shorts, I'm looking for quick opportunities. If they don't play out, I'll take small losses. I'm not willing to hold on to a bias short in the market that is continuing to grind to make all-time highs.
Definitely not.
Quick trade opportunities.
Yeah, and I saw that bull flag that Andre was talking about. Just to me, it looked a little weird, a little funky. If I'm gonna get in on the bull flag, I like to look at a little cleaner. This little pop here in the failure is kind of throws me off a bit. I like when it's just you have the high and then it slowly starts to go down to then get your pop up, right? That also made it a little hard to buy it. But days like this are just when you're just slowly climbing all-time highs, it's hard to just get in.
NASDAQ did just hit 1% up on the day, 1% from settlement. Currently trading 23,876. Mike Trades wants to know why go against the trend and against institutional flow. Mike, I can explain it a little bit if we have my charts up really quick. So my initial trade was a long, right? And my second trade idea was a long as well. So initially I was in the flow of the market, but for where we are right now, I'm looking at a market that is pretty extended from volume, right? I have New York session VWAP, which is this red line on my chart here, down at 23,765, and the market is trading, 100 points above that. Now, I think where I got this trade wrong is this reversion is usually a timing trade. Now it's probably not the time for this trade, but if we look at yesterday, we had a very similar trade yesterday, right? Where we had this extension, the market got within, we got about 60 points away from that VWAP, and then we had the reversion. So I would take that trade again, but this time, the next time I take that trade, I need confirmation in volume that we're actually going to sell. The reason I took that trade is because we had this selling candle here. We traded to within 50% of it, and I'm not going to risk a whole lot, right? Because I want to know pretty quickly whether or not I'm wrong about the timing on this trade. And I may take it again. Is it an easier trade just to get in long? Maybe. But, you tell me the strategy for buying all-time highs instead of just, buying and fingers crossed. And it'll work, but I've never been comfortable doing that. So,
Yeah.
good question though, Mike.
I feel like trading in all-time highs is never comfortable. That's the hard part, right? Because I've been in the situations where I bought the all-time high and it's tanked, and then it's like, wow, you look like an idiot, right? Or feel like an idiot. And I've also been in a situation where you try to short the all-time high and it just keeps climbing up, and it's like you feel like an idiot because it just keeps going up. It's not easy. It's not easy.
Right.
You get the hindsight capital in the chat making it seem like, oh, just buy, right? But it's definitely not easy.
Yep. No, definitely not. But sometimes, the easy trade or the hard trade is the good trade. It's the one you don't want to
Exactly.
take, the one that makes you feel a little uncomfortable that, will get you some profits here. But more than anything, I was wrong on that trade, and I will be wrong on, 100 more trades this year. As long as one of them doesn't cost me my account, we're in a good spot.
Exactly.
We are in a good spot. Yeah, every time it turns. Go ahead, Carlos.
I was gonna say right here, it looks like we're struggling to really continue to push up, and as I say that, we just get a pop up, making new highs. I was gonna say, could this be a small pullback? But that got proven wrong instantly. Thank God I didn't get in that.
Very small pullback. It was maybe 4 points. New all-time highs again in the NASDAQ here, 23,883 and a quarter. S&P is making new highs on the day. Still about 12 points off the all-time high in the S&P. Currently trading 64.56, 64.55 half. Gold just hanging around 3400s, and crude oil 63.25. Nice sell-off in crude for the day so far. Tilt still pretty much 50-50 across the board. Still a short tilt in the NASDAQ, 53%. Just remember, traders, manage risk, right? These markets can just continue to grind up. We had Jesse, who was on the last segment in Fast Markets. He was saying he's a better bear. I think I am as well. I see the markets better to the downside than I do to the upside. But that's unfortunate in a market that just grinds up, right? So you got to be very conscious of when your bias does not align with the market, because this shit can just run you over. So be careful.
Exactly. I also think it just has to do with the fact that when you get into short moves, a lot of times I just feel like the short play moves a lot quicker than the long.
Yeah.
So I know for me personally, my biggest trades have been short, and I don't necessarily think it's that I see the short side better. I just think I've had to do less thinking when I've gotten short. There on those big trades, there are so many times I'll get in short and it just starts to work out and it just continues to work out, and it's like you kind of can you have to think less, right, and manage less at that point. Versus when you're
Right.
long, you have sometimes you have these moves up, but then you have this chop. You don't know if it's going to keep going. Is it going to go down? What are we doing? Then it bursts up again. You have a slight burst, and now you're struggling again at this new all-time high. And it's like, all right, is it going to go up? Is it going to go? It's that questioning constant, I feel like, is what makes being long harder. But I fully agree.
Agreed.
It's tough. Market days like this are tough, and they get annoying, to be honest.
I think there's a reason panic selling is a phrase and maybe panic buying isn't, right? When you see that panic in the markets and that selling, it happens so quick. We usually see it on higher volume. And when you recognize that, you're like, oh, hey, the market's reacting to something. Let me just quick jump into this. Look at how this move to the upside has happened. Right? It's kind of a slow grind up. It's just reluctant a little bit, but pushing higher. We do see 114 offered here at 23,885 in the NASDAQ. 23,885. See if we go take that out. Some of these bigger orders have been magnets the whole time. You can see it on my screen here. It's this purple line here. I also have it on the DOM. If you have Topstep X, it's on your DOM as well. 23,885. Let's see if we go fill that order. It's 118 contracts now.
Yeah, I
And
was
remember,
looking
I'm
for
sharing.
any.
Go ahead, Carlos.
I was just gonna say real quick. I'm just looking for any type of pullback just to get in long, and it's not even giving anything. I mean, this was 2
No.
points.
Yeah, really. I mean, how could you trade this right now? You buy it and just risk the low of one of these candles because at the same time, right, the air gets a little thin up here. So if these buyers, these late buyers, aren't finding what they want, they're the ones that cause that panic sell action, right? We could see a quick 50-point drop. So again, finding a way to get in, I think, is just managing the risk, right? Because if you look below, it looks like there's a lot of room, but it does not have to cost you that much to be wrong on this trade. 115 lot offered
Nope.
here at 23,885. Carlos, I saw a question in the chat. What makes you so intimidating that no one wants to challenge you in the Thunderdome?
I don't know, man. I feel like I'm a nice guy when I'm on air. I don't know. It just seems like the competition just got scared. I don't know.
Right. It's all right. We'll find someone. We will find someone for next week for sure. Little hesitation here at this 100 lot here. If buyers are this convinced, they should be able to take out 100 contracts. If not, let's see what that reaction is. Little hesitation here right now. Let's throw it over to the team real quick for the news. Carlos, if you get into a trade, let us know. Throw it over to some news real quick, and we'll come right back, see if we can fill this 100 lot.
U.S. inflation did not rise as much as economists expected last month, even in the face of the tariff rollout. Consumer prices rose 0.2% in July to keep the annual inflation rate at 2.7%. The latest consumer price index data was released Tuesday morning by the Bureau of Labor Statistics. Gas prices fell in July while food prices were mainly flat. That helped to keep the overall inflation index level. However, what is called the core goods category rose 0.2% for a second consecutive month.
Thank you for that, Gabe. We had that inflation data coming out this morning. Remember, we do still have more data, data-heavy week this week. We got PPI coming out on Thursday and some other numbers as well, so just pay attention to that. We'll be covering it here on Topstep TV. We got a little bit of a pullback here. Carlos, 10 points from the all-time high. But do you have like an average number that you're looking for these pullbacks? Are you looking for like 40, 50 points, 25 points? How do you know when it's a satisfied pullback for you to get in long?
For me, it's more so just location, right? Where we pull back to. So to get in long, let's say before, I would have liked to see a pullback, even if just to this wick over here, 869. You kind of have like 2 wicks here. A lot of times you can get a quick bounce off of that, off of wicks like that. So like at minimum, that's like something I would have looked for, or even just a move back down to point of control. So it's kind of more so depends on the chart. It's not necessarily like a point value, at least for me. It's more so like pull back to a specific location that allows me to feel comfortable, right, with my entry long or short, whatever the situation is.
Got you. Good stuff.
Yeah, this is just this is
slow grind. Slow grind. 63.15 oil making new lows on the day. 63.11 new low. NASDAQ getting ready to take out this 100 lot. Let's see if we can do it. Again, we need to attract some buyers here. These candles are getting a little skinny up here at these highs. A little less convincing, but anything can happen here. 114 lot offered here. Not seeing any size really in the S&P. S&P is kind of more spread out with the order book right now. There's a couple 100 lots offered there, a couple 200s up near the high, all-time high. But little hesitation here at this 100 lot. We've seen traders on the show before take the lean trade where you're, shorting right in front of that because, if the market is not convinced enough to buy it. But I think I'm gonna wait here.
Yeah, I've taken that trade before, but I just think when you're at all-time highs, it's a little bit more
It's a little
tempting for
different.
people to try to go get it. Right? Yeah.
Yep.
It's like, do I want to short it just because there's that amount of contracts there and this has been the day?
Right. That might add some confluence to your trade, but that's not 100% trade. Not here, at least.
No.
Nothing is, but that's still a 50-50, it feels like. Still a 50-50. Chat, what are you guys in right now? Anyone just holding on to a long here, just watching the show, just counting your money as the market continues to tick higher? It's like, that's another $5. That's another $5 with every tick. How are you guys trading this right now?
Someone in chat said, or you can just sit there and watch it go up all day. To be honest, I'd rather do that than try to get in and lose money, right? If I'm not comfortable with my entries or not comfortable with how the market's trading, I'd rather just sit here and watch it do something than try to get in and act like I have a better feel for it than I do, and then end up losing money, right? You can lose a lot of money on days like this where it just seems like, oh, it was just so simple, just buy. And you can have some of the worst days in your trading career on days like this. So it's very important to be patient no matter what, no matter how tempting it may be, whether it's going up, going down. You have to be patient, wait for your entries, wait for what you're comfortable with and what you're seeing to then get in. We're getting close to
So we're
filling
starting
that block.
Yeah, we filled partial. Oh, we saw this in the S&P actually. And when the S&P did this earlier, there was 1,000 lot. We filled it partial, then filled the whole thing, and then sold off. Not a convincing way to buy 100 contracts, right?
Definitely not.
But we'll see. They all did get filled.
Again, do you want to take that gamble and betting against it? It's like,
yeah, as a tape reader, I don't love that fill if I'm long, but again, that's just me. And anything can happen. Indoor gamer, yeah, I did get stopped out of that short. I was short, risking 10 points, risking a new all-time high. We made a new all-time high, so I'm out. We did just tick a new all-time high in the NASDAQ 23,885, where that 100 lot did get filled. 122 contracts traded there. Interesting. It was weird how that traded out, but we'll see.
yeah,
We will see. What's the Dow
candles
doing?
are just so tight, man. They're just so tight.
There we go. Now we're breaking it. New all-time highs. Air horns again. Air horns for Eddie Horn. Pum pum pum. 23,887. 23,888. 888's trade now. 23,888 in the NASDAQ. New all-time highs. New all-time highs. S&P still has about 12 points to go. Still about 12 points to go for that all-time high in the S&P. See if we go take those out as well. The Dow. Let's take a look at the Dow. The Dow has been a leader over the past couple of days. Near highs a day as well, trading 44,548 currently. Indoor Gamer asked a question. I want to throw this to you too, Carlos. Do you usually use a predetermined stop loss or do you use a chart structure to place my stop loss? For me, chart structure, right? You saw that stop that I placed there was above the all-time high. Because the way I want to look at it is I don't care how much this is going to cost me because I can adjust that based on the position size I take, right? If it's going to cost too much, I could always trade a micro. At what point is this trade invalidated? For me, I'm short unless we make a new all-time high. So I don't have to have a 60-point stop because if we make a new all-time high, I want to be out of the trade. That's a structure-based stop. And then again, if it costs too much, if I wasn't willing to do the $200 that it costs with a mini, I could have done a micro and traded that for $20, but the trade idea is still the same. Carlos, how do you place your stops? What do you usually do?
Yeah, so the same for me. It's structure based. I have an automatic stop that appears, and that more so is like what I call like a doomsday stop. So right, like because there's been situations where I've gone in a trade and then tape bomb hits, and it's like right there, and then you get filled,
yeah.
right? So I have a stop that auto populates, right? That it's at an amount that I'm comfortable with. That it gives my trade room where I'm not getting immediately stopped out. But if there was a for some reason if it just market pushed in the opposite direction very quickly, I'm still okay with what I lost. So I have that, but then I adjusted right based on, like you said, right, what you're seeing in the market, what you're willing to risk, and where your trade's invalidated. I do believe that if you're using stops as more so like I don't want to lose more than $200, $300, then it's probably a sizing issue if you're not able to base it off of market structure. right? The only times that I've done that, right, have a stop where I'm like, I just don't want to lose more than 300, and I kind of don't care where it lands on the chart. I'm just gonna give the trade a chance. Is when I'm already having a good day, and let's just say I'm up, $2,000, or let's say 2,300, and I'm like, I want to guarantee $2,000 on the day, so I'm gonna give myself a $300 loss right now, right? If I have another loss for $300, then I'm done. I'm guaranteeing myself the $2,000. But I want to give this trade a chance. That's really the only time I'll do that. Most times it'll be structure based.
100%. I agree with you there. That's actually where I'm at right now, Carlos. Like I said, I'm up about 2,400 minus commissions on the day. I want to end the day plus 2K. So regardless of the trades that I take, I was at 2,600 before that last trade. I can take more trades if I see setups, but I have to cut myself off at a certain point. Shout out to Topstep X. You can set a realized profit trail where it's just going to cut you off. Trading in my personal account, and this is the issue with trading in a personal account, I have to manage that myself. There's nothing to say, hey, cut him off if he gives back a certain amount of money. So you have to be very diligent as a trader. I'm not going to lie. There are times where I have not been that trader, right? Where I'm just like, yeah, I'm going to give back only 400. And then it goes to 5, and you're just like, well, you know what? There's still a good setup. It's like, nope, can't do that. With Topstep X, you don't even have that ability, right? Make the decision when you have a clear mind, and just say, hey, you know what? I'm going to give back this, lock it out, and I'll come back the next day. Seeing a little bit of a pullback here from the highs, a little bit, really. Carlos, it's been a 10-point pullback and find a spot to buy.
Yeah.
That is all they're giving to sellers right now. 10 points. Get your 10 points. Get your 10 points, and that is it.
Yeah, I was considering taking a short up here. We had that pullback from the highs, and then it made like kind of an equal high with the previous candle. But I don't know. It's again, the ES is looking a little bit stronger, at least on the current candle. Granted, it's not a huge move, but it's just a little nerve wracking taking shorts. But I think if I get a little push up here, I may end up taking a short to see if we can go down. If it doesn't have a bigger move, right? Kind of a quicker move.
Sean brings up a good point. He said that's why you can't get in. You're stuck on shorting this market right now. Yeah, that's a good point. I think this is where I'm thinking no trade is a trade, right? I see a great long opportunity for my setup. Could it have been one? Yeah, we could have been buying this whole hour and been up 40 points. I don't necessarily have a setup to trade that, so I'm okay with no trade. Right? I'm okay with no trade, and we'll just wait. We'll just wait. I think we said it last night with Dakota on slow markets. It's like, I love the futures markets because they're open 23 hours a day, but I kind of hate the futures markets because they're open 23 hours a day. Every time I look at the chart, it looks like an opportunity to make money. No one ever thinks that, oh yeah, this is an opportunity to lose money either. So, I'm okay not buying this right now and just watching it. It is just a grind up.
Exactly.
If I look at my stats, these days like this, buying highs and just grinding up are not where I make most of my money. So, we will just watch. But hopefully you guys are still in this long because we are just grinding up. Let's see.
Yeah, a new 5-minute candle is about to open. I'm gonna see how we open here, and then may go for a short. If we're able to work back up to where kind of this candle here ended around 885. So look for take a short, see if we can drive price down a little bit. Try to grab my 5 to 10 point short because that's all it's giving, and go from there.
Get your 10 points. 10 points here. Get your 10 points. 23,880 last trade in the NASDAQ. We got a question here. I just got into my first XFA, or I finally got funded. I'm nervous to trade my new XFA. What tips do you have to deal with the psychological pressure? Don't look at it as psychological pressure. Look at it as the exact amount of pressure that it takes to trade every day. There's no such thing as a risk-free trade. Every time you put on a trade is an opportunity to either make or lose money on that trade. If you don't take those losses personally and just look at it as a cost of doing business, then there is less psychological pressure, right? And I'm saying that, you're trying to convince yourself that there is no pressure. But if you're looking at it as, hey, I have to protect this account from day one, you can't be scared to trade, right? Because that's when we start to make mistakes, and we're not reading the market really well because we're scared. So if you're in that XFA for the first time, trade small enough where if you lose a trade, you don't care. And that's really the best advice that I could give you, because you shouldn't care about any given trade. New highs in the NASDAQ 23,890.75. These really are 10-point pullbacks, and we continue to go. Not a lot of size here at 23,900. 66 offered there. We got 100 lot just stepped in, 23,895. These have been magnets so far. We saw that last one give a little bit of a hesitation to the market, but the market did trade it out. 116 lot offered, 23,895. See if we trade those. S&P's new highs on the day as well, 64.58 last trade in the S&P. Get your 10 points and get out of there because this market is continuing to rally.
Yeah, I mean, I was hoping for at least a little bit more of a pullback there. I mean, it's just like, I don't know.
Yeah.
It's just that zombie rally up. You just can't bet against the longs at this point. I feel like just looking at this chart, like your mind just tells you eventually it has to come down, right? But it's not giving it. It's not giving it.
Yep. Yeah, you kind of have to turn that off, especially if you're going to click the button, right? It's just like, hey, it's not giving me a short. Could it do one? Could it give a really nice short opportunity later in the day? It is. But what is the market saying right now? Saying we're going up. So if you can find a long in here, that 10-point pullback, that was your trade. We're up 20 points from that. So it was a nice one. New highs in the NASDAQ, continued to tick new highs. Really just kind of a runaway market right now. S&P still has some room to go. We have not seen that tilt change. The tilt is still short. So traders are not believing in this move. But believe it or not, we are at all-time highs. We got about 13 minutes left here in this segment. Carlos showing some patience. Remember, we are going Carlos versus the markets, seeing if Carlos can get to that $1,000 P&L by the end of the week. This was a tough
tilt
one, right?
That tilt kind of worries me because, I mean, if it's still leaning to the short side, does that mean that if the shorts
it's
eventually
barely leaning.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
regardless, right? The fact that it's leaning that way, right? It's like if the sellers don't get what they want soon and they puke, can we see an even bigger pop up, right? Again, if you're looking for this to come down, you can even see a bigger pop up once those sellers start to puke out of their position. So still not looking good for shorts.
Yeah. 100%. Delta update, positive 4,000 in the NASDAQ, positive 9,600 in the S&P, both congruent with direction. So we are attracting new buyers here. When we started this segment, the Delta was positive 2,700. So we added about 1,200 in the NASDAQ. We added about 2,000, almost 3,000 in the S&P since this segment has started. New all-time highs here in the NASDAQ, 23,900 did trade there. We got about a 50 lot sitting at 23,900. Traded 19 contracts at that price so far and continuing to grind higher. Where it stops, no one knows. Maybe we stop when the S&P makes a new all-time high. I don't want to bet on it, but I took my one short. That is all I was willing to risk on the short side so far for this segment, and we will see what the markets present for the rest of the day. S&P all-time high is 64.68 half, so we're just about 10 points off of that right now. 64.68 half is that all-time high in the S&P.
Guess it's like Andre said earlier today. Delta tells a story, right? And it's just been going with direction.
Yes, it does. And then again, like I was saying, with that short trade that I took, the timing could be off. If the Delta, think about what that means, right? Positive Delta right now, Carlos. We don't know the intentions of any market participant, but if they're buying, let's assume that they're buying to open. Why would I close my trade right now? If you were long from 23,700, you have any reason to close your trade?
Not at all. Not at all. You wouldn't even be worried.
Not at all. Right. If you're still holding it, there's no reason to close it, right? So when I like to start thinking about timing, unless we get to a level that the market just rejects, as we get closer to the end of the day, if those are day traders in those trades, then maybe they have a little bit more of a reason to close the trade. But until that point, D says it all the time of day is a level. This could be a beautiful short trade at 2:50 Central Time when all the day traders have to go home for the day flat. But right now,
Exactly.
I don't see a reason to get out of this long. So I'm going to stop selling it.
About to make new all-time highs again.
There it is, 23,901 new all-time high. All right, let's just go get 24,000. Come on. Don't stop here. Even if I'm not in the trade, right? Let's just go get it.
Yeah. Well, actually, come down a little bit, get me, and then we go. How about that? Come on, guys, get me down here a little bit.
Yeah, James Slay says, if you were long from 23,700s, where would my stop be? Right now, my stop would be under 820s. Depending on how much I had on, my stop would go under 820s.
Yeah, I see that. To be honest, at this point, are you even concerned about your stop?
No, yeah, right. Honestly, like I usually don't trade with a one lot. You guys saw my executions, right? There's multiple executions. I probably would have scaled out on the way up, but just holding a runner on that runner, I honestly don't care what happens to that runner at this point. If I'm up this much, I don't want to turn it to a complete loser, but I'm willing to give up the 80 points on that runner, especially if I've managed the rest of that position well. So, yeah, let's see what happens here. 23,902 quarter, new all-time high in the NASDAQ. S&P still has some room to go, just about 9 points off right now. We got about 5 minutes left, Carlos. If you do end up getting in a trade, let me know. I think we do have a White House press
before the segment ends.
No, don't force it, man. Don't force it. If there's no trade, there's no trade. You got 3 more days. You can split that P&L up over 3 days, or do it all in one. Hit a banger to end the week. That way, you still make the money. But let's see what happens here. I think we have a White House press briefing coming up. 1 p.m. Eastern time, so just pay attention to that. And for our ags traders, we did have the WASD report earlier as we were starting this segment. New highs again in the NASDAQ, just keeps grinding up, and Delta continues to get increasingly more positive. 4,100 in the NASDAQ. Some of that is definitely, I know at least one contract I contributed to that with my stop going off. Some of that is definitely stops going off, right? Traders trying to get short and just not getting any favorable price action, or some longs just getting in here and saying, hey, you know what? I'm only late if it stops right here. But if this market keeps going up like it has been pretty much all hour, it is still a good trade. 58 points since the start of this segment to the upside. S&P made a new high on the day, 64.59.75. 64.59.75. Carlos, once we get off this segment here, what do? Do you lock it up? You had a good day in that combine. You passed another one. Do you continue to look for opportunities? Do you lock it up for the day? What's your rest of your day look like?
Yeah, usually I'm locked up for the day by now, and I move on. Sometimes I'll trade later in the day, depending, if there's news, if there's stuff going on. I'll still have the charts up to look for any opportunities, but 9 times out of 10, I'm already locked up by now, moving on with my day. So yeah, good. Most likely just enjoy the fact that I had a good day in the combine, and move on to other things, but keeping the charts open.
Good stuff, man. Good stuff. We'll wrap in a couple minutes here. Again, new all-time highs, 23,904.75 in the NASDAQ. Just continuing to grind. Srinath has a question here. General question. What did you do to get better at not tilting? Does that ever go away, or does it get less frequent over time? Does it ever go away completely, Srinath? No. I think that tilt can happen at any level. I think the hedge funds that lost billions of dollars, or however much they lost during the GameStop stuff, I think that was tilt. So it doesn't go away at a dollar amount. It goes away at a understanding of risk. And I still tilt every once in a while myself. I think I've gotten better at not letting it cost me so much. Where tilt used to cost me a full account before, right? Tilt might cost me a percentage of my account. And new all-time highs here in the NASDAQ, 23,906.75, continuing to grind higher. Suggestion Coach Paul has is whether you go on tilt or not, whatever it is, don't lose more than 12% of your drawdown in a day. So go on tilt all you want. It won't cost you your account. 23,909.75, continuing to grind higher here. Uh, 24,000
Yeah, this
is
is
right
just crazy.
there.
This is just crazy.
What is 100? What is 100 points in the Nasdaq? We are just continuing to grind up. S&P joining the party as well now. New highs in the day: 64, 61, 25. We are not going to stop here at Top Step TV. If we hit 24,000 during the day, rest assured it is going to be shown on Top Step TV because we will be trading. Someone will be trading it, or at least we'll be talking about it. Coming up, we got Jack and JD doing the morning recap. Then I'm still going to be here. JD is going to be joining me and Jason E for his first TV appearance. So we'll welcome Jason. Jason is a new member of the Lunatics, part of season 3. We'll talk a little bit about Jason's experience with Topstep and what he's looking for in that VIP program. We got Jack and JD coming up with the morning recap first. Carlos, anything you want to say before we go? Anything you want to say to the markets as your new challenger for the week? Are we getting that $1,000 or what?
We're definitely gonna have $1,000. The markets won today, right? No trades. Just didn't really give me an entry, but there's still 3 days left in the week, right? So definitely gonna be able to hit that profit target. And I think this is just important for everyone to see that, again, like we mentioned earlier, it's better for you to be flat and break even on the day than forcing trades just because you see the market going up and ending up losing a lot of money, right? So if you're like me and you missed this move and you've just been sitting and waiting, don't beat yourself up over it, right? Just be happy with the fact that, all right, you're break even or you're not in the trade, but you're living to trade another day. And that's the most important part, living to trade another day.
Good stuff, Carlos. Good stuff. Well, we're going to go to a break real quick. We'll throw it to JD and Jack for the morning recap, and we'll be back with Jason E. This is Top Step TV. Let's go.
Nearly 24 people have developed food poisoning in Florida after consuming tainted raw milk from the same farm. Now, if you guys don't see me on Monday, you know why.
You're drinking your pet milk. good game longs. This is the morning recap. I'm here with JD while Hoag is resting comfortably. He's okay, by the way. He'll be back real soon. But we're just going to go back and take a look through some of the trades we've taken so far on the day, starting with JD, who could tell us about what happened during opening call.
Yes, sir. What's up, guys? So we did not take the gold opening range trade this morning. We typically play a 1, 3, or 5 minute opening range breakout in gold, which opens at 7:20 a.m. Central Time. But we had that CPI report release at 7:30 Central Time, so we did not want to trade into that number, which turned out to be a good move. Both the 1, 3, and 5 minute signals triggered short positions, and as most of you saw, gold did rip higher right after the CPI release. So it was good not being in that trade. We did, however, take the crude oil opening range trade. We pulled the chat. They voted for a 5 minute opening range breakout. So that is what we took. We entered just a couple minutes after the opening bell, right around 8:06, 8:07. I think we got triggered in that trade. We were long from 63.59, 5 micro contracts. 53.69. It gave us a couple ticks right off the bat, but eventually this bar here at 8:30 Central Time kind of swung back around and took us out of that trade. That happened on this red bar right here. Stopped out 63.21. Kind of took a little bit of slippage there, but my end of the house count closed out the morning down $205. Crude oil did eventually start going our way, but we ran both sides of the opening range. I don't think it would have mattered what side of the market you were on in crude oil today. You likely would have gotten stopped out if you held on to those opening range breakouts. But that was it for today. One trade, down a couple ticks. How'd it look on your end, Jack?
Well, yeah, we'll go over to my screen. I would like to nominate myself first for being the wuss of the week, a new award we can give out. Let me show you what happened. We had the big rip up on the CPI candle. I was looking at the ES. We started selling off here. I had mentioned that the level I was looking at was around 64.10. Well, lo and behold, we got down to 64.10, at which point, I have to be honest, my bias here seeing this is I thought it was going to retrace at least the whole candle, and I backed off. Turns out, 64.10, you would have taken about 1.5 points of heat, and then it's been up, away the entire time. So no trades in the house account, but our guest, Braden especially, was active in this. Let's go over to the NQ. So Braden was trading the NQ long on this upside here. He got knocked out once for a loss trailing it, but then continued to really aggressively buy any pullback going the ways up. And he finished positive, still had a position on towards the end of fast markets. And judging by the price action since then, he has done quite well with that position. So Braden did it right there. I believe that Jesse took a few trades. I wasn't able to follow all of them, but it was the same thing, I believe, with the longs. I think he went 3 for 5, ended up a few bucks, like maybe $80 in the account he was trading on here. But that was pretty much all the trades we took during the fast market segment. We're still sitting above the all-time highs in the... Oh, we're quite a bit through them now. So at about... right in this area is where we took out the highs in the SPX. We are also above. We are within striking distance, just a few points. 7 points above the current high would give us the high in this contract. All right. White House press conference underway. We won't take up too much of your time here. JD, any final words?
Nope, we've got Jason E., a member of the Lunatics, Top Step VIP Season 3. So we're going to meet him, see what his expectations are with Coach Jay, and maybe we'll find a trade and take it. He's also an XFA trader, so should be a nice little conversation coming up next in Lunchbox Trading. And then we've got a special drop-in coming at 12:45, so make sure you guys stick around for that too.
All right, stick around for Jason E. Still a lot more trading left today. This is Topstep TV. Let's do this thing.
And an even quarter bid, half bid, the orders bid, even bid. Now I'm a seller. Quarter, half, the orders, and even.
Good afternoon, friends and traders. Welcome back to Topstep TV. We apologize for the little delay there. This is Lunchbox Trading. I'm JD. You know Coach J. We're working on getting Jason E in here as soon as possible. Jason E is a member of Coach J's Topstep VIP Season 3 Lunatics team. So he is an XFA trader and now a VIP trader also. So we're going to do our best to get him in here in just a few minutes. And talk through what his expectations are for the season of VIP. Coach Jay, how you doing this afternoon? We were talking in the green room.
Yeah.
We were talking in the green room about putting on a trade or doing everything we can to not put on a trade. What are you seeing in the markets that's kind of putting you off right now?
We're just grinding, making new all-time highs, JD. From my experience, these are just tough markets to buy, to find a place to get in. We were on with Carlos, just for the Thunderdome segment. We're getting 10-point pullbacks in the NASDAQ before we make a new all-time high. Looks like we're going to take another one in a bit here. So I just find these markets kind of hard to trade. I think being a little bit of a contrarian, I'm looking for a good short opportunity, but I'm also, kind of sitting on my hands and saying, you know what, if there's a short, it'll be obvious. There's no need for me to try to force it here. So we can continue grinding up. There's that quote, markets can stay irrational longer than you can stay solvent. And I actually don't think this move is irrational at all. These are markets making all-time highs, and this is how they move. So, just doing what I can to not click the button here and just watch these markets. How are you looking at it, JD?
So, very good, very good. So you're kind of thinking that a little move down is sort of inevitable today. We keep grinding up, ticking higher, ticking higher, ticking higher. We see volatility dropping. We see volume dropping. You think it's just a matter of time before we get that pullback? That kind of the
I
thought
do,
process?
JD. Yeah, I do. If we look at my chart here, and again, traders, I'm sharing Quantower. You can connect your Project X, Topstep X accounts to Quantower. I have this red line here, which is VWAP, this dotted red line down at 23,775. That's New York session VWAP. Right now, we are on a 15-minute chart, 5 ATRs away from VWAP, which is pretty extended, right? We can see these candles getting a little thin up here, up at these 23,900s. So I do think there's potential for a reversion back to that VWAP. Maybe not all the way there, but that's 120 points. I can find a 40-point trade in that. I'm just thinking time of day, right? We were talking with Carlos, JD. If you're long from 23,600s, 23,700s, you don't have a reason to close your trade right now. But as we get closer to the end of the day, if you're a day trader, you need to go flat into the close. That might bring us a short, or if we get a headline. But right now, it is just a guess whether or not that move is going to happen. It's usually pretty obvious when it does. So I'll just wait for that. We had a similar trade yesterday. So I was down on the day going into the close yesterday. And then we were so short, and we could see this extension away from VWAP here. We got so short at these lows that on the close, these traders have to close. This move here, which is a 60-point move to the upside, got me back to green on the day. It didn't happen until the last 5 minutes of the day. So that's where my mindset is. I had a good day so far, so I don't necessarily need to take another trade. But if I'm going to take one, I don't see a great long. So I'm just kind of planning for the rest of the day if that short does come in. If I see the volume pick up right now and we start to get it, I'll take it. But right now, it really is about practicing patience.
Yep. Well, you might get the catalyst you're looking for during this segment. We've got the White House press briefing about to heat up. It's warming up right now. We'll start piping in headlines as soon as they're hitting. We're also getting some headlines out of Ukraine right now. Ukraine President Zelensky is firing away with a whole bunch of headlines right now. I think the most recent one was, where did it go? Ukraine's President Zelensky, Ukraine won't withdraw troops from Donbass. And we saw a little bit of a spike in crude oil after that. A couple more quotes from President Zelensky. He wants talks over Ukraine territory to include Kiev. He also sees Russia preparing an offensive after August 15th. So some headlines coming out of there. Oh, he also says Ukraine can buy U.S. weapons worth $1 to $1.5 billion a month. So he's spending some dough on U.S. weaponry also. We'll keep an eye on the headlines. Once that White House press briefing starts, we'll let you all know what's going on. I do not believe it has begun yet, though.
True.
All right. Well, we've got a special treat for some of you astronomy buffs out there. Cameron in the back. Let's roll that footage.
What do we got, JD?
The Perseid meteor shower, one of the best meteor showers of the year, and it's peaking today.
Yes, 1-2.
The official peak time is 4 p.m. Eastern. In previous years, oh hey, I hear Jason in the back. I hear him.
Oh, finally.
He's there.
All right, we're gonna bring
there
you in
he
just.
is.
How's everybody doing?
Oh, he's on there. All right, let's finish this up real quick, and then we'll introduce Jason. In previous years, the Perseid meteor shower has produced around 40 to 50 visible meteors per hour, but this year, sky gazers aren't likely to see as many. A NASA expert says that's because the shower is happening soon after the August full moon. So light from the moon will make meteor spotting a little more difficult. You can expect to see around 10 to 20 meteors per hour. When do you want to watch this? The best times to watch are for about an hour between dusk and moonrise, and the last couple of hours before daybreak on Wednesday. So get out there and take your meteor pictures. All right, let's get back to it. We've got Jason E here now. Jason, what is up? Welcome to Topstep TV. Welcome to Topstep VIP. Here's your coach, Coach Jay. How you feeling today, my man? What's going on?
I'm feeling great. Excited to be here, and thank you for having me.
Good stuff. Excited. Nice to meet you. I think JD just froze in VMix, unless he's just staring into the chat solo. But nice to meet you too, Jason. I know we talked a little bit in the Discord chat the other day. You know talking about
Yeah.
what do I expect to come on Topstep TV and things like that. But good to have you on the show for the first time. What JD was going to ask you about, coming into this VIP program. We'll get into that a little bit. But let's talk about trading real quick. Anything you're seeing in the charts right now for a potential trade?
Currently, I'm not seeing anything because this morning I've lost 2 entries, and
Okay.
and it really messed up my day. So currently, I'm just on my hands, sitting, waiting for another setup. But I doubt I'm gonna find anything according to my system.
Gotcha. Okay.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
JD.
What markets are you looking at, Jason?
I'm looking at MNQ because it's my main product. I don't really trade NQ because it's too heavy for me, I think. So currently I'm just trading MNQ. So that's it. Yeah.
That's good. Yeah. The fast swings of the NQ, the bigger size. It's a tough market to really just jump into when you're a first-time trader. We do recommend traders take it slow, find a market that doesn't move quite so fast, but it is a market that people gravitate towards. That's for sure. Yeah, apologies there. I got booted from VMix. It's been happening quite a bit to me today. Anyway, Coach Jay, you've got one of your lunatics here. What are you expecting from Jason going into season 3? What do you want to see? I suppose not just for Jason, but for the entire team in general, the broader sense.
For the whole team. Team. So what I did, JD, with the team starting off, we have a meeting during Power Hour today. Before everybody gets their accounts and everything like that. I sent out 2 kind of homework assignments. The first one was a survey just to get into a general idea of who I have in the group. How long have you been trading, things like that. So I had them fill that out, and then I had everyone fill out a 1-page sheet on what is your A+ trading setup. Right. So I got it from Jason. I got it from maybe 25 other traders in the group so far. Read through those with the help of ChatGPT, kind of cross-examine those with the survey responses that they gave. And really what I want everyone to do is focus on risk management and taking their high quality setups, right? There's no guarantee that in doing that, you're going to be, a profitable trader at the end of it, but you'll give yourself a better chance from what I could imagine. So focusing on risk management and only taking good setups, and then we'll see how the cards play out from there. I think
Cool.
a lot of traders have already learned in their process how to lose, but maybe not so much how to win, and getting comfortable with saying, hey, I'm waiting for something specific in the market. I'm going to do that thing. So that's my focus here.
Very cool. Very cool.
for
You
everyone.
said you sent out a survey. What kind of questions were you asking? What did you include in that?
Let's see. We'll pull them up over here. I'm not going to share the screen, but let's see what the questions were. How long have you been trading? What are the day trading strategies that you use? How frequently are you entering trades? Average hold times for trades? How do you typically determine trade entry and exit points? Where are your profit targets? What's your typical risk per trade? How do you manage trades that go against you? What market conditions do you find most favorable? Is that trending markets, range-bound markets, high volatility? Do you typically react to unexpected market news or events? How do you typically react to unexpected market news or events during the trading day? How do you handle losses? How do you manage discipline and emotions? Any specific techniques you use? What markets do you trade? Have you successfully passed the combine? If so, how many times? If you've received a funded account, how long did you hold it? What was the primary reason for losing it? What aspects of Topstep are the most difficult? It's a ton of questions here. Which areas do you believe you need the most improvement on to succeed with the Topstep account? How much have you taken in payouts? And after 3 months, what is your goal for the VIP program? So about 20 questions or so there, just to get a general idea of what everyone's goals are.
Yeah, I think you should know quite a bit about a trader after getting that kind of info.
Yeah, for sure.
Folks, we do have that press conference. The White House press conference has started. We're starting to see some headlines coming out. Nothing earth-shattering at the moment. Some quotes that we've already seen today, actually. First quote out is, we need to take a look at the means and methods on how we acquire labor data. And also, Trump is considering a lawsuit against Jerome Powell, the Fed's Powell. So, nothing too outside the box of what we've been seeing in recent weeks. So we'll keep an eye on that. If anything does happen, you'll be the first to know right after we know. All right, Jason, you've been trading in XFA. How long have you been trading total? How did you get started in the markets? How did you find Topstep? How did Topstep find you? Tell us a little bit about yourself.
First, I was trading penny stocks. I flipped my account 3 times before losing it all. And when that happened, I had a cousin that was already day trading, and he told me about Topstep. It was about the period where you guys had the $19 accounts. I took one, and after a 7-month period, I've passed my first XFA. I think I've lost it in about the next month following my activation. And since then, I've been with you guys. I've passed in total 5 XFA. I had 4 active at the same time. I've lost 3 when my father passed away in May, and now I'm trying to get back to profitability. I've also taken out a payout. With that payout, I bought a 49-inch screen monitor to trade better. It doesn't make me trade better, but I wanted to have the result of my hard labor in front of me to keep me motivated. So that's why I bought it.
Reinvesting back into your trade setup. I like that idea. Very sorry about your father too. It's always a sad thing to hear. But thank you for sharing that. We appreciate it. Those are tough times emotionally for a lot of people. I understand that, and it's a tough time to be in the markets when you have family tragedies occur like that, or family loss. So Good on you for sticking with it and passing some more combines. Did you say you were in one trading combine for 7 months straight? Just the single one?
Uh, I have an XFA still active, but I'm in a drawdown, and I've been in it for 57 days in total.
Very cool, very cool. And taking payouts.
Yeah, that's pretty awesome.
We'll get into more of that in just a minute. We do have a little bit of housekeeping to go through. Let me find my hot streaks, and we'll go over those real quick. We've got some XFA hot streaks to go through. Still not seeing any headlines, any real earth-shaking headlines from this White House press briefing, but we will keep you informed. All right, yesterday's XFA hot streaks. Here is the board now. Up at the top, Vi has taken over the top spot for the XFA traders. Maxime was there. Maxime was on a 47-day run worth about $6,675. Yesterday was the first day that we mentioned Maxime on Topstep TV. It took him, it was putting up some decent numbers, but wasn't getting the consecutive $150 days to get on the hot streaks board. But finally did, and then as soon as we posted their hot streak on Topstep TV, they hit DLL yesterday. I hope it wasn't because we put you on Topstep TV, or your name at least. Sorry about that. But Vi moved up to the top after that. 38 days were $12,579 trading the MNQ. Alexander P, 34 days were $17,993, also trading the NQ. Cedric V, 31 days worth $13,115 trading the micro NASDAQ. Mobin, 31 days worth $16,044 trading the NQ. And Donald C, the newcomer, 29 days worth $2,605. Donald C is eligible for a payout. Put up about $200 trading the NASDAQ yesterday. Those are your XFA hot streaks. We'll show the live hot streaks in just a couple of minutes.
It's a great trade.
Also got a special. Yeah, some real great trading happening in our XFAs and live accounts. We're going to be seeing a lot of people getting called up to live very soon. I am still watching this White House press briefing. Don't see much happening. All right, Coach J.
What's up, JD?
Go ahead. Nope, go ahead. You're going to say something.
No, we got a comment from Levitt. This was 6 minutes ago. Did we talk about this one? Could expand cut of China sales to other companies.
Oh,
so we already saw it with Nvidia. That was about 6 minutes ago. That could expand to other companies. Curious what other companies might fall in that category.
Very interesting. We'll keep an eye on that. All right, Jason, we've heard Coach J's expectations for VIP. Let's hear from you now. What are you expecting to get out of your experience, Topstep VIP? You've got 3 months and a 100K trading combine. You've got 6 free resets coming. You've got your activation fee waived. What's the plan going into it? Are you expecting to pass right away? Or are you going to take your time and go to class and talk to everybody and go slow? How are you approaching it?
Jason froze for a second there.
I think we lost him.
Jason, you still with us?
Can you still hear me?
Oh, yeah.
Yep, we can hear you.
We got you.
Okay.
Okay. So the question for you, Jason, was what are your expectations going into season 3 of VIP? Are you looking to... yeah, tell us everything.
The first thing would be to get to live with the VIP account I'll be given. That would be the best thing that would happen. And I know it's gonna be hard to work on that. It's consistency and the psychological part of the trading, because I think it's the things I've been struggling the most on.
Mm-hmm. So you're going to work on your trading psychology. You're going to take it slow with the ultimate goal of making it to the live funded account. I like where your head's at. Jay, how does that sound to you? Coach Jay.
It sounds great. I mean, Jason said, he's been in an XFA that's been in drawdown. You've taken payouts from for 57 days. So you've already kind of shown that you know how to sustain an account, right? And that's the first part. We had Lance Brightstein on the other couple weeks ago. He was saying, for most traders, you should just be figuring out how to not lose money every year. So you've learned how to sustain an account. And, I really love that because a lot of traders, will get into a drawdown and just be like, hey, you know what? Just throw something at the wall, see if it sticks. If not, I'll just get into a reset. So you've built that kind of resiliency that you need as a trader. Now we just need to find out how to keep stacking bricks on top of that. So we'll do that, right? We'll do that. The focus really is on trusting your high probability setups and executing when those present themselves, and when they don't, just kind of sitting on your hands. So I'm excited to work with Jason, as I am with the other 50 traders that we have in the group. But hearing that you've held an account that long is inspiring for sure, because I think we have a lot to work with.
Yeah, for sure. This is definitely a great opportunity to work on getting into those trade setups that maybe sometimes you'd be a little standoffish on, but getting used to getting in the market, getting out of the market without, basically risk-free. This is a trading scholarship. I keep saying it's a trading scholarship. That's how I feel about it,
It's what it is, JD.
Yeah, should be a great learning experience, but also get in there and make sure you get paid for it too. So good luck to you, Jason. I can't wait to catch up on your progress in a couple weeks.
Thanks,
We're
man.
going to be checking in with all the lunatics, but we should check in on the markets real quick. We haven't seen much movement since we started. I'm going to check in on the tilt real quick. Let me refresh my screen, actually. Sometimes the tilt data gets a little slow if I don't refresh. All right, right now we got 57% short in the ES. Say again, Jay?
No, I'm seeing that short tilt as well. It's been short this entire grind up, which is crazy.
Yeah. 61% short in the NQ, 65% long crude, and 54% long in gold. Crude oil is officially settled for the day. 12:30 p.m. Central Time is settlement time for gold. Still not seeing much for that pullback yet, are we, Jay? You gonna wait
It
for the
looked like
break?
it for a second. Yeah, I'm gonna have to wait. It looked like we were gonna go for a second. We got, Carlos and I were joking last segment about 10-point pullbacks being the biggest one. We just got a 20-point pullback, and again, buyers stepped in. Still seeing positive delta on the day, positive 3,400 in the NASDAQ, positive 8,500 in the S&P. This is not a short yet. I've tried it once, cost me 10 points, and I'm not willing to continue to try unless the market is clearly saying that this is a short. I don't see a great long either. We can see the market kind of consolidating here, right? We are in we'll call it a 20-point range, 30-point range in the last hour. So just being patient here. Range-bound traders, if you're fading the extremes of this range, this little pullback could have been a great opportunity to buy. But yeah, definitely just practicing patience, JD. Hand off the mouse.
Jason, you mentioned possibly not going to see. Oh, we got Jason's charts up now. We'll wait till he gets back. I wanted to talk to Jason about his trade setups, what he's looking for when he gets on the markets. He should be right back though. Until then, I guess we could go over some live funded hot streaks if you're interested, Coach Jay.
Let's do it, JD.
Here we go. Live funded trader hot streaks. So yesterday we had this was a little different, but we had some traders back in the market after taking a few days off last week. So right up at the top, I'm going to take this down because it is incorrect. I'll be right back with it. But talk amongst yourselves for a second. Did we get Jay back or Jason back?
Not yet. Looks like
I'm
we're still
still
seeing.
here.
There he is. There he is.
I'm
What's
still
up,
here. My bad.
Oh, so I was going to ask you, Jason, when you're looking at a trade setup, what kind of indicators are you looking at? Do you look at indicators? Are you just kind of drawing lines on your chart? tell us a little bit about some of your trade strategies. What are you seeing? What are you looking for in the markets to get into a trade?
Okay, I don't know if you can see my chart. Can you see my charts?
That's okay. We have Coach Jay's chart up, and he's got the. Oh, there it is. Yep, we got your charts. Go ahead. Continue, please.
Okay. Currently, I've taken that short because I think we are in the middle of the afternoon. We already had the London closure, and the morning was a big trend. I'm expecting a little pullback to scalp off of it and take maybe a quick 10 points. So that's it. But basically, when I'm trading, I'm looking at previous big moves up or down to retake the lows, like this one at 8:30 this morning. Because I
Very good,
believe
very
there's
good.
because I believe when there's big move like this, it's a liquidity that has been injected in the market. So if all the orders below this level haven't been filled, the market needs to go down, fill them out before going up all the way up. So that's my reasoning behind that setup. So this morning I've lost this trade because I was hesitating on it, but usually when that happens, it gives me a pretty big risk reward ratio. So this is my main setup.
Looks good. Are you in a trade right now?
Yeah, I'm trying to short. It's not doing pretty well.
Mm-hmm.
But
yeah, well, you're at the highs right now. It's tough shorting right now. I mean, it feels like the path of least resistance at the moment. I get that for sure. Shorting all-time highs can get a little risky. Can be tricky, is what I should say. Get a little tricky. All right, real quick before we get out of here, I'm going to show those live funded trader hot streaks now. Should be updated with the proper information. Let's take a look. Yes, we are good now. Up at the top, Ian, you. Like I said, we had some traders that did not trade Thursday, Friday of last week, so they are back on the list today after getting back into the markets yesterday. Ian Yu is now at the top of the list, 9 days on this hot streak worth $5,138 trading the NASDAQ. Balin S, 7 days worth $1,551, also trading the NASDAQ. Tashang, 7 days worth $5,851, trading the NQ. Thomas R, 7-day heater with $3,960. Thomas R picked up $1,096 trading, call it $1,100 trading the NASDAQ yesterday. Big day for Thomas R. And Isaac, 6 days worth $1,693 trading the MNQ. Isaac picked up about $215 trading the micro NASDAQ yesterday. Great job to all of these live funded traders. All right, guys. I see our friends in the back. We're going to step aside. Jason, I want to thank you for coming on and joining us, sharing your time with us, talking through your trade setups, and what your expectations are for Season 3 of VIP. Looking forward to checking in on your progress in the coming weeks. I know you're going to do just great. Coach Jay, always a pleasure sharing time with you on here. We're going to see you again in the next hour, so you should probably take a break. I think you've been on all day, haven't you? We're pretty close to it.
Took a little break during fast markets, but we'll get up, stretch, and we'll be back for an hour. It's a marathon. It's a marathon.
Sounds good. Sounds good. All right, guys. We are going to get out of here to make way for our man Andre and our resident Olympian, Alex Ferreira. he's at training camp right now. He's going to talk about what's going on and get us all excited for the Winter Olympics. All right, guys, we're going to get out of here. We're going to bring in Alex and Andre in 5, 4, 3, 2.
Yeah, let's do it. Oh, yeah. Yes. Alex is back. We got the 2-time Olympic medalist, 3-time X Games gold, 10-time World Cup, 3-time Crystal Globe winner, Alex, and Top Step athlete in the house, getting prepared for the Winter Olympics 2026. Alex, always good to see you. How are things? What is going on in summer camp, I guess, and training for that matter? What's up, Alex?
Dre, great to see you. Thank you for the warm welcome as usual, and all is well. I just got back from Park City, Utah. We had an amazing training camp out there, doing water ramping, doing airbag training, doing rollerblade training, saunaing, the whole 9 yards, getting ready for the upcoming Winter Olympics. We are heading down to Australia in just a little over a week, and that's when the winter season really starts to kick off.
Just so when is Australia again? End of the month?
Yep, we're heading down there on the 21st of August.
Okay, very, very good. Questions about training. Okay, so you do the training, doing rollerblading, water as well. How closely does it simulate what you're going to be competing into the regular season? Like, how does that build upon each other? Because in trading, we work in the sim environment, right? We're practicing in the sim environment to be able to take that into the live environment. So is there anything similarities there in terms of how close you can, I guess, replicate training and practice and take it into the regular season? How does that work exactly? I've always wondered that.
Yeah, no, it's a great question. And I would say it's fairly close to the combine, really. I mean, you're looking at the exact same chart as people with the real dollars and real funded traders are when you're in the combine. So I would say it's fairly exactly the same thing. I guess you're not on snow, of course, but you still have your ski boots on. You're still clicked into your bindings and you're still on your skis. You might be skiing on plastic and landing on plastic and not turning as much, but for the most part, you have the same kinesthetic air awareness, all the same weight ratios, all of that you can think of. So it's very close to the combine.
Okay, good stuff. Question in terms of training and reviewing. Are you guys using are you guys using metrics, data, AI of any sort? Because obviously AI is huge these days. We're seeing major investment. We're seeing it into the trading world as well. Are you guys using data to review? And if so, how?
Not using any AI data at the moment, but using my own current statistics. So if I nail a jump, I'll put a check mark next to it. If I fall in a jump, I'll put an X next to it. And then I'll program that into an Excel sheet and just look over all the jumps. How did I do today? Was it an 85% landing ratio day? Was it a 60%? Whatever it is. Typically, I would say I'm in the 90s to the 100%, which is same as the combine. You always want to be in that exact. You want to be trading high and you want to be making positive trades. You want to be making the right ones, right?
Absolutely. Trading, looking at win percentage versus, risk reward. So you're pumping this into an Excel spreadsheet and then going back. Are you reviewing day in and day out like we do in trading? Or do you go, after camp is over, then you go back and review? How does your review process work, for being, the best of the best? How does that work for an elite athlete like Alex Ferreira?
Yeah, absolutely. So typically I'll enter the data in after the training day. So you're looking at it and you're getting an idea of what it'll be. And then I usually do an overall view after the camp. Hey, what was our percentage this trip? How good were we looking? What do we need to improve upon and where, essentially? And so I would say it's daily, weekly, and just overall.
Interesting. Fascinating stuff. Alex Ferreira joining us. Where are you? Are you in Aspen right now? I was just in Aspen over the weekend, Alex. I saw a little bit of orange, a little bit of yellow in the trees way up top. Fall is getting close. When it does hit fall here in the Northern Hemisphere, is it game on? Are you locked in? Is it like regular season time? And how does that work when we do when does regular season start, by the way? Or when does competition start?
Yeah, so the competitions will start on December 1st in China. And just as you said, as soon as I see the leaves changing, there's a little bit of a brisk wind in the air, and you can just, the switch flips on in my brain. It's like, oh, it's time to start getting after it. It's time to start really getting into it and thinking that this is the contest.
This is it, man. This is awesome, awesome stuff. I got a question for you in terms of accountability in trading. We have what we call trading buddies, people that can hold you accountable. Sometimes you need a kick in the ass, a pat on the back. In terms, at the elite level that you're at, who holds Alex Ferreira most accountable? Is it family? Is it friends, coaches? Who holds Alex most accountable besides yourself, of course?
Yeah, I mean, I'd say first and foremost, obviously myself. I hold myself to a high standard and a strong suit of excellence. And then after that, definitely my coach, Ilana Chase. She's working, making sure that I'm doing everything properly. And then I have my videographer, Matt Hobbs, who's checking in on me. And then the second coach and equipment manager, Taylor Seaton, who's also one of my best friends. They're all three just checking in on me daily. Hey, did you do this? Did you remember to get the boots done? Did you remember to get the skis sent over? All these little things that amount to the big thing, right?
Yes. Will they always tell it to you straight? Drink. Sometimes you need to, hey, you were lazy today in your preparation in trading. You weren't prepared for when this number came out, when the speaker was coming, and you got blindsided. Will they be, very blunt and forthright with you if you need it? And do you push back? Or are you saying, hey, maybe they are right on this one?
Yeah, we actually did have a little bit of a circumstance where they were being, I would say, a touch too lenient. And I said to them, hey, you guys need to just say it to me as real as possible so that I fully understand the landscape of my reality. And since I've said that, then it's been much more on point, which has been great. Like I want to hear the rough stuff, the hard stuff, the stuff that's not going to make everyone smile, because that's going to make real change.
I got to ask you, Alex, a touch too lenient. Can you give me a little insight what that looked like? How are they being too lenient on you? When you didn't do a good job, you didn't stick the landing. They said, hey, you did great there. How'd that play out? I want to hear this.
Yeah, I would say it's just a bit too much of too many compliments sometimes. And it's like, no, I felt that one, and that jump was not good. I felt that in my heart and in my chest, and I have to go back and I got to redo this and make sure it's absolutely perfect. We're not moving on until every step, every checkbox has been checked. We're not going for quantity here. We're going for extreme quality. Same for as a trade. You want to make the best trade you possibly can, not just go for a bunch of little ones, I would say.
Well done, Alex. Quality over quantity. That's going to go in my book. By the way, I'm writing a book on all my favorite trading cliches, and I don't have that one in there. Quality over quantity. Thank you for that one, Alex. A couple more questions for you in terms of mindset. Do you hate losing more than you love winning? I hear that a lot with like the Kobe Bryants, the athletes out there. How is it for you?
Absolutely. I hate losing more than anything. You probably learn the most when you do lose, but when I lose, I give myself a little bit of time to be extremely upset, maybe within 24 hours, and then you got to let it go or else it'll keep bringing you down. But yeah, I'm seriously angry.
I hear that. Yeah, no, 100%. Kobe Bryant used to talk about that all the time. Messi as well. They hate losing more than they love winning. The motivation to keep on pushing. Alex Ferreira joining us. So we got China in December. What does it look like for the next upcoming weeks and months for preparation? Alex, thank you for joining us. And do you just go dark? Do you go 0 dark 30 when it is time to get locked in? How's trading been going? And when does trading take a backseat to full-on training in regular season competition?
Yeah, I would say the trading takes a full-on backseat maybe a week or 2 weeks before the actual competitions start, because then you just have to be 100% locked in on what you're doing. Same as if you were trading full-time, you got to be fully locked in on that, not having any other distractions. So yeah, definitely a week or two before. Trading's going all right. I haven't been trading as much as I'd like to, but gold's been jumping around. We're right around the 3,400 mark, at least as I checked last night. And yeah, it's been it's tough. There's a lot of frequency going on here, a lot of volatility.
Guy Alex Ferreira, Top Step athlete in the house. All right, you got the Winter Olympics coming up, 2026 in Milan. Couple of fun questions. What is the coolest thing about being in the Olympics?
Coolest thing about being in the Olympics is that the world stage is watching. You get to perform at your best under all the eyeballs in the world because everyone's checking it out. So I think that's the cool part. And then also the other cool part is you get a ton of free gear from like Ralph Lauren, Nike, and
There it is.
a few others.
There it
You just
is.
get
I
very
knew it 100%. All right, one more thing, Alex. What do you like the least about the Olympics? What might be your pet peeve, most annoying thing? Obviously, it's an incredible opportunity. Two-time podium winner in the Olympics. What is the most annoying thing, if anything, about the Olympics?
I mean, the most annoying part is that it's only every 4 years. You know, you got one
good
chance.
answer.
You probably got 3 chances in your entire career to win it. It's hard. It's really difficult. So you wish there was a little more frequency there so you can have more.
Awesome stuff, Alex. Well, thank you so much. I hope to see you again. Good luck down in Australia. We greatly appreciate. We will see you again. Good luck with the training. Good luck with the trading. What's your motto? Any affirmations? What was Alex Ferrer's affirmations this morning?
You know, my grandfather told me this one. He said, "Love all, trust few, paddle your own canoe." So that's my motto this morning.
Love all, trust few, and paddle your own canoe. Alex dropping gems on us. Alex, again, thank you so much for joining us. Good luck with trading. We'll check back in with you and with the trading as well. Again, coming up next, we do have Lunchbox, or Back to the Futures with Jay, Michael, M, and Jay. Again, thank you so much, Alex Ferrer. We got Back to the Futures coming up after this. Topstep TV, let's go.
And an even quarter bid, half bid, the orders bid, even bid. Now I'm a seller. Quarter, half, the orders, and even.
All right, welcome back to Topstep TV and back to the futures. You just saw me and JD. We've been holding it down. Great stuff today. But we got a new guest, first time on Topstep TV. I want to introduce everyone to the mic. We got the mic in the middle. Mike, how are we doing today?
Doing great, guys. Thank you for having me here. Love to be here.
Thank
Our
you
pleasure.
for
Our pleasure.
joining us.
First,
we have to
let's
ask,
get this out of the way.
Go ahead, JD.
Oh, go
Yeah,
ahead,
please.
Jay.
Nope, you
we
got it,
probably got the
JD.
same question. All right, tell us about the name. How did you come up with the name The Mic? What's the story there?
Actually, many years ago, and hopefully I'll probably get corrected for this one or not. But the long of it goes that I used to be known as the shepherd. So I was always the person of my group trying to take care of everybody, make sure everyone's not doing, not going beyond the guardrails, et cetera, et cetera. And for some reason, it kind of just evolved to, look, the mic is your shepherd. The mic is your shepherd. I think another friend of ours is also named Mike. Just kept on repeating it so much that kind of just stuck. So then it just evolved from the shepherd to the mic. And then it's been that way ever since. No one's ever questioned it. We kind of rolled with it for more than, I want to say it's probably been more like 20 years now, actually. So yeah.
Nice.
Pretty much.
It's funny. Coach Jay and I had a conversation about this earlier this morning. You don't get to pick your own nickname. You have to kind of earn your nickname, right? So sounds like you've earned it.
Oh yes, yeah. Many times, close calls and saving people from doing the wrong thing. That's all I can do at this point. So I'm glad I
Good
still have
stuff.
it.
Well,
Very
good to
good
have
stuff,
you here,
very
the
good
mic.
stuff.
And JD, nice full circle. You, I forgot about that nickname conversation we had this morning. That is what you call good hosting right there. All right, the mic. You've been trading with Topstep for a little while. Tell us a little bit about your trading experience. You've been trading, looks like for about 5 years. Did you start off in futures? How did you start? How did you get to this crazy thing we call trading, and where you are now at Topstep?
Sure. So I would say it all began in the pandemic, and I think usually that's how the conversation begins with a lot of new traders, because we started seeing all this volatility in the markets. It's precisely there was a moment when I was working at a storage company many years ago. There was an individual who came in who was fixing our internet. I think he was just replacing the modem, so to speak. And this actually was right around the time where I believe Saudi Arabia had been attacked, or an oil refinery was bombed, basically, which caused the price of oil, crude, to spike. And the gentleman that was in my office was just showing me this. It's like, look, I just made a bunch of money on oil. Thank God for all this volatility, all this stuff. And I'm just here like, wait, what? Like geopolitical events, like you're somehow doing this? Like, what's going on here? So I started to investigate a little bit further. I got into options as a result. Once I got into options, I did that starting around 2022. And about a year in, it was just, winning a lot, losing a lot. I felt like I was just getting that boom and bust cycle over and over and over again, not really going anywhere, just being stagnant. And I was in a trading group around 2023. I'm looking at my first funded trader from certificate from Topstep, because that's how I orient the dates. So around May, because I got this certificate in July. In May, I was told to, hey, why don't you look at futures? You might like it because the theta decay is not working in your favor, but you seem to have the good intuition for where the market's going to go. So, I think that's when Michael Patak announced the one rule, and it was like kind of being hyped up on Twitter. So then I just kind of, all right, if I'm going to sign up with a firm, I think I'm going to go with Topstep. Seems that they seem legit and they're paying out their folks, no shenanigans, and that was the beginning of futures at that point. Basically, someone just kind of like nudging me over there, and once I started to trade it, I never looked back.
Good stuff, man. Good stuff.
Very
I think
cool.
futures is the right place to be. Futures is the right place to be. Go ahead, JD.
Oh, I was gonna ask about the the transition. So options to futures seems to be the most popular path to Top Step. Most of the guests that we've had on, or I should say many of the guests that we've had on in the last couple months, have pretty much been following the same path. They discover markets through the options markets, and eventually they look for a better alternative, and they discover the futures markets and the world of prop trading, and they land on Top Step. What was that transition like from moving from options to futures? Were you trying to sort of unlearn a lot of things that you had learned, reteach yourself? What did that transition look like?
I will say it was probably one of the most difficult transitions ever, because I felt like I was blind in a blind area. I had no one really to teach me, to sit with me, and to be dedicated to figure this out. I kind of had to lean on not only watching Topstep TV, but other YouTube traders, other folks who post on Twitter, the occasional Discord group here and there, because there was that community of folks who were willing to share from all over the world, right? So anybody who I could lean on to like give me like this knowledge, I was very gracious for. But I will say that from a technical perspective, the transition to futures was amazing. I loved it because, as within options, and anybody who understands the Greeks, the theta decay is what really is going to end up hurting your long-term gains, right? Because you could be good about a direction, you may understand where the market may trend eventually. However, the longer your contract is open, the more it's going to start to decay, especially if you trade the 1 to 2, the 0-day expiration dates. But with most of the options that I was trading at the time, they were just quite too expensive to afford a very decent theta decay. So once I was told, hey, you could just open the contract, close it, done. You make your money, you pay your commissions, and you're done deal. So I was like, okay, this is more intuitive. This is the way I actually understand the world of finance and stocks. I do this, you give me that, and done deal. None of this, well, I got to consider the expiration of the contract and the delta change based on the volatility. I mean, it was insane that how you could be right about your direction, about your trade, and the volatility will eat up your contract. And I found that out one time with Jerome Powell speaking, where the market was going in my favor, but my contract was not accruing in value. And I thought to myself, okay, this is not going to work. There has to be another way. So in that drive to find another way, I ended up, someone, just telling me about futures. I gave it a good look. I started to really research it. And then once I got onto Topstep and did the combine, I was hooked. I was like, okay, I think I'm going to settle on futures, because this seems to be where I feel like I can develop my trading career, so to speak.
Great. So great question. Great answer. Yeah, that all the Greeks in options, especially if you're trading short term, a fortune can be made and lost in the same day. So I think you're in a good spot. It can happen in futures as well, but like you said, you're trading the pure price, which is a lot easier to understand. Speaking of price, quick check in on the markets here. NASDAQ currently trading 23,909. 75. S&Ps have not taken out that all-time high yet, currently trading 64.63 evens. I see you got a positive P&L on the day, plus 1,500 in that 50K combine. Tell us a little bit about your trading style. What are you looking at to make trading decisions? Anything that you're seeing right now in the markets that could get you into a trade? I know you are locked out on that account, but how are you looking at these charts?
My favorite feature, by the way, the best feature that you could have.
The lockout,
hands down. Right, the lockout feature for sure. So basically, before the XFA getting lost, I wanted to just, and I think in reviewing this, it's going to be discussing my trading strategy here, basically. So I look for a confluence of information, but I also try to keep it simple, because in the last 2 years, in the last 2.5 years, I've been trying to build up like a playbook, right? Things that I can trade with whenever a certain strategy may not work, because due to certain market conditions, your EMAs may not always, give you the ideal entry, right? So you may need to start looking a little bit more bigger in terms of ranges, looking at, recent highs or recent lows, even go as far as to into the seconds to see if you can actually see where are they really pumping up the market in at certain levels. So ideally, from a top point of view, I like to look at the hourly range, specifically from the 9 a.m. hour and the 3 p.m. hour. And I map those out. So this was actually taught to me by a trader. His name is Dave T. And essentially, we look at where the period of where most volatility is occurring. Usually the first hour of the New York session and the last hour of the New York session. So I map those out. And essentially, I will look to see if it gets traded into, and if it does, I map out a very quick con box just to get the levels. So like for here, since this morning we had positive news on the inflation report. Pretty seems to be why the market is driving up. We broke all-time highs again, at least on the NQ contract. So what I'm looking for in the future, whether it be today, tomorrow, later on this week, I'm looking for the market to come back here and to trade into this area, this is the 9 a.m. range. So I kind of just moved it out at this point. We've already started closing an hourly candles above here.
If you can, the mic, when you call out those areas, just give us a price, just for the people that are listening in. But I'm following you.
Sure. So basically, your 9 a.m. range is around 23,808 at the top. The bottom of the range, we're looking at 23,648 and a quarter. Okay, so I'm looking for price to come back at some point here. Could be anytime tomorrow, later on in the week. At some point, it will come back. When it does come back, I'm looking at these levels here. So your 30%, your 50%, and your 70%, which the ideal one for me, if I'm going to take a trade, I'm looking at either the 50%. In this case, this will be 23,729, or your 70% retracement that occurs at 23,695.50. Right around there. Once price starts hovering around there, I'll start to drop down to my 2-minute. My 2-minute time frame. And then from the 2-minute time frame, that's where I begin to look for, okay, where is our bullish price action, right? Since we broke out to the top side, since we are bullish at a higher time frame, I'm not looking for a short trade. I'm not looking for this to go down. Can it go down? Absolutely. The market can do irrational things, as we all understand. However, I would like to be in good position for a bullish trade at this level. And then from there, put on a contract, 1 or 2 contracts, depending on how the volatility is at that moment, depending on the time of day this occurs. And then we write it out at that point as long as we can. I normally like to enter a trade with, if we're just risking 1 mini, 200 stop loss, 500 take profit. More often than not, what's been allowing me to be able to take payouts and to increase my account balance is by removing the take profit and then just trailing my stop loss at every minute candle. So at that point, I'll just drop down to like the 1-minute time frame, and then you just trail the stop loss as right here. Because as we see here, we're in a bullish, this morning's price action, we had a very bullish trend. So let's say if I got in here at this EMA here, which this green one is the 21 EMA, the 21 EMA gets a little bounce right here. I'm looking to enter at the top of this candle right here. So this candle is the 1055 candle for those who are listening. It was a very bearish candle on the 1-minute time frame. I would place a stop buy right there, 23,764.50. Once we get that confirmation up here, look for the breakout, exactly. And at this point right here, probably depending on how I'm feeling, I'll probably just start to trail. If it doesn't take my TP immediately, if it takes it immediately, I'm good with that. I'll lock out the account and we'll call it a good day. But if the market starts to like grind it out, as we've been seeing lately, where it just doesn't really move as fast as we'd like it to, it just kind of slowly starts to tick up, which gives the traders a little bit of like, oh, we might start seeing some bearish price action since the volatility seems to start to slow down, which I used to be that kind of trader too, but the trend is your friend, as they say. So all we'd want to do is to start to trail that stop loss. And if you notice,
makes sense.
Each of the minute candles never passes the previous low of the previous minute candle. So one could just trail and trail and trail up until you get stopped out, which probably would have been right here. This
nice trade.
this red candle here overlaps right there, right? That would be an example of how I would trade at that moment. But all in all, if I hit my 500 really quickly, I'll call it a day. Since now the rules have changed a bit, I know that my mental number was always 200, right, to qualify for those payouts. I know it's now at 150,
Right.
so I'm still keeping it at 200 though, because I feel that, you know, just by no need to de-risk, but knowing that number is now the new key, I might just trail my stop loss in profit at that point once we get to that level.
Yes. Good stuff. And speaking of payouts, Mike
Nice, very
B.
nice.
Mike has taken a decent amount of payouts from TopStep. JD, do you have a question you wanted to throw over to the mic?
Oh, I wanted to talk a little bit more about this process. I like how you're taking the top-down approach. You're looking at the higher time frames for your analysis, executing on the lower time frames. How long would you say on average you're holding on to these trades? A couple of minutes? Do you take anything more than maybe 15 minutes, or is he kind of in and out all day long?
I'm pretty much, so my ideal trading time where I can be absolutely locked in and focused is usually at, you know, the New York Open. So anytime after 9:30. My trades do not last as long because I do have a day job. So my focus is on my day job just as much as it is on trading. So it kind of takes a backseat on depending on if everything is, you know, going okay and all that stuff. But more often than not, I'm taking my trades when I'm not in job mode. If that makes sense, right?
Yeah.
So then it's usually just a couple of minutes at that regard, and then, you know, I'm usually in profit at that point, and I call it a day at that point. Now, when I'm on vacation, I'm pretty much trading throughout the day. I take more of a scalper's approach at that point, where I trade even down to the seconds and using the EMAs as my guidelines of where the market is trending to just basically scalp trades here and there, where I just either 1 mini or 2 mini max at that point. But if on a day like a regular business day, you know, I'm just trying to get what I need from the market and get out. Risk exposure is not necessary. That's what I would tell a newcomer if they came to me right now, because at the end of the day, green is green, and, you know, scared money don't make money, as they say. So you get in, you get out,
It's very
you feel
true.
good about it, and you keep moving. Right? Be okay with just getting what the market can give you, because the market doesn't have to give you this, and it will make you pay. As I found out already, it will make you pay every time you try to abuse it, in a sense, right? When you try to go for more, when you try to indulge in your own greed. So more so, this whole journey has been more about my self-awareness and understanding what kind of person when I am, versus the technicals of what we're doing here, because the technicals are very easy. Anyone can learn this. What you cannot learn is how to deal with yourself. And you can only find that out when you face yourself to the market, when you're in the arena. And that in itself is already a daring feat, let's just say, because it's not easy to be out
real
here
quick,
day in and day out.
Yeah, real quick,
What's
I
up,
didn't mean
Jay?
to cut you off the mic, but we are seeing the equities making new all-time highs. NASDAQ trading 23,930.75, 23,932 now. S&P is getting ready to take out that all-time high. We know the S&P was lagging just a little bit here. 64.68 is that all-time high in the S&P. We are about a point and a half away from that. NASDAQ continuing to grind higher here. 23,932.75 is the new all-time high. Get your air horns out. Get your Eddie horns out, because we are continuing to grind higher. Talking about this grinding price action. The mic, we're going to come back to you real quick. I want to throw it over to, actually, Gabe, let's wait on this. Let's see if this S&P takes out this all-time high. We are pretty close.
I
I'm
think
seeing
we're
a
about to
bid
see
come
it.
in here. Yeah, I think so. I'm seeing a bid come in here in the NASDAQ down at 23,920. You got 100 lot maybe supporting the market up here. But we are continuing to grind up. What a day. How do you get into a market like this, the mic? Do you just buy it? Buy it and hold
Close your
on?
eyes and buy it.
Right. What is the game
You
plan?
could buy into it, these are usually the more tougher days, right? Because everyone's just kind of expecting the reversal to come in at some point. But with the way the market has been behaving since last year, you don't try to fight it. At this point, like as you see right now, right now we just took a big tumble there, right? Like a good 10 points to the downside, right? Anybody who would have been chasing right there would have just gotten snapped immediately. Or if they have a large enough cash account, you can ride this wave all you want. You wait for this bounce right here, which is what I would probably do. I'd wait for this bounce here at the 21 EMA on the 1 minute. But then let's look at top down, right? So you got this huge wick. It's about halfway through the hourly candle. Not entirely worried about it. Did break out here. I'm curious to see where we close on a daily, ultimately, and then we start moving forward on that. But as you can see, we just been riding. We've been riding on the 5, the 2. Again, at this point, it's no trade is a good trade, as they say. I wouldn't trade this at all. I would just wait until you get some kind of confirmation, whatever works. I think a lot of people like doing the bull flags. You can see one right here. You see a little mini one right there as well. You could have just bought that as well. Now it's starting to push up again here, as you can see.
Yep.
So that's how you would want to do that. But this is not my trading time. I don't trade the afternoon. I'm more of a morning type of person because there's a lot of witchcraft going on in the afternoon, and there's always a random news event that comes out that not even your stop loss will save you, right? Because then you end up getting with slippage, and that can't happen. So I try to stay away from the afternoons. Usually, any overnight news gets kind of like priced in the morning, and you could usually like ride that out reliably at that point. But yeah, I mean, I don't see this market stopping, honestly. As long as the economic data is favorable, the global investors are loving this. So all you can do is just buy the trend up until said otherwise, right?
There we go.
Why would it stop now?
Gonna throw it over to Gabe real quick. This grinding price action. We got some traders maybe fighting the markets or just leaning with the jabs. Gabe, what do we have? Who's jabbing? Who's knocking these markets out? What's going on?
All right. Here are the jabs for today. What is going on? We've got Milan, 3K in the day, 2K payout about to hit my Wise account. Thank you, Topstep. Shout out to Milan. We got Ghost up 897 on the NQ. Great day today. Great day indeed. We got Moises, first day on the XFA and up 380. I am out of here. Way to walk away. Hope you didn't go back for more there. Lock in that winning day. Kato, I just blew my 6 combine, but I am not quitting. Kato, there's definitely some traders out there that can relate to that. I've definitely been in that spot as well. But keep persevering, keep coming back, but be conscious of how quickly you're getting into new combines and how quickly you're trying to rush the process. Shout out to Gabriel as well, up 400. Not happy with my trades, but to each their own. Shout out to you, Gabriel, for recognizing that the trades might maybe meet your criteria, but you're able to lock in a winning day anyway and walk away to live to trade another day. Shout out to Bob as well. Made my goals earlier in the session, so locked myself out until tomorrow. Great work there, Bob. But those are the jabs for the day. Shout out to everybody coming back day after day and keep jabbing away. We will see you guys tomorrow. Back to you, Jay.
Awesome stuff. Thank you for that, Gabe, and great job to all of our traders there. S&P did not take out that all-time high. We got a high of the session, 64.67 and a quarter. Again, that all-time high is 64.68 half. So just a couple of ticks away. Seeing a little bit of a pullback here. Currently trading 64.63 half. And the NASDAQ pulling back a little bit. I'm seeing some traders. Go ahead, JD.
Raise your hand in the chat. Are we going to hit a new all-time high in the ES today? Is this the pullback everybody's waiting for, or are we going to keep creeping higher? Give us a yes or a no. We don't have to do an official poll. Just hit us with a yes or no.
What would you say here, the mic? Are we seeing a new all-time high in the S&P here?
S&P?
Is this the dip that everybody's buying? Everybody's buying this dip, and they're about to get run over. Is that what's going to happen?
I think it's interesting that how NASDAQ makes the all-time high, but not S&P. That to me is noteworthy because usually the S&P leads the charge. However, they may be just trying to get in at a lower price. But I'm still bullish. I would still be bullish up until we start breaking down below 6,455. Be an interesting area to see if they sweep it before they pump it up again. That's what I'm looking at. That's what I would see. But I mean, when you see something like this, I don't understand. I cannot fathom trying to short it. This trend is very strong, very, very strong.
Yeah.
I mean, look at it.
That's
Look at it.
5,000
I don't know
cuts,
how many
right?
different ways. You can't look at it any other different way. It's very, very strong. Now we have seen those afternoon dumps. That's for sure. So that's something to
Did
look
you
out
ever
for.
have
But
to?
you got to be ready.
Did you ever have a contrarian mindset as a trader, or have to work through that where there might be a newer trader, or even myself? Like I took a short in this, and I probably kept myself out of a long, saying, "Hey, I think there's a setup coming in." I think for me, what I've learned is just because I may have that bias for the day, it's not going to cost me any money. But do you feel like you've had to fight that as a trader at all, or is it's like, hey, it's pretty clear that it's going up now. It's just my job to figure out a way to get into this trade.
Yeah, so in the beginning, that's all I was doing. I was just trying to find those reversals because in the beginning you're just allured by the money aspect of it, trying to see if you can get in at the bottom, or as they call it, bottom fishing, right? And going bottom fishing is not fun because you don't know where the bottom is going to be. Trying to pick the bottom is trying to find a needle in a haystack. Like, why would you do that at this point? However, you have to go through a couple of trades, and by a couple, maybe a couple combines, a couple of XFAs. Some folks never even resolve that internally, ultimately. But as of now, I'm looking to figure out where I can get in on this trend at this point. I wouldn't try to short it. And if I am trying to short it, I'm just scalping it at this point. So clearly, we hit we hit this high over here. We haven't gone back to it. So at this point, you could try to short it from 64.63, and I would probably just get out at 64.60. So just have a good 3 points. Now, if it starts to keep going, then just trail you trail your stop and let it ride. See if this is the beginning of the sell-off. Because how many times have we seen an afternoon sell-off? Right? It always happens one way or another. But that's what the hedge funds and the global investors like to do. They drive it up and they sell it off to take their profits, and then they get back in at a lower price. So, and what tells me that's what's going on is because we keep having. How many all-time highs have we broken up in the last couple of weeks on these contracts? Like more than 4 or 5 times already. I have not seen that personally in my trading career at all. So
continuing
it's
to grind
chaos
up here.
Yeah.
Hey, Mike, I got a question for you.
Yeah, go ahead, JD.
You're talking a little while ago about sort of this dual trading style that you work with. One for when you're going on your day job, you got a 9-to-5 day job, so you trade a little bit in the morning, and then sort of a different trading style for when you're on vacation, you have more time to do it. Just out of curiosity, have you ever tracked your success between those two different trading styles? When you're just trading a little in the morning before your 9-to-5 job, are you finding more success there than you are when you're sitting at your screen all day long, looking at the charts, tracking markets, and trading more than you normally might?
I will say I am finding more success when I have free time, for sure. So on my vacation time, when I don't have outside responsibilities or something pending to go to, like a doctor's appointment or anything of the sort, like if my schedule's truly clear, I find most of my success there, because even in this trader's journey, it's about understanding your awareness, even the subconscious side of yourself. Sometimes your subconscious behaviors will get under you, and you may not even realize it. Hence, if I have to be at a doctor's appointment, which has happened to me, I'm trying to get the trade. I'm trying to force it, which I shouldn't be doing. But somehow, some way, you get tricked into yourself. The market is showing you what you want to see. It shows you that beautiful setup you've seen 1,000 times, and you take it. And if it doesn't go your way, then you're gonna want to somehow to make it go your way. Then you get caught up in that and trying to stop it, but then you end up going on tilt. And I am no stranger to tilt. I think every trader goes on tilt once in a while. But I'm trying to stretch out those instances in between. And I think that's where the difference for me has come this year so far, and hence the payouts I've been taking. Since I've been able to be more innately aware of my mental thoughts, my mental behaviors, like whatever it is that I'm telling myself, I have to be very, very clear of what's being done there. So that way, when I'm in the game, when I'm in the arena, I'm executing flawlessly every time. And I think that's been the biggest driver. Now, when I don't have outside appointments, when I don't have pending issues, I mean, my execution is always on point, and I just get lucky in those setups, right? Because as long as you're prepared for the setup and you execute on them, the trade will undoubtedly will go your way, right? As long as you have the edge, because the market will take me out one way or another. But what the market has not done yet is taken out my edge, and that's what ultimately is keeping me going still to this day. And because of that, I'm here, and that's what I like.
Nice.
So far.
Awesome
Has
stuff.
the thought ever crossed your mind about quitting that 9-to-5 job and going full time as a trader? Is that something you've ever thought about?
I have thought about it. But the more I've done this now, I'm starting to realize it's not about the money. It's about the journey. It's about the discovery about yourself, right? Plato said it, know thyself. And I'm really starting to, like, the market is an incredible vehicle for self-growth. And if you allow it to teach you, you can learn a lot about yourself. And in the last, I would say since last November, I've learned a lot. I've been trying to listen to myself more when I'm in these trades, like when the trades go my way, more importantly, when they don't go my way. So then that way I can figure out what is it that I'm doing right and what is it that I'm doing wrong, and how can I increase the good and minimize the bad. It sounds very simple, but once you start getting into the crevices of your own behavior and your own mental fortitude, that's where it gets very tough. Because how do you convince yourself to not go on tilt when that setup looks so good? It looks even better than last time. And you're in a little bit of drawdown, but it looks so good. Once you're in that heat of the moment, how do you stop yourself? That's where the game is. That's where the battles are won ultimately, because it's a numbers game, right? You just got to be able to survive long enough to win. That's what I wish I had someone really ingrained that to me in the beginning, but I learned that on my own, and I think experience was the best teacher in this instance. So if I do make enough money, obviously I would probably, I like the idea of being my own boss for sure. And just trading these markets is and obviously during the pandemic, I was worried that a lot of jobs were not available. So if you could trade the markets and make money, why not do that? Make that your day job, and then figure out how to leverage this into other skill sets, which I'm actively trying to do at the moment, which is going to help me broaden my horizons at this point. So I love it. I love trading. I think it gets a bad rap depending who you speak to, and I hope my presence here, showing this to all of my friends and family, know that, hey, this is legit. This is 100% about figuring out who you are, and if you can figure out who you are and enter the global arena with millions of other people who may be smarter than you, knowing exactly what they're going to do in terms of buying and selling and transactional contract trading. It's amazing.
Speaking of friends and family, when we were getting on here, you said, I go by the mic. I have some people watching. Who do you want to give a shout out to? Who's watching right now? Who do you want to say hi to? Who's tuning in?
I gotta say, I think my mom. So I love you, mommy. Mucho cariño.
There we go.
Speak Spanish.
Shout out to
Means
mom.
much love. The Queso Squad, which is my Call of Duty crew, the Balmori brothers, Mike, Andrew. We had a couple of people from our Malibu trip who are a good friend of ours who's getting married soon, Daniel Balmori. Shout out to the Malibu crew. We did it. Made it. And actually, there's a couple of coworkers of mine. I think they're probably watching. And somebody from our Discord, the Topstep Discord group, who's been trading with me, and we've been discussing our trades. His name is Andrew, I believe. I know he's watching, and I know he's been on the ups and downs with the combine, and we've been, coaching each other, trying to, mentor each other, so to speak. I know he's been watching, and oh no, of course I can't forget my wife, my beautiful wife. She wouldn't let up if I didn't say it. I love you, honey. And obviously the beautiful thousands of people who are watching us here. I love you all too. I mean, from Miami, Florida.
Awesome
They
stuff.
never said we would make it this far, and I'm just happy to be here. So believe in your dreams.
There we go.
Very nice.
Believe that you can do
I
it.
love
Don't
it,
let them
man.
tell you you cannot do it. So
I love that, man. I love
specifically,
it.
I'm from
I'm like,
Hialeah,
great.
Florida. Quick shout out to the
Hialeah.
city of
Okay.
Hialeah, 305 Miami. Got to put them
Shout
on the
out
map.
to Dade County. Shout out to Dade County. Maybe also
Dade
known as
County,
Wade County,
305.
depending on if you're a fan. You're a fan of the Heat.
course.
Is Dwayne Wade pretty much the president down there? You
There is, I mean, yeah, I mean, they have the statue in front of the arena. It doesn't even look like him, but it's okay. I mean, it's all good fun either way. They call it Miami Wade County in certain circles here. But yeah, I'm a Heat lifer. I'm all about the hometown sports. Miami Dolphins, go Panthers. They just won back-to-back titles. Hopefully, going for a three-peat this year. The Marlins doing pretty good. So yeah, I'm all about the Miami life down here. I'm all about it. I love
Good
our
stuff,
sports
man.
teams. I always rep them when I go abroad. So that's how they know that it's easy to find me. I'm always wearing either the Miami Hurricanes or the Miami Dolphins.
Okay.
Green and teal or orange abroad. So not too difficult to find if I'm ever
Gotta
traveling.
rep the home team. Gotta rep the home team.
Sure.
He said the Dwayne Wade statue looks like Coach Ray. Oh man, that's hilarious.
That is funny.
That is hilarious. All right, quick check-in on the markets real quick. NASDAQ trading 23,913 evens. S&P did not take out that all-time high, 64.61, 64.62 last trade. We got about 20 minutes left before power hour and that volume that we see come into the markets. Any of your friends trade with you? I know Miami is kind of the hotbed of trade influencers. All right, we see a lot of people down there trading. You ever go to any of these meetups or anything like that? You ever trade with any of your friends? The Queso Squad. I love that name, by the way. Queso Squad.
No. Yeah. It goes back to our pandemic Call of Duty days where we would just ask people randomly what was their favorite type of cheese. That's how it began.
Okay.
Really, at the end of the day. But
All right,
no, I mean, I'm hoping that this segment will hopefully broaden their minds and open them to be curious enough to see exactly how is it that we're trading the markets here. It's not just so much, gambling in the sense where you just put on a trade and hope for the best, right? No, we have a strategy. We have to have an edge in the market in order to be able to be successful, because otherwise, what are we doing, right? We might as well just go kick rocks. But I do not go to any of these meetups. I'm kind of just a family man. I'm not. If I was single, maybe perhaps, but I have my wife and my 4-year-old son who I care very much about. I rather just dedicate all my time to them. But I'm not opposed to being with other traders in the scene. I only know of one influencer that's out there, but he's on a different level. I mean, they make so much money with the Forex markets, driving Bugattis and Lambos and like 18 different cars. I'm not even at that level yet. I just got $12,000 in payouts this year. I'm happy with that. Okay, I'm happy.
Hey, that's great money,
I'm
man.
so happy. I got the hat here as a reminder. It's like this is all I need to humble myself, right? And then at some point we can scale up.
Awesome,
I think the sky's the limit with this stuff, really. So I wouldn't be opposed to that in the future. But for now, I'm just kind of doing it solo, and it's worked out so far.
JD, you laughed there when you mentioned the influencers driving the Bugattis and things like that. Why'd you laugh, JD?
I'm staying out of it. Don't even.
But no, $12,000. It is nice to see that stuff, right? Somebody driving a fancy car and things like that. But also, we are here for the everyday trader as well, right? Where $12,000 extra a year doesn't hurt, especially if you're managing how much you're spending on combines and things like that. I would take an extra $12,000, right? Especially like you said, the Mike, you have a 9 to 5, so it's not your sole source of income. Does it have the potential to be at some point? Yes. Does it necessarily need to be? It doesn't have to, right? One of my favorite stories from coaching traders, especially when we were doing 101s, I had a dad who was just like, "Hey, you helped me, take payouts, and I paid my kids, daycare for the year with payouts from the markets." Right? That's a real life, that's a tangible thing that we have traders doing. That is it going to pay for his lavish lifestyle, traveling, and all this other stuff? No, but that might not be the goal either. So $12,000 is a great payout for the year.
Excellent.
Yeah, and I
great
think
stuff. Real money. It's
I
tangible.
think
It's
in
in your
this
pocket. It's in your hand.
in this economy right now, as we're seeing, there's any kind of extra money that you can make with minimal time. As you can make a lot of money in a very few seconds or minutes. Any parents, any families that are out there, if you can figure this out, if you can just for 1 second invest in yourself and believe that you can do something that's beyond you. Because I'm an IT kind of guy by trade, and I came into the markets blind. I didn't know anything about this. If I can learn this stuff, you can learn this stuff, and it's not too difficult. It's just a matter of how much can you persevere, how resilient are you, how disciplined are you, how patient are you? Because the market is going to demand that out of you ultimately, and this is what is going to help you pay out. For your daycare, for your car payment, for my Malibu trip, for my the team in Malibu. I paid that out. I paid that for that trip with a payout that I got that day that I landed in California. It was the greatest feeling ever.
Perfect.
And I look forward to that feeling every time I get a payout, because this is what ultimately tells you that your edge is working, your strategy is working. But more importantly, you're listening to yourself, you're being patient, and you're ingraining the discipline. That's what it is. And as Mike Patak says, you got to keep jabbing, you got to keep grinding, you got to keep going. And that's part of this hustle mentality that we have here in Miami as well. Always got to be on the grind, always got to be hustling. Rick Ross says it too. Got to be hustling, and these are good influences to have, because otherwise, this is what the city has taught me. That's what my friends have taught me, and I put it into work, into an interesting vehicle that not only, again, it's all about self-growth, and nothing wrong with taking a little bit of money out of the market from all the beautiful traders who are on the opposite side of the trade of you, which is great.
The mic.
There's no greater feeling than that.
That might have been the first Rick Ross hustling reference we've had on the show, so I appreciate you for that. Great song. We're gonna throw it over to Gabe real quick.
I'm glad to be here for it.
Got to rep the 305. We're gonna throw it over to Gabe real quick for some news, and we will be right back to wrap this segment. What do we got for the news?
Spirit Airlines is warning shareholders it may not survive if it can't come up with enough cash to pay its upcoming debt obligations. That's according to a filing with the U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission. The Florida-based carrier just got out of bankruptcy in March. Spirit said its credit card processor has asked the carrier to set aside more funds as collateral or risk having its contract not renewed. That contract expires at the end of the year. In the filing, Spirit said in order to generate more cash, it may sell spare engines or its rights to use gates at various airports. Just last month, Spirit said it would furlough more than 250 pilots later this year in a move to save money. Several airlines have forecasted either flat or weakening profits this quarter amid uncertainty for travel demand.
I want to see Spirit Airlines go down. It's the cheap flights. The Mike, I'm reading through your bio here. You mentioned Rick Ross. Says here one of your hobbies is karaoke. What would be your go-to karaoke song? And if it's a Rick Ross song, which song?
It all depends on the crowd, really. I don't have a go-to one.
Man of the people.
You always have your classics. I'm a man of the people. I'll tell you a quick story on that one. So I was in Fort Myers Beach on the west coast of Florida,
And this was many, many moons ago during the summer, thinking, reminiscing. But then, you start to people watch, and it was an older kind of crowd. It was a specific type of crowd that would have probably enjoyed the musical stylings of Chicago. And I was right. And there's a particular Chicago song that I like, Hard to Say I'm Sorry and Hard Habit to Break. So then I felt, okay, well, is everyone here with a couple, or are there singles here, right? Because one is more about, a lover, and one is about missing the lover. So I kind of just that's my process of picking out a song. But right now, the next one I've been telling my wife I've been wanting to sing is the George Michael song, which is a song that I sang to her when we first met. Actually, it was I think it was no, Careless Whisper. It was Careless Whisper.
Ooh,
there we go.
that'd probably be my go-to. Any George Michael song, really.
Song you sang to your wife on the day that you first met, and you've been married or together since then. So for all of our singles out there, Dakota, if you're listening, on your next date, maybe sing Careless Whisper, and you see if you find the one.
I love that you snuck a Dakota jab in there, by the way. Nice job.
Oh, that's not a jab, man. That's my guy. I want to get invited to Dakota's wedding whenever that's going to be. So just putting good vibes out there, JD.
Very good, very good. Checking back in on the markets, guys.
Awesome.
Look at the tilt. Oh, we've got a settlement price in crude oil also. I just had it a minute ago. Crude oil officially settled for the day. September contract, 63.17 settlement price, down 79 cents, 1.24% down for crude oil on the day. Again, we'll continue to trade until 4 o'clock Central Time. But official settlement price has been established in crude oil. Not much movement in the tilt. Still short in equities. 59% short ES, 68% short in Q, 63% long crude, and 51% short in gold. Gold is pretty much flat. Anything we're seeing in the markets here, guys?
Not really, JD. We're kind of just chopping around here. Again, we do got power hour coming up. What are you seeing, Mike?
We're in a holding pattern, but I am looking at the 5-minute chart on ES, and this little bull flag looks like it's ready to break out. I'd probably give it another 10 minutes, because usually those hourly candles, when they close, tend to be quite volatile. And we're approaching the 3 o'clock hour, which is another impactful hour of trading. So I'd be curious to see if we take out 64.67 now. See, we held out this 21. And now we got to see this candle close here.
You're on a 5-minute chart?
Doji. This is a 5-minute chart, correct.
5-minute chart, nice. Little pullback. That's
We're still
probably one of the
holding
bigger
up
pullbacks that we've seen all day. 25 points from the high.
Yeah. Great place to buy low. Let's see. Maybe if they don't pull the rug down below, I would. Not financial advice at all, but I would look for this to hit 64.67. Let's see if it does. Otherwise, it's just in a holding pattern. It's not much movement.
Yeah, for Kevin in the chat, the Mike is trading a 50K account. Do you normally go with the 50K? Have you traded any of the bigger accounts, or do you usually use the 50K?
I mostly trade the 50K accounts. I've never used the 100K. I've only used 150 or 50. And I usually, with the payouts, I always like to get one 150K. And just, any kind of combines that I get, any extra ones if I end up doing them, I would just do the 50K at that point. The bulk of my payouts from earlier this year came from the 150, but in the last few months, I've just been sticking with the 50K because I think once we start looking at the numbers and the size of those numbers, ego starts to get in and greed starts to kick in. So we just kind of have to limit ourselves, right? I'd rather just go with a smaller account at that point, just so that I can temper myself at that point. So all part of the self-control, just so that you can trade within your limits. And then eventually, trading 10, 50 lots will just be as easy as trading a 1 lot at that point. But for right now, it's a little too much for me at this point. I always keep it 50.
Good stuff. Nice. We got about 3 minutes left in this segment. This has been great catching up with you, Mike. Great to meet you. The market's not really presenting a ton of opportunity during this session, but I think what we showed was patience. You don't necessarily have to take a trade all the time. We had the S&P maybe trying to push that all-time high. We didn't take it out there, but we do have Power Hour coming up where we know anything can happen. We're going to see that spike in volatility. For sure. JD, any other questions that you have for the mic? Anything else you want to bring up?
I think we're all good. We covered some broad topics. We talked mindset, we talked psychology, we talked strategy. We got into pretty much everything. Talked about what you expect out of trading in the future. I think we covered quite a bit. I honestly can't think of another question to ask at the moment. Maybe I will in just a minute, though.
Actually, I got a question for you here, the Mike. So you've been trading for 5 years. You're seeing some success this year, taking $12,000 in payouts. From wherever you are right now to where you see the next step in your trading journey, what do you think needs to happen in between where you are now and where you see that next step? Right? We're not talking about I'm making $10 million a year trading. Whatever that next step is, what do you think is the biggest thing you need to change to make that step?
I do not believe there needs to be a whole lot of change. It just we need consistency. As long as we can stay consistent, which is an ongoing process, it's part of the trader's journey, I think we will get to that next step sooner rather than later. In just 2 years I think, I'm not sure who I heard this from, and I know I came from Topstep, but usually anybody who begins to day trade futures, it's usually a 2 to 5 year process where things start to click. And almost on the money, 2 years for me where things started to click. So I look forward to my goal for the rest of the year into next year is just to remain consistent. Take out those payouts, don't go on tilt, stay humble, let the market show you the way, and intuitively it will always reward my patience, which it always has. Keeping that in mind, I see myself growing very, very fast within the next year. So I hope to be invited on again with a live account, and that will be my goal here, to be back here with a live account.
Awesome.
So screenshot it, keep the receipt, and I will be back at some point for sure with that live account.
That's a great goal to have.
Awesome stuff.
A great goal to reach for
Great
sure.
goal to have. Well, we are going to
Thank you.
go
I
ahead
appreciate
and wrap
that.
it up there. JD, it's been a great time on air today. And the Mike, great meeting you, and great luck with, not even luck, do well with your goals, right? Sometimes we need luck in these markets, but we need to, execute what we know works. So execute on that, and we will talk to you soon, I am sure. But we are going to go into Power Hour to wrap the day. We got Andre coming in with Jack and John London. We haven't seen John on the show in a little bit, so excited to see how John has been trading. This is Topstep TV. This has been, what session was this? Power players, maybe? Yeah.
Back to the futures.
We'll call the Mike a power
Back
player.
to the futures.
With the name like the Mike,
Back
he's a
to the
power player.
futures.
With the name like the Mike, he's
Back
a
to the
power player. But
futures.
we are going to go into Power Out. Oh wow, look at that. He had the DeLorean. Ready to go.
You said the segment was Back to the Future. I figured I had to have it on, man.
Hey.
Nice.
There we go.
Very nice.
But we're going to send it into Power Hour. This is Topstep TV. Let's go.
I saw behind, took a peek behind the curtain. Welcome back to Power Hour, the man in the middle, Jack. And to the right, John London making his triumphant return. John London, welcome back. How are things going? Thoughts on the
Things are going okay.
market? Go ahead.
Yeah, man. Things are going good. Sorry. I lost about $500 today taking a swing on CPI data. I thought the market would break all-time highs. I bought one of the dips, but around like 10 a.m., we just got some big drops all of a sudden. And then, of course, we rebounded right back up. So, the bulls are in charge. I think the market likes rate cuts, and inflation data easing means more rate cuts coming soon, probably.
Yes, it does. All right. Do you have a position on right now, John London, and any prices of interest you're looking at in the MNQ?
I really think the market wants to break 24,000 on the NASDAQ. I think that's a big milestone level. I think we're very close to it. We're like, $60 away from it right now. So if we can get a pullback to like the 900 level, maybe a little bit lower at like 895 or so. The 200 exponential on the 1 minute chart's at 884s or so. So if we get a pullback around then, I can take a little bit of a longer term trade, hoping for 24K. But, about a 1-to-1 ratio is what I'll probably give it. So a risk of maybe like 850s. And then if we can push up more, I'll try to either scale in or see what happens. That's what I'm looking at right now.
All right. Well, I guess you named the number. We're going to play a little above below. John London, I'm going to ask you, what will the closing price in the NQ be in about 56 minutes? And we're going to put it to the poll. Will be above below. What price, says John London, will be in the NQ on the close? We going to go 24,000?
I'm going to give it. I'm going to give it 24.10 is what I'm going to give it. $24,010 is the above below.
Okay.
I think if we do break it, yeah, that's what I'm going to go with. At least that's going with my trade plan if we get the pullback I'm looking for. So market's sideways now, but I'm hoping we get a dip down to 900 that I can get in.
All right, let's put it up there. Jack, he is bullish. Let's take a look at the ES. All-time highs, 64.68 half. Got about 6 points or so to go. Jack, where are we taking this ES in the final 55 minutes here in Power Hour?
Yeah, so we've got a little bit of rounding in the ES in the last hour or so. I'm with John where I would need a bigger dip to buy. If I'm being a naughty boy, I guess there's, cheap short. You know exactly where it's going to be if it comes off. Checking on my friends at JP Morgan, they said, of course, CPI came out where it was. We'd be up between flat and up 0.75%. Right now, we're up 1% in the SPX. So I don't know if I should trust them or not, but we're kind of rallying a little bit again here. We're not doing that rounding anymore. So give us a few minutes here, and then I'll let you know.
Very good, very good. Let's take a look at some of the other prices. Let's take a look at gold. Pretty much stuck to 3,400s. Last trade 33.98. Let's take a look. We got Crude trading 63.22, and ES 5 points away from all-time highs, trading 64.63 half. And the NQ trading 23,910. We made all-time highs at 23,932. Beating by about 90 points coming in today. The all-time high coming today was around 23,845. And we made new all-time highs, 23,932. Quick look at Delta. We got a positive Delta plus 8,300 in the ES and plus 3,100 in the NQ. Here in the Power Hour, we got the clock in the lower right-hand corner. 53 minutes till the closing bell. 43 minutes till MOC. See what we got in store today. We also have a 70% short on the tilt in the NASDAQ. The NASDAQ here in Power Hour. How's the trading been going, John London? Time to catch up a little bit before this markets get rocking. You say you're sizing up.
Yeah,
so on a little bit more size in the micro NASDAQ. Talk to me about it.
Yeah, so I'm trying to work my way up to bigger size. I've been trying to pay. We've been breaking highs a lot. And I think one of my favorite kind of nuances of trading is looking for like milestone levels. As we get close to milestone levels, like all-time highs would be a milestone level. I trade the range after if we can break or get close to a milestone level, I attack the range up to that level, if that makes sense. I don't really look for the break. I don't really want to trade the break of 24,000 or In this case, the current high of the day is at 932s. So I don't want to trade the break of that milestone level. I try to trade the range, like the top 20% leading up to it, if that makes sense. I think the bulls start to get in control. Sometimes we'll break those levels and then just dump down. People will start taking profits. But I think you can get a really nice range right around up to the big level. So in this case, 24,000 would be one. And so I think we might go up to that. Maybe we'll test it a couple times, and I think we might fall back down. Maybe in some of the extended hour sessions, but that's what I'm looking at now. And that's kind of what I've been scaling up to do. But it's a work in progress. I've been traveling a lot, trying not to destroy my accounts,
Always
Very
good.
good. Very good. Absolutely. Perhaps it's short up here, Jack. Or I mean, looks like the bids are coming in. We got gold selling off about down $4 in the last 60 seconds or so. Perhaps we wait this out. What earnings do we have after the bell today? Didn't see any big names really.
I haven't even checked, just because most of the interesting earnings besides Nvidia, the Lauryn Hill of companies, always leaves you waiting just a little bit longer. There's still
Well
a
done.
few weeks away from doing that. And I mean, the sentiment in this market, you can see like what would be pretty bad news for a normal company about China essentially trying to block their chips. And as I said this morning, I looked it up. I think 13% of the revenue comes from China. Nvidia was down a bit early, but they are once again, Nvidia is up 0.6% right now. So they're just chilling. If I do go short, it would be a little bit later. Not much movement right now. It's still very close to breaking the all-time highs in this contract, and I can see it making a run at that.
Yeah, let's see if we go give that a test. Again, about 5.5 points in the ES from all-time highs. Gold, again, did see a little bit of a sell-off there. We'll call it $4 or so. 33.96 last trade. Tilt in the NASDAQ, peeled back just a bit. No, 64% short in the NASDAQ. Nothing really doing in the ES. The offers are stacked on the ladder. Looking at the ES, again, we did see some size on the offers, but that all got gobbled up. Lifting the offers on the way up. So here we go, 23,909. John, you're looking perhaps at 895s?
Yeah, 895's 900. Yeah, 895's 900. Big whole dollar level like 900. I think makes sense. We do have some quantum stocks dropping earnings today too. We got Rigetti and CoreWeave. So I don't know if those are going to move the market, but they might have a little influence, I think. But yeah, 900 makes sense. We also have like a big level. I think it's like 885 might hold. We'll see. We'll look for that one too. It's right around the 200 exponential as well. So you can kind of combine the different levels there to get one solid level at 885 maybe. So I need a bigger pullback though for sure. Maybe the last 30 minutes of the day, we might move up and start retesting highs of the day, and then maybe 24K, especially if the E-mini gets some momentum too, and those companies start pushing up towards that high up there at like 64.85 or 64.68. I'm sorry. Yeah. So we'll see.
Yes, we will.
Looks like we got the resistance or the support right now in this little like mini range here around 46, 60, 61. We're just about a point away there. If we break through there, that might be where I might nibble at a short.
Yeah, I might jump on a little micro or two. So I just jumped in one small micro. I might add maybe 3 here, and then look to add another 3 to 4 on a dip down to 890.
All right,
and then I'll use a stop level of
Yeah,
stop level up probably 870 is what I'm looking at, and then a reward target up there at the highs at about 933 or so is what I'm looking at. Maybe 880 as a stop. Actually, I'm trying to. Yeah, so I'm in 3 micros.
Okay, what's your average price? I know you're going to build into this, so that's right around here. Sure. 904s, 905s. John London.
Yeah, 903s. Yeah, something like that. Yeah, 904. And I hope that if it dips more, I can add a little bit and just keep a tight stop. And if not, really, I think it's going to be the last 30 minutes that if we get a push. So we'll see if we consolidate, but small position for now. We'll try to add more. If it goes up in my favor, I can also add more to it. I would just have to move my stop up a little bit in that situation. So.
Good. Very good. Long 3 micro NASDAQ, 23,905. Last trade, 904s. Gold did space out a little bit at 33.96. Crude taking a bit of a dip to the downside here. And positive delta ES, positive delta in NASDAQ. All-time highs made in NASDAQ, 23,932. We're about 30 points away from that right now. That was just chilling. 70% short in the NASDAQ right now. Claude says, why is nobody impressed with Microsoft? What's going on in Microsoft?
I mean, they're
Just
only
in
worth
general.
over $4 trillion. I think people are plenty impressed.
That's pretty impressive.
Not that impressive, you know.
People not impressed.
so
I'm
much.
sorry. They're just
Yeah.
under $4 trillion, $3.93 trillion in market cap for Microsoft. What a clunker.
Yep.
Right. How many more Xboxes do they need to sell? I'm just kidding. All right, we'll see how this plays out. We got 46 minutes till the bell, 36 minutes till MOC. Here's talking about in our fast markets this morning about perhaps some of the changes in the BLS, Bureau of Labor Statistics, for reporting employment. Let's bring this in. Jack, I want to get your thoughts, John London as well, on perhaps proposing changes to how they may count and track those stats.
Will the Bureau of Labor Statistics continue to put out monthly jobs reports?
Well, look, what I'll tell you about the Bureau of Labor Statistics, I believe that is the plan and that's the hope, and that these monthly reports will be data that the American people can trust. We need to look at the means and the methods of how the United States is acquiring this very important data, and all of that is going to be done, and the goal, of course, is to provide honest and good data for the American people to make very important economic decisions on.
I mean, Jack, your thoughts? Your thoughts on that? There probably's got to be a better way to count these stats, right?
Well, I just sent a photo to the box. We'll get it up in a little while. No rush on that. It is, it's one of those internet things where everyone becomes an expert on something, as it like people don't really think about the data collection for it. And now everyone's got an opinion online. If you don't think that it's very, very hard to do this, like, I don't know what to tell you. Survey responses are hard to get. We're a country of like 340 million people. It is very difficult to gather something like the unemployment data, right? As I said before, I think something like CPI is easier because the prices are public. You can go find them. But deciding whether people are work or not, it's tough. And Andrew, when we have that image up, this is where I disagree a little bit with it. Like, I don't know what they're going to do, but actually over time, going back, since 1965, the trend and revisions, we've actually gotten better at doing it, right? It's never going to be perfect. I hope whoever is running it next is super accurate, but it's tough, man. Look at polls for elections or anything else. It is difficult is like herding cats. So we'll see.
John London, your thoughts. If we went to quarterly, reporting this quarterly, how would that affect trading would it at all? I mean, those 4 Fridays out of the year, that would just be insane, right? In terms of just the volatility.
Right, I think it would
3 months.
Exactly. I think it would boost the volatility of it. The non-farm payroll and labor report is already pretty volatile and influential over markets when it comes out. Especially, I mean, the last one we kind of had mixed reactions, but when it comes out, it can move markets. If it drops quarterly, I think it's just going to be a bigger, impactful thing. And of course, the president is going to want, rate cuts because he wants a thriving economy, and the labor report, the corrections he was upset about. But I agree with Jack here. It's hard to get, you got to wait for businesses and people to respond, and sometimes they lag, and it's hard to get accurate data in that regard. So yeah,
it is, and it's
we'll see what happens.
Like I won't call out any chat comments, but it's like, yeah, if there was a simple solution, they would just do it. It's more, not everybody who's working or not working is going to say the unemployment office, right? Sometimes people like I've never applied for unemployment. There have been times when I have not had a job. Like it's harder than just the answer is not like, oh, ChatGPT is going to do it for us. It's more complicated than that.
Agree. Absolutely. I guess, I mean, maybe they do get better and dial it in a little bit. I mean, I did see some there go door to door. That is true. We can do better than that if that is still the case. We'll find out. Stay tuned as 2025 always proves to be incredible. Might be a simulation. Anyways, let's take a look here. 23,912 last trade. John, are you still just long 3 from 905?
I'm going to add 2 right now. We pushed up enough. So I just added, I'm in 5 micros now. We're up about $70, very small. I do want to let it test this high of the day up here. I think we're going to get a push towards 24K. You never know. There's always variance, but I think that story makes sense where, we got lower inflation data this morning, not lower, but it wasn't hot, which is the most important thing. The market wants rate cuts to a certain extent, and so I think the market's just running on optimism close to all-time highs. I think it's pretty probable we go up there and at least test the high of the day, maybe 24K. If my fingers stay crossed, and we actually can do it.
Maybe we'll get there.
All right, 5
And
MMQ.
poll is back. 71% are saying below. John London's below 24,010. See how that plays out. We got 10 minutes till the bottom of the hour. Can we get to 24,000 even in the NQ? We make all-time highs, new all-time highs in the ES, about 4 points away here in power.
Oh, but practically, just to say, with the quarterly unemployment, there'll just be more stuff. We'll put more worth on things like ADP. Like we already have those sorts of things. Like that's sort of your automatic private number.
Sure. And it's been more accurate than non-farm payrolls to a certain extent. Like a couple months ago, it came in at negative 33K, reflecting the revision data that we got in the payroll report as well. So it's been accurate. I think ADP data is harder to fake. Or not harder to fake, but harder to get wrong, if that makes sense. Easier to
People were clowning on them, but then it turns out with the revisions, they seem to be the who's the clown now, not ADP.
Exactly. And ADP comes out the Wednesday before non-farm Friday. Non-farm is the first Friday of the month. Those employment numbers, and ADP comes out the Wednesday before then. So keep a closer eye on that for September. See if indeed it is more accurate. Those revisions were wild earlier, a couple weeks ago, and we saw the markets slow. But hey, John Lennon, with that being said, in terms of rate cuts, I mean, we're making all-time highs without rate cuts. So it just fuels it more.
Right. Yeah, I think the market wants rate cuts. I think they've wanted it for a few months now. I was surprised Jerome Powell was as hawkish as he was during the last Fed meeting a couple weeks ago. I thought he would pause rates, maybe in quantitative tightening, but keep rates paused, but have a dovish sentiment. And so when he kept QT the same and he paused still, and he was actually really hawkish or data dependent, I was surprised. I think the market reacted negatively to that too, if I remember correctly, but I might be wrong. But yeah, I think it's pretty. The only way we're not gonna get rate cuts in September. The only way that happens where we don't get rate cuts, I mean, is that if we get like PCE inflation comes out at the end of this month, if it comes out high, that's actually the Fed's preferred inflation metric. So if it comes in really higher than last time and much higher than expected, that could reduce the odds of rate cuts some. GDP might influence it a little bit, but and then we also have another labor report at the beginning of next month. I don't think it's going to influence it too much, but yeah, I think it's pretty likely we get rate cuts now.
Yeah, they're pricing in more than a 90% chance of that. The core CPI today wasn't great. So like next week with the Putin talks, we got Jackson Hole. Hopefully oil stays down, but yeah, we're cutting in September, barring something nutso-butso happening. All right, now they've taken out the rest of that 500 lot at 64.65.
So got some more offers stacked. 64.66, got about 350 there. And they are gobbling up these offers here in the ES. Getting about 3.5 points away from all-time highs as we trade 64.65. Call it. Take a look at the NASDAQ. NASDAQ trading 23,919. John London long 5. Micro, what's your average price?
23,908 now. So it was 904. So now it's 908.
Okay.
And I'll probably hold this break even now, close to break even. I'll probably hold it under 895. So I'm going to move my stop up since I added to it, and I'll probably make my stop loss 895, which is a relatively break even trade. We've moved up a lot relative to my entry, and so it's always good to kind of have a situation where you can hold it flat or close to flat and your risk is pretty low. But that's a big retracement now, so we'll see what happens. Bounced off of right around my entry.
Thought we were going to get there in the ES. Got those offers stacked up all the way from 64.65 up to 64.68. About 100, 200 on each tick all the way up. See if we can get through that. We got the bottom of the hour in 6 minutes. Get the party started again. We got MOC again in 26 minutes. 10 minutes before the closing bell. Here on Topstep TV. The 65's got filled, Jack, and we pulled off just a little bit. See if they want to give it another shot here. See the delta
If we
is.
break the 61s, I would look maybe to take a small short with a tight stop.
Yeah, makes sense. Under that range.
Yeah. Between
Yeah,
a
in
rock and a
hindsight, maybe I
hard
should have
place.
used. Yeah. In hindsight, I maybe should have made a little bit lower above below. I think maybe 24 is a little bit too high up there for us to hit today. Maybe in extended
Nonsense.
hours. It could happen, but yeah.
Nonsense.
I'm
John.
for it.
Let's
I
get
hope
up
it
there. Let's
happens.
get up there.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. We'll definitely get up there. We got
Positive.
what? 90 points? Yeah. Take a look at NASDAQ. NASDAQ bottom out at 23,622, maybe even lower. Yeah, we bottomed out at 609 in this New York session, and we are up. We're up 300 points since then. Bottom out, 9 a.m. Central Time, and it's just been up and to the right from there. New all-time highs. Gold
we're close.
is grinding back higher.
24K.
Let's see where that NQ
For it.
is.
Nothing on the wire right now.
At 920s.
No headlines.
I don't see any.
Offers are stacked. Let's take a look at the NASDAQ ladder. Anything jumping off there? Nope. Saw a couple 400 lots on the offer. Those all got lifted. Not in the way.
Got to put my warm up back on. Air conditioning's kicking in.
Oh, the Russell. Oh, that's Russell. Jack was looking at the Russell earlier today. If you paper trade that, how would that trade have played out?
Let me take a look. I looked at it for a second. I assume not well.
Oh, it's up big. Oh, is it short?
No, Russell is up. Well, I didn't take it. I've never traded the Russell before. It is up 2.8% today, leading the way. Banks have been doing very well today.
Interesting. Take a look at some of the numbers for tomorrow. We got a lot of Fed speakers tomorrow. Oh, we got Barkin, we got Goolsby, we got Bostic. Some of the chats like get Bostic. Well, get Bostic tomorrow. EIA Crude, of course. Inventory numbers.
Yeah, PPI on Thursday.
Yeah, does it typically go back to back? CPI, PPI.
It varies. Sometimes I've seen them do it a lot of different ways. So I've seen most of the time it's back to back, but sometimes PPI is actually before CPI. So they vary in when they schedule it, I think. Wholesale inflation Thursday. So a lot of people say that matters more than CPI, but I don't know. I like CPI a little bit.
All right, watch out. 3 p.m. tomorrow, we got Norwegian key policy rate. They are stacking the books here on Financial Juice.
They are. That's funny. Also, that headline about Chrome getting bought out. You saw this one, Jack? We got a little bit more clarity on how that's going down. John London, did you catch this one as well? Chrome,
no,
$35 billion.
Chrome, so the browser.
I believe so. Bring that in. Wait, go ahead, Jack.
Okay, go ahead. Oh, if there's a news story, we can do that first.
Okay, sounds good. I want to get more clarity on this thing. Bring that in. I never heard of this company, and they got 35 bill to spend on Chrome.
An artificial intelligence search company has made a huge offer to buy a well-known web browser. An unsolicited bid from Perplexity to purchase Google's Chrome browser is worth $34.5 billion. The startup company has a search tool that uses AI models to generate web content and answer questions. Perplexity's AI search engine has been in competition with Google's Chrome since 2022. Just last month, Perplexity unveiled its own web browser called Comet. The Perplexity surprise bid comes as Google awaits a court decision over a court ruling that found the company had violated U.S. antitrust laws. The Justice Department had proposed Google sell its Chrome browser. However, the internet giant has promised to appeal that ruling. There was no immediate comment from Google on the Perplexity offer.
35 bill.
Well, I got a hot take on
Startup.
this.
Please, let me hear this.
Got a hot take.
Startup's got 35 bill. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Here's my hot take. I knew that in this antitrust thing with Google, there was the biggest thing they were talking about them having to sell off is perhaps the Chrome browser, where Chrome has an incredible percentage of like the overall world market for browsers. I think what's going on here, Andre, for instance, you were asking what's Perplexity. I think this is a little flex by Perplexity to get a little juice for their company and their web browser, because that's the hardest thing to do, to get people to new web browsers. I think Chrome is probably worth more than that. But hey, they just let you know they have 35 bill, and we just read on air what the name of their browser is. So I don't expect Google to be taking this.
I agree 100%.
Gotcha.
I don't think Google wants to sell Chrome at all. The only way they would is if they were forced to. You know, if they're forced to, you know, because of the antitrust or whatever it was, that's a situation maybe they'll consider it. I agree. I think it's going to be worth more than 35 billion. Considering the usage of it, how many people use it, the percentage of people that use Chrome. I use Chrome. I know a lot of people do.
Yep.
A lot of stuff doesn't work if you don't use Chrome. They don't even work on other stuff sometimes. So more than 35 billion for sure, but I don't think Google's going to take it. I think I agree with Jack. I think they're probably just doing it for publicity.
Yeah, especially
juice.
to a competitor. If anything, I've heard like some people are saying like Apple should buy Perplexity or something because they're struggling on the AI front, but we'll see.
Right.
Marketing stunt in the gotcha. There's Troops thinks marketing stunt. We'll see. Perhaps we are talking about it right now. Here on Topstep TV, ES grinding. Can we get to all-time highs? 64, 68. We got about 3 points to go. Look at the NASDAQ grinding higher as well. John London catching the move. Long 5 micro NASDAQ from 908 still.
Yes. So we're up a couple hundred. You know, I'm debating on whether I want to take maybe like 35% of the position off. Just because we're around this top. And if we do reject here, I might regret it. I could also add to it and then tighten my stop even more and try to catch the momentum of the second half of Power Hour. I think that makes sense as well. I'm going to think about it for the next few minutes and make a decision there. We're up a couple hundred now, so that's good. We'll see if we can keep it going.
So we are in
Andre,
the second half of
we
Power.
should
Go ahead, Jack.
We should think about a company that we can make a bid for.
Oh,
Get some.
I like this. I like this. Is anyone
Not
advertising
giving
on
away
the moon?
any financials, but we do not have $35 billion. To my knowledge. No. Sure, we can figure out something.
Can we finance it somehow? Can we convertible notes perhaps? I like this.
CME's
should
got
be pretty
100
easy to
bill
get
market
35 bill.
Yeah, we'll finance it. MSNBC. Yes.
Now you're talking. Now you're talking.
I think that's the move too, for sure. I agree. DraftKings is great as well.
Like,
you know.
CNN.
All right, you heard it. Yeah,
Yeah.
Danielle, you heard it. We're going for MSNBC. We'll see if we can get that. By Schwab. Here we go. We got the idea.
$35,000. We can do that.
Let's see if we can. We got 17 minutes. 17 minutes till MOC. 27 minutes till the bell. ES is seeing a little bit of resistance up here at 64.65. Jay, what's that delta looking like if you got it? Looking for the upside at. We get to 24,000.
The market's bidding today. Andre would say more buyers than sellers.
That's what my boss would say.
I think that the market was just primed to go, and the CPI, at least like the main CPI, came in slightly cooler, and that was enough to get it going. Sellers tried their best. We had that one good pullback.
Did.
I'm gonna take I just took two of the micro contracts off just to lock in a little bit of profit. So if I do go break even, I don't feel so bad. But I'll try to be as patient as I can with the rest of this, and I'll just hold it flat. So if it turns on me, it'll be a small profit. If it keeps going in my favor, it'll be a larger profit. Is the point so far.
Well done. Come on,
thank you. Yeah, and the big thing with CPI was that it didn't come in high. You know, if the president wants rate cuts and the market wants rate cuts, the biggest thing is that it doesn't come in super hot because that's contradictory towards rate cuts. If inflation's high, you know, stimulating the economy might make it worse, and is the logic. And so as long as it didn't come in super high, I think that's what the market wanted, and that's exactly what it got. Although, like Jack said, core CPI was a little elevated. I think it was 3.1%. It was either 3.1 or 3.2.
Yeah, it was 3.1.
But okay, gotcha. Yeah, so it's higher end of average or estimates, but not enough to scare the market, I think.
In normal times, if the rates weren't so elevated for so long already, having the inflation be above the core inflation be above 3 would probably be like, why the hell we cutting? But people are waiting on this too much. Like the momentum is too strong. We're cutting in September.
So we
yeah,
are.
The labor report. Yes, freaked everybody out. Everybody got scared of that labor report, and so now they want proactive cuts to avoid, you know.
Yeah, that's the
recession,
thing.
Labor market weakness.
Big fans. Jack and I are big fans of core CPI. Get that food and energy out of here. That doesn't matter.
Don't need it.
Nope, don't need it. Don't pay
Highly
for that.
volatile.
It's not part of it. Yes, exactly. Highly volatile as well. Come on, ES. Can the ES do it? Can we make new all times? 3 points away. 3 points away as we trade to 64.65. Sellers are coming in here and trying to hold it up, but we got Delta still positive. Oh, well. Oh, look at this. NASDAQ might be trying to make new all-time highs here as well. 4 points to go for new all-time highs in the NASDAQ. Dow not doing much. Gold did come all the way back to 3,400 with 14 minutes to go till MOC. MOC. Market on close.
Yeah, I'm looking at this
right
925. Okay. So I'm up 64 ticks. My average is 23,911.
Okay.
And so I think we'll probably try to. I couldn't imagine we don't break highs. There's always variance. You never know. But we're really close to highs. It's power hour. We got that boost of liquidity. I'm assuming we're going to at least break this. We might break it and then come right back down, but I'm assuming we're at least going to break this. You know, I had a level of support at 925. That level's still holding. So yeah, and here we go. Here we're pushing up. There we go.
Here we go. Air horn. New all-time highs in the NASDAQ. Come on, ES. Wake up. John London. What's the next
So I just
price?
took another
24,000.
micro off. Okay. Yeah, I just took one more off. We're still in, you know, roughly 40% of the position. And so I'm just going to try to let the rest run. Just because we're up almost 100 ticks at that point. So
nice.
I'm just going to try to let it run. Maybe we'll break that. Or go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say 7 points higher than here, like around the low 470s in the ES. That corresponds with the 6450 in the SPX, and that is, I believe, yeah, for the 0-date options, lots of activity there. Lots of YOLO calls for the final. So if we can bust above there with momentum, we could get squeezy pretty quick.
Well, what was that price? 64, was it 50?
As we get above like 64.70,
70.
could see some acceleration if we squeeze there.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. we're close to that big 24 level. Everybody wants it once we get that close, and so drive some more buyers.
Mm-hmm. Got new highs, new day highs, session highs in the ES. So we're going to do this. Here we go with 3 ticks to go. We get the air horn, new all-time highs in the ES. Got sellers trying to hold it here at 64, 68. 64, 68 half would be new all-time highs. 1 point to go.
Well,
in the ES.
someone said, weren't you pushing for shorts all day? Yeah, but I didn't take any. I like the right thing didn't set up. Like first it's right there. I was like, I was interested in shorts, but only if it broke 61 here. If it's just gonna grind up, count me out.
Yeah, just talking it out. Didn't necessarily take the trade. And good thing, we didn't, because here we go. We can make this new all-time highs. I think we can do it. What's the hold up?
Yeah, we
NASDAQ's got no problem doing it.
Oh yeah, the E-mini is very close to it. It needs what, like 50 cents from the current high of the day or something like that. Or no,
need a push. Yeah. Need a push. That's hoop. I know. We need a push. All right.
And as,
what we're gonna
as
do?
I mentioned, what are we gonna do?
We're gonna take a little quiz right now. Let's go to school. Let's go to class and see if we can do it while we're sitting at the desks in class. Everyone, did you bring your homework? Did you do your homework? Don't be tardy to class. Let's do this.
All right.
Let's go.
Let's find out. Okay. So we got commission charges for executing a customs order for wheat will be based on A, a round turn, B, the time to delivery, C, the price of the wheat contract, or D, the number of bushels bought or sold.
Hold up.
Yeah.
I really don't know.
I know.
Can I make a guess?
Well,
I would think C, but I have no idea.
No, it's A. I think the answer is going to be A, but what's confusing me is commission charges for a customer's order for wheat. Well, it will be based on the number of bushels bought or sold because if they buy, 50,000 bushels, that's more contracts than if they buy 5. So
yes,
I think what they're going for is the A, but like depending on the wording, I think D is correct as well.
Oh.
Here we go. What's the poll saying? What are they saying in the poll here? Ooh, there it is.
Oh.
A it is. Okay. Both could be right though, Jack. I know what you're saying. I know it is A.
I knew they were going for like the charge for the round turn, but this question is badly written because 100% your commission will change if you buy 1 million bushels of wheat versus one contract for $5,000. I'm done with you, Series 3.
Perhaps. Yeah. It's 36% said D, 35% said A. All right, let's see if we can get these all-time highs in the ES. We are run out of steam here. 4 points to go. Come on.
Yeah, we're getting up there. That's a big pullback, though. That's a very large, quick pullback, but that's a big bounce back. So I'm hoping. Still in a little bit. We've taken about 150 in profit. We're up about another $80 on the rest of the position. So
well done.
So as I said in the morning recap this morning, I know I was preaching shorts all day, but I did miss out. No FOMO, but I just want to explain what happened here. I was talking about buying 64.10, which obviously would be very money right now. But if anything, the level was too perfect where it only ran through by a point. And that wasn't enough for me to be like, okay, we're rebounding. Let's buy it. And I was wrong.
I remember that. Yeah, we barely touched it. We got down to 08. It was just like, it was a wick. It was a wick down. And then some call it liquidity grab, stops. And here we go. Up to 64 half. Market's being stubborn on this grind higher. Again, we got 8 minutes. 8 minutes till MOC.
Yeah, the market's starting to turn a little bit. I'm wondering if it's catalyst driven. I don't think it is, but I see some news about China hitting Canadian canola with 76% tariffs. I don't think that would move the market super negatively. I don't know how, but maybe.
Oil.
We see that. I gotcha. Okay. Crude's not really moving. It's okay. We are all in this together, says Billy. Well done, Billy. A little bit of selling. Question mark in the ES 64.63. Are we not going to get to 64.68 half in the last 18 minutes of the trade?
I think that would be crazy. I think we
would be.
I don't know.
We get there in the NASDAQ, not the ES. Gold stuck at 3,400.
NASDAQ's dumping down too. I'm going to cut a break even on the rest. We've locked in $150 or so, which is good, but it's a quick turn. It looks catalyst driven, maybe. I know it's not. When's the MOC? That's in like 5 minutes, correct?
Yeah.
So,
yes.
Or like 7 minutes, 6 minutes. Okay.
John London, when you say catalyst driven, are you talking about the news? You're talking about a headline when you say catalyst driven?
Yes. Correct. Yeah, just tariff news, stock news, anything that might influence the market fundamentally is what I'm really talking about. Because this is a big, usually we get big turnarounds like this technically, but a lot of the time they can also be fundamentally like catalyst driven, like big news stories coming out that pushes the market back down all of a sudden. It's a big drop pretty quick. We dropped from 940s down to 920s.
I had an offer on the offer at the market, didn't get picked. Trying to decide. We're coming down to those 61s right now. Yeah.
Let's see if we get it. We got MOC here in 5 minutes. 5 minutes. So MOC. NASDAQ pulled back, I call it 30 points or so, trading 23,918. I'll take a bit of a peek lower. Get them there.
I took it off for now.
Okay, gotcha.
We got MOC in 6 minutes.
Yes, we do. What was that headline, John? About trying to put a tariff on Canada?
China is going to hit Canadian canola with nearly 76% tariffs by the Wall Street Journal is the one that reported it. I don't know how much that would influence. I mean, any China news is kind of influential right now, but I don't know if that would move markets this much. Maybe.
It moved just a little bit. Yes, pull back. Yeah, call it 4 points or so. Trading 64.63 half. We got 61% short on the tilt in the NASDAQ, 70% long on the tilt in crude, but crude's just going sideways right now. Last trade, 63.24. As we get 5 minutes away from MOC. Okay, 5 minutes till MOC. That being said, here we go. Hashtag power, hashtag fast markets. Ask you to hit us up at Topstep TV on the X in fast markets. We'll throw it to Andrew. Andrew, how did they do? Was it better or worse than yesterday? Be honest, too. Yesterday was really good. What do you think? How do you think
yesterday
today
was
went?
really good. So that's not as good, but it's still pretty good.
Fair enough. What do you give it? What number?
Pretty good.
I don't know, 3.75. Right.
Like it. It's going
So we got an update from Coach Dakota, actually. So it says done for today. Under $400 to go. Not going to rush it and let it happen. Maybe tonight during slow markets or tomorrow for fast markets. And his combine counter is still at 10. So there we go. It's very close to passing his combine. All right, next. Got AB
Excellent.
Trades. Says struggle day, but at least closing out green. Just got to come back and try again tomorrow. So
Hey, that's the
day's a
best
good
kind
day.
of crappy day.
No, that's a win.
Exactly.
You know how many people out there would love to be up $11 today?
Exactly. All right, this is from AW Trades saying holding the number 4 spot strong. Need to finish this week with some bangers. Looks like they
come on,
are
Tops.
on
Yeah.
the new big board.
Join us on Topstep TV. Get on here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then finally, got Arcelon A saying making real money, 5K in 2 days. It'll be much better to feel when you withdraw it. So, yeah, locking that payout. All right, that's all I got.
Yeah, 375. I like that. Yeah, 3.75 is right. Oh, we got 2.5 minutes till MOC. Market's been a bit of a range. I guess at 64, 62 half could not get up to the 68 half. The ES crude dipping lower just a bit. Are you flat, John London?
No, I'm still in. My break even level is 915. The only thing with the market on close, the MOC is in 3 minutes, so I'm gonna have to be really careful what I do during that if we get some volatility. I'm hoping some buys come in. I would assume buys, but you never know with that. So I'm still in, but holding break even at 915 if we turn.
Okay, Jack, let's do some if then.
I'm also looking at
if
looking at
we got a big buy
925.
number. Big buy number in the ES on this MOC. We do see a pop above, new all-time highs. Call it 64.69, whatever. Anything that would trigger a trade there. It's a huge number, huge level that we're looking at. We see deep pullback to 64.50. And just obviously, 90 seconds. If we see this, then do what?
If it goes up, once again, we're, above all-time highs. So it's a little, as I call it, freeform jazz. You'd have to see it. It's like pornography, Andre. I know it when I see it. The downside, if we get smacked right here, there's some levels to the downside for sure. Let's see. We got 50 seconds.
You take it away from here, Jack. You take it away. Again, we got. Should that go in the book? Should that go in the book? Find out. Again, MOC is going to go ES, then the NQ, then YM. These are
the
orders
record
to be executed.
What I said there is from like a Supreme Court case or something about defining
absolutely is
pornography. Yes,
it is.
I don't even know what that is.
Look at you backpedaling on that one.
That's what I mean.
I don't know what that is either.
Above all-time highs. What are we doing here? We got about 10 seconds.
Yeah, here we go. ES and QYM. These numbers will change as in the last 10 minutes. So here we go. 5 seconds. Market on close. Buckle up. John London, are you still in this?
Yes, but I'm cutting it right now as soon as we dropped. We got
heavy sell side, 2 billion. Sell side across the board, 2 billion sell side ES, 1.5 bill sell side NASDAQ, 500 mil sell side Dow, heavy sell side. They are right back.
And we rally.
Yeah, there you go. There's your
should have held.
Again, sell side, 2 billion sell side ES, to 1.5 billion sell side NASDAQ, sell side 500 million in the Dow. Those numbers will change.
Reaching.
Look at that. Look at that. Wow. Is this how is this what fuels the rally for all-time highs? In the
sell side MOC? Well, let's see. There's some people pushing.
Yeah, it's a big candle. Let's see if we're close.
Yes, we are. Unreal. Still sell side. 5 minutes, 55 after. 55 after, we'll see another injection of liquidity. We might make all-time highs in the ES. Oh, NASDAQ as well before. Saw a pop in the Dow as well. Came out sell side, 2 billion sell side ES, 1.6 billion sell side NASDAQ, and 500 mil sell side Dow. And quick shot down. And look at this. Look at how this plays out. Huh.
Okay, it looks like I'm back. All right, so rejecting that 933 level. That what was it, 935? Watch 925 underneath this. It could be some short-term support if we get that low.
925?
Yep.
Well, I didn't have the if-then for 2 billion sell side, then go to the highs and take them out. We got the highs.
Squeeze them out.
All-time highs. We did it. All-time highs. ES was like pulling teeth, but we finally did it. With 8 minutes to go in the trading session here, 64.69, new all-time highs in the ES. Those MOC sell side is peeling back a little bit. We're now under $1 billion in NASDAQ and right around $1 billion sell side in the ES. We just made new all-time highs in the NASDAQ. I'm sorry, in the ES, 64.69. More history here on Topstep TV.
Every month we got a few.
Oh, yes, we do.
We got down to what, like 48.40 in April? What a couple months.
Remember that? Man, oh man. Man, oh man. How many all-time highs did we make in July? At least 6 or 7, both ES and NASDAQ. And here we go.
Yeah, so the E-mini did it.
Sure did.
Yeah, I'm surprised we pushed up this much on that MOC, but a lot of shorts. I guess they're getting squeezed now.
It must be. No profit taking up here. Yeah, Jay, you got that delta. I mean, if they're still lifting offers all the way up here, it just tells you the conviction. We saw this in July. Conviction up at highs, all-time highs. Again, delta gives us a reading. You see positive delta. That means there are aggressive market orders coming in to simply just buy the offer, lift the offer. You see negative delta. Simply negative, or I'm sorry, sell orders to market hitting the bid. It pretty much kind of tells you the sentiment. And also we have 6 minutes till the close. So no profit taking at all on them. More conviction.
That's surprising. No.
Spoozy Lou says there's no correlation of MOC to market direction. Perhaps, but it's good to know and not get blindsided when that MOC does come out, because you did see a market reaction. Not saying there's correlation, but there is definitely a reaction. So you got to know that it's coming. You see us pop in volume as well in both ES and NASDAQ Dow as well. So you got to know it's coming out. I'm not saying there's a correlation, but there is a reaction. There's a reaction to MOC. Here we go. 40 seconds till last injection liquidity. Sell side has peeled back a little bit. Now everything's under 1 billion sell side in ES and NASDAQ. Oh, it is peeling back a lot right now.
E-minis pushing up too. Here's the all-time highs on the NQ. We're at not.
Look at that. Look. Okay, we're buy side. Flip buy side now.
Ha!
We flip buy side. Yup, look at that. New all-time highs. Watch this in 5 seconds. 55 after. We make more highs. Okay, little profit taken here. 23,950. New all-time highs in the NASDAQ.
You got that 950 whole dollar level up there too.
Let's get
if we can break that.
Let's get to John London's 24,010 here in the last 4.5 minutes. We can do it. I think we can do it here. Gotta make sure to stay tuned
could
at
happen.
the buzzer. Oh, hell yeah, it can.
I don't know if it's probable to happen, but it could. Fingers crossed.
Oh, 50 points in the last 4 minutes? Could definitely happen.
Oh,
Stay tuned to find out, because here on Topstep TV. Also, wow, a little light on the likes. Please click like, click subscribe. We're closing on 177,000 subscribers. Also, click that bell in the upper right-hand corner if you'd be so kind. Topstep TV. Barn Trade says, good seeing you back, John London. I agree. Don't be a stranger around here, John. Know your economics.
Yeah, of course.
You very well versed in macroeconomics. Keep an eye out for the rest of the week. Yeah, a little profit taking here.
Yeah, that 933 level was a previous high, so we're just bouncing off of that now. Back here at this 120. So, see if we hold.
Okay, buy side. We are now pretty decent buy side. 700 million buy side in the NASDAQ. 500 mil buy side in the S&Ps. How about that? Market moved. Maybe not correlation, but we went flipping to buy side, and here we go. We went higher.
Yeah, if it has an influence, it's important to watch. You don't want to get caught not knowing it's there and
the
big move.
You gotta be aware.
Yeah.
You gotta be aware. You can't get blindsided. We might get them. We didn't really see many stops get tripped. Maybe we went back down to 64.08. Maybe those were some stops down there in the ES. But right now, we're just going to continue to push this thing higher. 2.5 minutes, 2.5 minutes till the closing bell. Got a lot of Fed speakers tomorrow. We'll stay locked for
a buzzer beater. We'll see.
Look at this. Look at this. Can we get a 24,010 for John London? Not on a realm possibility. Come on. Jack, why Intel is going so bullish? Jack, thoughts on Intel? Deal?
Yeah, I mean, if you've been reading about it, they've had quite the drama between tweets with from the president and then the CEO meeting with the president, and I think he's great now. I haven't looked at Intel stock today, but that's what's going on there.
Love it, Jack. I had no idea about that Intel story. I knew I could throw it to Jack, and he would be all over it. What we do around here at Topstep TV.
Yeah, that 950 level holding.
Yep.
A minute and a half.
This holding.
I don't look like. I don't think by above or below is going to hit today, but next time.
Well, there's a lot of options.
It will the
they'd like to
reopen.
retire worthless that are just a little bit away from being in the money on a squeeze here.
Okay,
that's right.
Yeah, on the reopen, John, we'll definitely get up there. You're like, man, I was right.
Yeah, sure.
Yep. Here we go. About 60 seconds. Pushing new all-time highs. Here we go. 64.69. Half new all-time highs. Just printed in the NQ. 43,950. Last 60 seconds. What a trade. What a day. Remember yesterday? Well, it's boring. It's boring. Stay locked in. Hopefully you manage your downside. So all the profits you made today isn't digging yourself out of the hole. A lot more coming out this week. Yeah. Right now, we got the buyers in the house. Bulls on parade, man. Incredible. Can't keep a good market down.
Yeah. That 24K level's coming, I think. We'll see.
Come on, let's hit this thing. Can we hit it right now? Got Fed speakers tomorrow. Nothing crazy on the earnings. I like that. The Lauryn Hill of earnings, Nvidia next week. But we got hump day tomorrow. All right, 20 seconds. Look at all this volume coming in the ES. New all-time highs. Pew, pew, pew. More all-time highs. 64.70 just traded. Can we get the 71s in the ES? Some more gas in the goose. Look at all 1,000 lots trading there in the ES. Anything on the NASDAQ? NASDAQ, they're going to hold it up here. All that size trading. And we are closed. We didn't get to 24,010. We didn't get there, but I like it. I like it. That's short, I know. All right, John London, thank you so much for joining us. Nice call there. Nice reading on the inflation, economics, all that stuff. Jack, good job today. Doing some hours. Also, shout out to Coach J. Coach J on all day. JD as well. That being said, first and foremost, most importantly, the bellers and all the viewers watching us. I know we're grinding. We're all in this together. You know where to find us. Stay tuned to Topstep TV. With that being said, I'm going to throw it to my main man, James. James, take us out of here and into At the Buzzer.
Absolutely, Andre. As he just said, thank you to everybody out there. As I say every day, whether you were here since 7 a.m. or you are just tuning in now for At the Buzzer, we appreciate your time. We appreciate you being here. It wouldn't be the same without you. I mean it. And speaking of keep on going on, we got At the Buzzer coming up next with Coach Jay and Coach Paul. Later tonight, 7:30 p.m. Central Time, Coach Dakota's back with Slow Markets. London Open, Aaron Trades will be here 1:30 a.m. tomorrow morning. And of course, Euro Trade with Deanna at 3:30 a.m. Central Time. All the classic Topstep TV action you know and love is still coming your way all week long. And tomorrow morning, we'll be back here at 7 a.m., kicking things off around 7:15. We got a great day in store for you tomorrow. Coach Dakota and Baron are back on Fast Markets to talk about their Combine Challenge. So if you're looking for an update on who you backed, be here tomorrow, Fast Markets, as we check in with them. But for now, stick around. At the Buzzer is coming up next. I'm James Harden. You've been the chat. As always, this is Topstep TV. We'll see you tomorrow. Let's go.
Why Topstep? Because traders shouldn't have to risk everything to participate in the markets. And since 2012, we've provided capital to over 10,000 futures traders just like you. From the pits in Chicago to screens in over 143 countries, we've been motivated by one simple idea. We don't care who you are or where you learn to trade. If you pass Topstep's trading evaluation, you'll be invited to trade with our capital in a fully funded account. As a Topstep funded trader, you keep 90% of profits and we take the losses. We also offer educational resources for all levels, live classes, and free group coaching from a team with over a century of professional trading experience. We're invested in your success. So what are you waiting for? Ditch the brokerage account, start learning by doing, and become a Topstep funded trader today.